Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. How happy of a new year are you having right now? I'm not going to hope that you have a happy new year. I'm going to make a happy new year. How? By determining that I'm going to make you a happy new year. LinkedIn, it's my dating app. It's funny on 575,000 levels. LinkedIn, it's my dating app. LinkedIn, do you want to connect on LinkedIn? You do not want to connect on LinkedIn. Why? Because you're watching from overseas and you say, I really miss that American comedy. You see, you're watching from overseas and you're saying, LinkedIn? This I got to tune into because it's humor. It's day 67 because 31 plus 31 plus 5 equals 67. When we do humor, what are we doing? We're interrupting what's expected. When we're doing humor, what's going on? We're planning ahead and then giving people a twist that makes people laugh. Because what is humor? It's the interruption of the expected. What is humor on Netflix? It's a message that you don't want to hear. The message typically is some political, psychological operation. That's why comedy, it died. That's why comedy comes from me to you. You're trying to push comedy from you to me. For example, Holy Asian Drugstore Cowboy. Are you talking about Cowboy Bebop? Because if we're looking at Cowboy Bebop, that would mean that you have not yet met the Mark Twain Comedy Award self nominee nominator. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay that I did. That's okay that I did. We're taking you from banner to banner holder. Larry, you banned me. Now you're a mod. I'm going to be interested to see your character arc. I'm going to be interested in your character arc because you can keep saying pussy 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 magnet. Pin pin pin. You're a moderator now. You're a moderator now. You're mixing up. Remember, LinkedIn, that's my dating app. You're mixing up Pussy Magnet with Vagina Whisperer. I welcome you to visit the United States of America. What's up? What's up? We don't necessarily want to moderate other people. We just want to moderate other people's brains via your own brain. So you're not trying to have power over other people. You're trying to have power over yourself. There you go. There you go. Stand next to greatness. Hope for my fallout vagina. Stand next to a great stand up comedian. Hey, is this guy Larry Chang? I hear he uses LinkedIn as his dating app. I hear he uses LinkedIn as a dating app because you want to use dating apps like they're your LinkedIn. I did not stutter. I did not make humor for humor's sake. I'm saying you want to Bumble your way towards using dating apps like your LinkedIn. I've said it already, but I'll say it again because you're obviously not Chinese, hearing something one time and understanding it. What I want you to moderate, what's a BBC? Is that a British born Colombian? BBC. Is that a Brunei birthed Christian? Larry, what do you want me to moderate? What I want you to moderate. LOL, who invented running? LOL. Uh-oh. This message is held for review. You see, you want to use dating apps as your LinkedIn. Why? Because Bumble BFF. Bumble BFF. Bumble BFF. BFF BBC. Do you see why you want to use LinkedIn as your dating app? Because I just co founded another franchise. This is humorously dropping jokes as we make millionaires. As we make millionaires, Larry, I've never been to your channel before. What are you all about? What are you all about? I'm about mashing together jokes into a franchise. I'm about conjoining APIs. See? Okay, main new moderator, explain when you've seen it before and the monetary results that occur. The time that you got timed out, you were being mean to somebody who was trying to fagger. FAGR. BBC, BBF, BBC, BBC, BFF, FAGR. Hard R, fagger, which is fucking around and getting rich. You are laughing at a retard trying to do fagger, fucking around and getting rich. The jokes, okay, the jokes need to be funny and true. The jokes need to be funny and true. I'm going to tie in your comment into a joke after you come back from your timeout, which is FAGR. Hard R. Hard R. Because what FAGR stands for is fucking around, getting rich. Oh my God, you weren't joking. LinkedIn is your dating app. You see, you don't want to ask for a girl's phone number. No, 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 no. You kind of want to ask for a girl's email address. Put that in the tickle box. This is counterintuitive shit that sounds like I'm joking. I am not joking. I mean, I'm funny and I'm a very big boy. Flat Earth. Flat Earth. Flat Earth. Earth is definitely flat, says Itchy Fingers. That joke's funny because you're trying to trick people into doing your brand of sexuality, which is lying about your sexuality in order to con people into joining your derivative, right? So that's why flat Earth is a psyop. It's saying, I'm retarded. Are you retarded? Let's join a group where we say retarded shit. It's adjacent to certain factions within my LGBTQ TT plus community. Why is it adjacent? Because someone lied about their origin story. Why is it adjacent? Because we're allying ourselves with other people who get to pee, poo, and shower at the women's bathroom at 24-hour fitness. Why are we doing these things? Because the rules state that if you read the rules, you can shower as a man in the steam room at 24-hour fitness, which is why I use LinkedIn as my dating app. You see, I read the rules and I came to play. You see, I read the rules because it's not rules for thee and not for me. When you write the rules, someone's going to read those rules. Tax law. Someone's got to write that tax law. We should tax billionaires a lot of tax. But guess who's going to read those rules for tax? Billionaires that don't want to pay higher than 50% tax. 80% tax is a little too much tax to pay. How motivated are you going to be to read tax law? This is you meeting a guy who uses LinkedIn as his dating app. Because the way I read a book is I read a book asking myself, hey, can I try to make $800 reading a $20 book? Now, I realize if you're watching this from the third world, $20 seems like 800 Bitcoin. If you're reading this from the third world, you might be thinking, uh-oh, this really, really good looking Asian guy who looks like one of those Asian guys who dances in skimpy clothes and makes the ladies swoon. You're not understanding that I actually weigh 240 pounds. I don't know what the conversion is for kilos. I just know that it's 190 centimeters of weight. You see, I am the most American person in America. I'm sorry that you see the almond shaped eyes and say, oh my God, are you praying right now? Or are your eyes closed? Or are you just Oriental? What you now understand is these jokes, they're hilarious and true. Let's connect on LinkedIn because I saw your boob selfies. Let's connect on LinkedIn. I don't date girls that are unemployed. Let's connect on LinkedIn. Dating apps, those do work. I almost slipped and said they don't work. They do work, but guess what's a better dating app? LinkedIn. Email, going into the tickle box. Larry, you look like you pull a lot. You look like you pull a lot of strange. Okay, what's your point? Well, tell me your secrets. Tell me your secrets, Mr. 5'5" Chinese guy who wears skimpy, who wears skimpy clothes dancing and make the ladies swoon. Tell me your secrets, Larry. Tell me. Oh, I'm gonna be giving some secrets. They're fagger secrets. Fucking around, getting rich. Why? Because 9 figures, 8 figures, 7 figures, even 6 or 7 figures is gonna make you seem a lot more attractive. Let's you and I both use LinkedIn as our dating app. Before we do that, I have a curious suppository that I would like to insert inside your brain. Who's watching this and not liking it? Because I'm not here to milk you in a morning glory milking farm, but who's watching and hating themselves? or who's watching and liking it. Because if you're watching and not liking, you not liking a YouTube video is you not liking yourself, because I'm here cheering for you. I'm truly cheering for you. Oh my God, I've never had more comments. I've never had more comments on any video. Eddie Parker, hi. Ismalar, Isla, Isma Martinez, what's up? Shiba Sakai, Selkia, Shiba Sakia. It's Jensen Huang. Thank you, Gold Silver. I hope your silver hits $95 today and then $950 next. Bro knows secrets of engagement farming. Ooh. You want to be a moderator? You can moderate. Also, who cares about moderating? Do you want to hear me sing a song? If five people say, sing a song, Larry Chang, sing a song, I'll sing. But serious question for you guys. Engaging, which is who is, yes, pussy magnet, yes. Not I can mod. If you mod, will you moderate your own brain? Who's watching this and not liking? That's my question. Because LinkedIn, it's my dating app. You want me to light your live because you're sitting at home jacking your jaw. I can do that. Probably better too. I don't know that that's true. Thank you for the super chat. What's a super chat, Larry? Did somebody just give you $500? It's a super chat is 3 lines of text. 3 lines of text. Exactly. Go back to your country. You're welcome in America as an O1B visa. No more anchor babies, bitches. No more anchor babies. Christian guy, thank you for the Christian spam. I'm going to drop a quick prayer. Father Lord. It's us. Dropping jokes, hanging out. Who averages 2.6 prayers per live stream? That would be Larry Chang. Father Lord, you guaranteed that if 2 or more say in your name and are gathered in your name, that you would be guaranteed to show up. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. What is bro talking about? We're talking about using LinkedIn. Cool. So basically, I am 110 kilograms. Is that right? 110 kilograms? Whatever. Larry, I don't know what you put in those cookies you sent for me Christmas, but I'm tripping balls right now. One, if we're going to tell jokes, we need to be 105% honest, because I did not send you any cookies. First person to answer this question gets a gift card to then send me, which is, what does FAGR sound like? FAGR. What does it stand for? Is LinkedIn your sponsor? Because I heard it's really good for dating apps. I can't make you a moderator fast enough. I cannot make you a moderator fast enough. Don't hate me for this. But using LinkedIn as your dating app is the most Asian thing I've ever heard. So what you guys don't quite get is, you think that this stuffed animal duck is just here for decoration. That's what you think. This is why I have Dickie the duck with me and Larry the starfish. Have you seen Christian Have you seen Christian cartoons? It's got Larry the Tomato. Remember, when you're watching and moderating and not liking, you're in turmoil, you're in conflict, you're in civil war with yourself. Did I not just speak to the woman inside of you, constantly in conflict while experiencing your period while also being horny, where you're coming or going or going or coming? You don't know if you're coming or going. You're in civil war with yourself. You're hate watching it while loving it, while not liking and not saying thank you. How accurately am I reading you guys? How accurately am I reading you guys? I don't want to read you this accurately, but let me spell it out for you, because this is the most American man in America explaining jokes to you while showing you why there's a duck on January 5. Does he work this hard on vacation day number almost 20? Because today is day number 67 of the 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. And if you're in America watching this because you woke up early, enjoy the fact that your unemployment stint is going to almost end. Good job waking up before 8 a.m. It's 7:49 a.m. Do you know what Larry the Starfish does? Larry the Starfish is on LinkedIn. Who's Larry the Starfish? You see a duck here. It's actually Duck 9, deeply understanding credit knowledge. He's got 5 arms. Meet Larry the Starfish. Kiss him. Kiss him. Don't kiss him down there. Just kiss him on the forehead. The forehead, that's deeply understanding credit knowledge. I don't care. She thinks I'm talking too loudly. She just wants me to solve her morning vajayjay. Deeply understand. You actually, that's not true. This vagina is not going to take care of itself. Oh, I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital knowledge, deeply understanding, look at this little leg, it's so cute, Chinese knowledge, turnarounds, deeply understanding how to do a turnaround. You see, LinkedIn is my dating app, but here's the problem. I don't date dudes. I mean, sometimes I'm LGBTQ, but right now, in my fluidity of pansexuality, I don't date dudes. I don't date dudes. I don't date dudes. I realize you're trying to pay me a compliment. That's why you're a moderator. Never apologize for throwing me a compliment. Never apologize. And then when you say Brokeback, you're saying, hey, that's my favorite movie. Was Brokeback Mountain your favorite movie? Me, I never watched it. But I did FAGR. You go ahead and put Brokeback in your tickle box. Maybe I'll retrieve it in a moment. Connect with Larry the Starfish for a moment and unbreak your brain. Because LinkedIn, it's a dating app that I use, but I don't connect to guys because I don't date men. I could date men. I would date men. We're all a little bit pansexual. But what we're doing here is we're grooming. We're grooming starfish to go back into the ocean. You see, there was a giant storm that hit the entire world. It's called the US dollar faltering. This storm caused a lot of you starfish to wash onto the beach. Starfish, how does it feel baking on the beach right now? Don't be a human, be a starfish during this video. You see, when a storm blows starfish onto the beach, starfish are going to die because starfish live in the ocean. The sun's going to kill you. Humans, it's the opposite. Maybe go outside and put the sun on your face. We're still talking about the starfish story. Larry, did you write the starfish speech for your co-founder of South by South Lawn, Barack Obama? Yeah. If I say a joke because I'm FAGR, fucking around and getting rich, South by Southwest, that's the franchise. Larry, you're so all over South by Southwest that we should just call it South by South Lawn or South by South Larry. Maybe you don't have $15,000 to be a VIP at a music festival. Maybe you don't have that. But I guarantee that if you watch 3 old videos about South by South Lawn with me and Barack Obama, if I say a joke, you repeat the joke. Let's say your name is the 44th president of the United States. Let's say you're number 44 because your phone number predicted the fact that your own phone number, your cell phone number, mine is 650-283-8008. You see, I say jokes. Do you know why I say jokes? Because LinkedIn, it's my dating app. I have a wait list of putty that's 10 miles long. I am not gay, but to girls such as Heather, who are tired of being on the wait list, who's Heather? She's very pretty. She's got blonde hair and super nice boobs. She told me, I know you're gay. Why? Because her brain's broken because she's never been told no before. Do you now believe me that LinkedIn is my dating app? And when I say Heather, I'm just protecting her anonymity. I'm not doxing her because her name is Heather. I'm just stating it for safety purposes. I do consent. I do consent to you throwing vagina. I do consent to you calling me gay. I just know that you're watching this video probably right now, clicking your dolphin. I say jokes, you write down jokes, you repeat jokes. Is this the caveman portion of your comedy, Larry? Is this the caveman portion? No, this is the presidential portion. We're still dropping jokes worthy of LinkedIn going live. There should be at least 5 millionaires. This is what I'm talking about. South by South Larry is XXSXSW, South by Southwest. In fact, try this on voice command for AI, where you say hashtag 26 days of hashtag 23 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. Your voice recorder, your transcriber, your AI, when you say South by Southwest, what'll happen is you'll get 4 letters. I'm going to try that right now. Happy New Year. We're using LinkedIn as our dating app, and we're using Dickie the Duck is down. Dickie the Duck just went down. Don't make weird sex jokes. Hashtag 26 days of OpenAI at South by Southwest. Do you see it? It doesn't matter if you saw it. Barack Obama, South by South lawn. South by South, Larry, SXSL. So I don't use social media. You think we're doing social media right now. I am printing money on Web 12. This is why I'm so enthusiastic about doing this discussion with fewer than 10 people. Can you tell that this channel is going to be thousands of people, right? You can tell. You're invested. That's a good thing. South by South lawn. We're dropping jokes, and I'm being serious for just a moment before you guys start laughing. I'm going to be serious for a moment. Is I say the joke and you try to understand the joke while asking yourself, can I make more money in 1 week than I've made last year? And let's say that's weird because you think I'm going to sell you on a workshop. There is no workshop. There is no Patreon community to join. There is actually an email newsletter subscriber, but that also doesn't cost money. What you're doing here is you're scaling Mount Everest. What you're doing here is you've discovered a video where you can make money without having to invest money. This is the Mount Everest, which is you've watched hundreds of YouTube videos today alone, yet no video has ever put money in your pocket. No YouTube video has ever explained, YouTube, it's my dating app. I'm a pimp, which is put it in my pocket. And when I say my pocket, I mean your pocket. What pocket are we talking about? We're talking about SXSL. You already signed up. I consent for you to turn your brain on. How many times have I even said consent? Put that in the tickle box. I will give you the opportunity to get a gift card to then give to me. Put this in the tickle box. Remind me later, which is sign me up. How to use consent as foreplay. Consent? Do you consent to foreplay? That's consent. I've said the word consent now 9 times. Get it? I'm the guy. I'm supposed to be asking for consent. But instead, I flipped it. Normally, LinkedIn is for useless contacts going nowhere. I flipped it. I repurposed it. I took something that was shitty. And if you're watching this from India, think about all the shit that's currently between your toes. Imagine if you could remold that shit that just oozed right into your sandal, and now you got a little poop hitchhiker. Now you got a little poop nubbin. It's between your toes. What if you could take poop and then mold it into US dollars? Not rupees. Remember, we're not Jugad, we're Jugods. Jugad. Yeah, I know. I'm fluent in Hindi too. Yeah, you're not rich. People who are already rich will say, oh my God, this is exactly how I got rich. I also use LinkedIn as my dating app. You see, I dropped the jokes, South by South lawn. You change, this is me being serious for a moment. You change one letter, it's a brand new franchise. I changed the W to an L. Other instances, I'm going to give you 10. I'm being serious for a moment, which is change one word, make a brand new thing. Chicago Cubs, fly the W. Milwaukee Brewers, change one word, fly the L. Peter Thiel, Harvard Law Review. He changed one word, Harvard to Stanford, Stanford Law Review. Harvard Law School, my friend Barack Obama. He changed one word in a joke, South by Southwest. At South by Southwest, he said up on stage my joke, which is South by South lawn. You see, lawn is funny because you're just changing the W to an L, changing it from South by Southwest to South by South Larry. That's a little too aggressive. That's a joke that doesn't hit. That's money that's too ahead of its time. That's too far ahead. And being the smartest person in Silicon Valley as the third institution of Silicon Valley, I understand what it's, yeah, those are true. And not that funny because it's just true and it's jagged and it's too ahead. See, I'm proving my own example. It's too far ahead. The third institution of Silicon Valley isn't even an institution, it's a person. Y Combinator, Stanford, Larry Chang. Those are the three institutions of Silicon Valley. Who number closed? Charlie Sheen. That would be Michael Jordan. Number closing. LinkedIn, I don't need your number to close you. I just need to use LinkedIn as my dating app. South by South lawn, longest story with 55 asides. Change one letter, make a brand new franchise. What they don't teach you at Harvard Business School. If me saying Harvard and Stanford make your vagina wet, that's because there's a guy here. He uses LinkedIn as his dating app. If every time I say Harvard, Stanford, your vaginal mucus flows just a little bit harder, you're understanding what everybody understands, which is Larry Chang uses LinkedIn as his dating app. But if I say Harvard and Stanford, and then you say, oh, I'm intimidated by that, I can never learn at the 7th grade level. Let me repeat that joke because HYMC is a stock I'm already in via LABCS 1453 AMC. Is this board of directors humor? Is this inside baseball? He's handsome. He's handsome. Thank you for throwing vagina. You're a moderator now. Barack Obama. He repeated my joke. South by South lawn. Being too far ahead is South by South Larry. As soon as he repeated it, what did I do? Did I just clip his clip? No. We don't want to be Web 2. We want to be Web 12. This is why we are hiring ourselves, because currently you ask to be somebody's sugar baby because you are not your own employer. You are not in control of your own brain. Remember, you're a moderator now. Moderate your brain into this moderated message, which is change one letter, listen to my jokes, prove to me you're employable, prove to me that you can make me $80,000 extra per month by making yourself $70,000 3 months before you come try to make me go from $575K per video to $80K. That would be less money. Do you see why I use LinkedIn as my dating app? Because you're going to need to prove to me that you're not a zero. You're going to need to prove it to me. Prove it to me that you can listen. Why are you asking me for a job while also not liking and not subscribed? I don't want you to subscribe, but I'm just reading who you are, because you're that person that says, oh, after you hire me, I'll like and subscribe to you. Whereas that's not how money works. You're welcome. I just gave you more value. I just gave you more value than all the other YouTube videos that you've ever watched combined, which is you're getting the value and the payment mixed up. That's what's broken on dating apps, which is, oh, that's a red flag to me. I don't trust guys who are 6'5", super hot, that work in finance. What? What? They sing the song about that. It's called, yeah. What we're doing here is the 44th president dropping jokes. You see, when you steal my joke, which I consent retroactively for you to steal my joke, because these jokes are going to give birth. Maybe you've never had sex before as a woman. Maybe you're an involuntary celibate. Maybe this is the first time you've had sex in 2026. This is sex, money sex, where I'm going to inseminate your bank account, not your Venmo, because we're not doing OnlyFans, not your PayPal, because we're not doing OnlyPans, not your Zelle, because this is not a sex trade. This is a sexy insemination of the sexiest thing ever, which is, oh my God, I'm going to start using LinkedIn also as my dating app. Not sponsored. I'm just a fan of Reid Hoffman because he's in a world of hurt. He's in the Epstein files. Stanford Engineering, CS183C, Reid Hoffman, also a supporter of Barack Obama. I can't help but be able to memorize class numbers at a university that I didn't go to. I'm University of Illinois only. I'm University of Illinois only. I say a joke. Barack Obama repeats the joke. I lock the joke in. That's what Web 12 is. Problem, social media. Web 2 is broken. Problem, dating apps. Problem, problem, problem. Can you solve a problem? You see, when you do solve a problem, you get rich. And if rich is intimidating to you, where you are saying, look, Larry, I don't want to be rich. I just no longer want to be poor. There is no middle class right now because there's an overt war on the middle class. There is no middle class right now. It's only really, really, really rich people and people that don't understand that the future arrived. It's just not evenly distributed. What future am I talking about? I'm talking about the future that arrived on July 11. Larry, are you going to drop a joke about 7-Eleven Day? Because in Asia, 7-Elevens are luxurious dining, high quality food at really reasonable prices. 7-Eleven here is a hellhole for basically only Black people and poor white people to go to. A lot of people get shot in and around a 7-Eleven. Let's no longer shoot each other as Black men without fathers. Let's mitigate Black on Black crime. I'm tired of my brothers shooting other brothers. Am I sounding like Barack Obama? Am I sounding black enough yet for you? Because I heard the joke that my fellow black brother in being black said, while being half black and mostly Asian. South by South lawn. South by South lawn. He said my joke, I'm going to Web 12 it, which is social media with money. What money, Larry? I'm so confused right now. When you visualize the money, you're going to physically see that LinkedIn, it's my dating app. Because what started off as a joke, a very small snowball, becomes a ginormous snowball. These are 64 chapters of Snowball. Warren Buffett. I almost said Barack Obama. Warren Buffett, Alice Seibold wrote a book. It's called Snowball. You are a snowball, but you're just two snowflakes having a war with each other. And when snowflakes go to war, you're not going to be able to become a snowball. South by South lawn. South by South lawn. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Wait a minute. That's a paste copy. That doesn't count. I'm going to pin it anyway. South by South lawn. Money. Larry, show me where the money is. Okay. Impatient one. Time preference. This is why Silicon Valley hates Bitcoin. Time preference. Show me the money. There is money in going to the White House for a party. This party took place over 3 years. This party was called South by South Lawn at 1600 Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C. That's the White House. Right? The middle class. I like your duck. My duck likes you, Amy. Would you like to be a moderator? You don't have to moderate anybody. It's just more like an award, and it helps you moderate your own brain. Oh my God, 6'9". You guys are so dirty. Do you guys even know what 6'9" is? It's 6'7" plus 2. Hello, Neri. LinkedIn, it's my dating app. Barack Obama hosted founders at the White House, and he called it my franchise, South by South Lawn. And he hired my South by Southwest photographer, Mona Brooks. He hired her for 2 years to be his personal photographer. Mona, like, oh my God, I just came. Brooks, like the running shoe. Mona Brooks. Mona Brooks is like Getty. Mona Brooks is like a famous photographer. Mona Brooks, she shot a ton of pictures for Reverse VC. Mona Brooks, she also shot pictures at Stanford Women in Business. Larry, now that you stay Stanford and Women in Business, you look familiar to me. Were you the only male speaker at SWIB, Stanford Women in Business? Neri says, I need to ask you one opinion. This is going to be scary. Okay, I consent to you ask. Ging. Good grammar, right? I consent to you asking. I consent. Oh, I for sure can consent. I for sure can consent to somebody else's tickle box. I do it all the time. I do it all the time. Are you trying to teach me stuff that they do teach you at Harvard Law School? Did you keynote at Harvard Law School? Because I can consent. I can consent for you to put things into the tickle box. I can consent. Larry, all you do is make humor. Just repeat it. It's lost. Just repeat it. It's have you seen how many have you seen how many have you seen how much? Yeah, it's hard to find. Oh, are you asking me why Africa sucks? I'll tell you why Africa sucks. I mean, it does suck. The reason is in the history of humanity, there's actually nothing ever that's ever been invented in Africa or by Black people. And I know that sounds like I'm at civil war with myself for being Black, but what it is it's being too proud to say Africans are amazing or naming your child king or being a little too, I don't know. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you. Because this is a simple question. No one will ever have an answer for it, which is why in the planet that we currently live on, why is it only Harvard, Stanford, and Singapore that beg for this genius kind of content? Because you can see how if you watch 4,500 Larry Chang videos or even 4.5 videos, you're going to see, oh my God, he wasn't joking about using LinkedIn as his Stack Overflow. You see, you thought I was going to say use Bumble as my LinkedIn. You thought I was going to say use LinkedIn as a dating app. You see, if I use LinkedIn as just a dating app, only one person's Johnson is going to get lubricated. You see, if I say LinkedIn is my dating app, it's really only one person that benefits. Because what we're talking about here is Web 12, LinkedIn, YouTube. It's social media, social media. How many times have people said, Larry, don't you know social media is broken? Or, Larry, the way you use social media is the most profitable I've ever seen. Here's a Rolex because I made $700,000 on February 4. This is January 5th. This is humor on day 66. What's it day number 66 of? It's hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. You see, the middle class is getting decimated. Poor people have been on life support because socialism is temporary, because it becomes communism. This is us benefiting from Web 12. LinkedIn is my dating app. That's because I'm not using Web 2. I'm on Web 2. Similarly, I'm also not on any drugs. You think I'm on coke, speed, and heroin and beer. Because when I smell beer breath on a girl, it's go time. It's go time. I'm still wired to be a college student. When I smell beer breath on a girl that's on a date with me, that consent I gave, it's going to turn into slightly more than talking consent. LinkedIn is my dating app. My hack, my optimization, my strategy is for you to steal my strategy if you're not rich within 30 days. That's because you watered down this YouTube, this Hot Girl Entrepreneurship Club, this Instagram Live. You watered it down with other people's retarded stuff that's Web 2. Retarded, hard R, hard D, retarded. Because when you discover a Larry Chang video, you want to stand next to greatness, taking notes, Web 12. You don't want to stand next to the money printer and then not take the money. This is why rich people in America keep getting richer. That's the Cantillon effect for money. This is why there are people in your city, they're spending $300 for lunch for one person. $300. That's not even drinking. It's the best of times. It's the worst of times. Are you even paying attention? Let me dig you out of a hole. I know I have your attention right now. I'm about to solve your problems, Web 12. You see, what I did with Barack Obama with South by South Lawn, that was Web 12. I just didn't have a name for it. I was calling it jokes. Now I have a name for it. I came up with Web 12 on July 11, FAGR. Let's fuck around and get rich. What if we use LinkedIn as Larry Chang's dating app? Thank you for the boob selfies. That's Web 0. Put that in your tickle box. Writing a letter, writing email, sending a text message, I call that Web 0. I call that Web 0, which is barely even on the web. That's Web 0. The Pony Express, that's Web 0. Web 12 is Web 2 with money. The reason this video feels different is you get a sense that I'm never going to ask you for money, yet there's going to be an explosion of money. You see, the best orgasms from a Christian standpoint happen over the phone, or you watch an old video of mine and you say, Larry, you're talking at MIT because you were guest lecturing there, and I learned how to be a future billionaire, but I also was turned on. So I went ahead and started a company. I got some venture capital financing from Charles River Ventures, but I also flogged my dolphin. I've never orgasmed as hard. Can we connect on LinkedIn? I have a LinkedIn request. True story, I'm batting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires in America. Let me repeat that. Whitney Wolf, Lisa Falzone, Sarah Blakely, Caroline Rodriguez, Lisa Falzone, Casey Cross. I'm batting 1,000. Whitney Wolf Bumble. I'm batting 1,000 when it comes to blonde billionaires. I'm batting 1,000 if you're not familiar with baseball parlance. I'm 100.0% accurate. I'm batting 1,000. I'm batting 1,000. Duck is deeply understanding Chang knowledge. Duck is deeply understanding credit knowledge. Duck is deeply understanding capital knowledge. Can we turn around Whitney Wolf's company? She's a unicorn. Her stock has dropped 94%. $ BMBL. Larry the Starfish. You should sell Larry the Starfish for $800. Is he worth $800? He's actually worth $900 because this video, I consent to you taking this intellectual property. What? There's no workshop after this that I'm going to have to pay for? Yeah, here's the workshop. It's all of this genius stuff that I've said, all of it. All of this genius stuff that I said is for you. For example, Instacart referral code Roger A 2415D. Let me repeat to you my Instacart referral code. It's instacart.com ref/Roger A 2415D. You see, you think you're doing social media right now. I'm trying to spend less time, Larry, on social media. You're not on Web 2 right now. Your brain is on Web 12. So when you say propaganda, you're not getting the fact that I'm psychologically operating on your brain right now. I don't understand how you don't have one Chinese friend, because your Chinese friend, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, Duck9, meet Larry the Starfish. During yesterday's comedy session, we met a guy named Larry who walked around with Larry the Llama. Llama is spelled Llyama. He named his Llama Larry. His name was Larry. He would enter a war zone with his fucking motherfucking Llama and say, "Everybody stop fighting for a little bit and pet Larry the Llama." And then people would be like, "Bro, I almost shot you, but then I saw you walking with an 8-foot Llama." That's what I want you to do. I want to be your Llama, because Yo me llama Larry. Yo me llama Larry. Have you met Larry the Starfish? The reason he's $900 is I consent for you to locate the brain cells that you did not destroy via CBD. You see, I consent to you temporarily removing the fingers from behind the hood of your vajayjay. Just temporarily remove those fingers. In fact, ladies, get out of bed right now. It's basically afternoon already. It's 8:30 in Miami. Wake the F up, okay? I know you don't have a job to go to because you're work from home, fun employed, aka high ticket selling. Shelby Sapp, future billionaire. I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it. Everything I touch, everything I hug, it turns billionaire. I can't help it. It's because the money's fake. I can't help it. I cracked how money works, Web 12. Obviously, I will not be asking you for money, but if you want to send me a PF Chang's gift card, minimum $300. Have you heard what my Instacart referral code is? It's comma quote Roger A 2415D. You see, I've spent more time on I spent more time doing Web 12 than you have. I've spent more time optimizing your Instacart earnings than you. Why? Because I think that this video is going to make more money for you on Instacart than you doing a month of deliveries. Larry, will you hire me? Your brain is stuck on dollars per hour. You see, Software Eat the World, you're hoping for a higher minimum wage. You see, Software Eat the World, you're still trying to work dollars per hour. You see, software and AI, it ate the world November 5, November 15, November 23. Who called me Jensen Huang? That would be Huang Engineering. Uh-oh. This message is held for review. Oh, not so bad. Not so bad. Not so bad. It's not so bad. And also, it's what's true, which is from a Japanese philosopher. In order to no longer be retarded, you must initially embrace being retarded. Larry, I'm not quite sure that that word is politically correct. I can call people retarded because when I was a kid, rocking an IQ that became number one in the world, I was diagnosed to be retarded. My dad went to MIT, my mother went to Yale. He didn't get demoralized. He didn't get demoralized. When he heard the diagnoses, this is what he did. Ha 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 ha. At least he's really good looking. At least he's really good looking. You see, right now, everyone's diagnosing you as poor, unemployed, or barely scraping by. That's everyone's diagnoses of everyone else. Other people are just too polite. They're too polite. They're too polite. Thank you for subscribing, but I also don't care about your subscribership. I more care about your Web 12 practice, your Web 12ership. Because Web 12, it's literally no joke. But it is a joke. That's FAGR, hard R, fucking around and getting rich. I'm going to make every moderator literally rich in reverse chronological order. So if you're moderating, type in FAGR and I will do a case by case turnaround. Remember, this is Larry the Starfish, deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital knowledge, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge. Because remember, your rich Chinese uncle, he's not going to lend you $1 million because you want to start a company called Duck9. Turnarounds, which is a class at Stanford. Larry, Stanford. Are you the guy that bought a $3 textbook and got a free $275,000 education? Let me repeat that joke because maybe you didn't hear it. Maybe you thought I was joking. I bought a $3 textbook from a store that wanted to sell everything that my friend started in a shithole. So he was like, I'm going to sell computer programming books about computers. I'm going to sell books about how to pick up women. $60 for a paperback. Computer science. $60 for a paperback. How to be a charmer with the ladies. Have you ever used my friend Jeff's website? He used a geography.com. What was it? It was like something in Venezuela, something in Brazil. Amazon. Have you guys ever used Amazon before? Have you ever guys used Amazon before? So the reason we're using Amazon is I wonder if we can turn Amazon into our dating app. What do you guys want to do? Type in, if you're a moderator, type in FAGR and I will help you make $1,000 before the video ends. You're fucking welcome. I might have to pee real quick though. Do you guys mind if I pee? I love when people ask to use permission. I'm in your hotel room, Larry. Is it okay if I use the bathroom? And the next time a girl asks to use the bathroom, I want to say no. Go ahead and use the bathroom in the lobby.
FAGR. Let's make the miracle happen. FAGR. FAGR. When you say pee in a cup, somebody didn't see the video series called Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge. You see, what we're doing is FAGR, fucking around and getting rich. Two girls, one cup of knowledge. That pretty much scrubs all the bad memories that you have from Two Girls, One Cup. You see, Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge is Two Girls, One Larry Chang, the mental exercise. Two Girls, One Book is basically how I do a three-way. LinkedIn, it's my dating app. Two Girls, One Larry Chang, this is how to do a three-way. A regular three-way, that's not cool. That's sticky fingers URL, that's stinky fingers. It's actually really hard to track which fingers are dirty, which hands are clean. It becomes a peep and poop hellhole of, I'm going to need to burn these sheets. None of that's good. That's why this is three-way 2.0. Two girls, one Larry Chang, which is two girls, one book. You said two cups. You said two girls, one cup. Remember, we're listening to trolls say shit, and I pooped out Web 12, which is Web 1, Web 2. It's 3x, Web 4. Ticklebox, Web 5, Web 5, Web 2. Ticklebox, Ticklebox, Ticklebox. First box we're going to tickle are her two tickle boxes. Two girls, one book. Two girls, one book. I am not joking. This is going to be hilarious. You see, you could say Two Guys, One Tent is Brokeback, but you love Brokeback Mountain. You should be a moderator. I welcome all sexualities here. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that you'd like Brokeback to have a sequel. We already did a Brokeback sequel. Put that in your tickle box, ladies. I know you're a woman. I know you're a woman pretending to be a man, talking. It's amazing, right? I have CRM. You're a woman calling me gay. Thank you. You're so busted. I know. I magically have this software. I almost said magically had a gift. Two girls, one Larry Chang. You see, once you've slept with, I don't know,
4 or 5 digits of women, you actually end up understanding everything about everything. This is why knowledge transfers occur differently, man to woman, woman to man. Because I don't have residual female DNA, but women, they keep residual male DNA. This is why I try to not put it in every girl, because my countermeasure is 2 girls, 1 book. This is how to do the new 3-way, which is me and my friend, we want to hang out with you. Cool. This is how we're going to do a 3-way. We're going to be 2 girls, 1 book, 1 Larry Chang. The tickle box actually just explodes. It never becomes itchy. It just explodes, and then the tickle box becomes bigger. We're going to get to everything in the tickle box. Here's a teaser. I'm showing you how to do Web 4. You may not understand that Web 4, you don't understand it. You see, before when I said I was the smartest person in Silicon Valley, smart people who say that they're smart, there's a word for it. I'm forgetting what it is. But there's this concept, which is this video is Web 4. This is 3x Web 4. There you go. As a woman pretending to be a man, pretending to not be attracted to me, that doesn't make you gay. Remember, you're a woman pretending to be a man, pretending to not like me because you're watching this and not liking, which is cool. No pressure. I consent to you having a civil war. I consent to your civil war. Cheers. Cheers. Green tea. Page 344, chapter 19, Limitless. Green tea. L-theanine. That's a chemical. Caitlin Liang has chimed in to say hi, calling me uncle. Why don't you call me Oppa? Why don't you call me Oppa, Caitlin Ling? Do you not have any Korean friends? Look, you caused my duck to lose his balance. That's what happens when hot Asian girls roll into LinkedIn. It's Larry Chang's dating app. 2 girls, 1 Larry Chang. So the Devil's 3-way, 2 guys, 1 girl, that's not Brokeback Mountain. That's Broken Back Girl. Devil's 3-way is a 3-way the wrong way. Brokeback Mountain's going to have a sequel called Brokeback River. 2 girls, 1 book. That's maybe Brokeback River, which is 2 girls, 1 book. By the river Piedra, I sat down and wept. Where Brokeback Mountain, the sequel to it, Ong Lee, he decided to make a gay movie not about being gay. I've read the essays for it, which is Larry Chang doing the sequel to Brokeback Mountain. Are you understanding everything right now about everything? Because you thought Brokeback Mountain was going to demoralize me. You just transferred money that you'll never get back because you're trying to be a cunt and then you lost it. But guess what? We can make it all back in the next deal. That joke, we already have a business plan for. Lecture 19, Stanford Engineering. Engineering 145, lecture number 19, not lecture number 19, not what they do teach you at Stanford GSB, not what they do teach you at Stanford Engineering, is Two Girls, One Book. Two Girls, One Book. It's a three-way with all three people reading one book. Question: did you read 1.0 book last year? Question: can you read? Question: are you unemployed yet still don't have time to read? Question: if you were gonna almost have sex with Larry Chang, could you read 9 iterations, 5 minutes each? Because I consent to you reading naked. I consent. But if you're going to get any penis at the end of the rainbow, you're going to need to play this game. It's called Two Girls, One Book. Good morning. I can't believe Larry's a Christian. Yeah, because you're going to have so many orgasms and you're going to get blue balls for the first time as a girl. Why are you not getting blue balls? You've had an erection for 2 hours now. Is that normal? You see, I took boner energy, Christian talk still going on. I took boner energy and I rerouted that sexual energy into reading a book because it's two girls, one book. This is a safe space for everybody. I consent to you doing two people, one book in your semi group sex situation. I recommend that you do what I do, which is just because that was our first sexual experience, two 20 plus year old women, one 11-year-old Larry Chang. I recommend that you get over your childhood trauma. You now understand why I became the number one smartest person on the planet, being the third institution of Silicon Valley, running the Silicon Valley gay mafia. Why? Because some of us weren't so honest about our inception. Some of us weren't so honest about, hey, when did you know you're gay? Oh, I was always attracted to men, Larry. What? Men? Because when I was a little boy, I was attracted to girls who were 2 years older. I wasn't attracted to 30-year-old or 40 or 50-year-old women, right? Gotcha. Somebody's really good at listening. Two girls, one book. This is how to be in a three-way and then not have to have sex with two women. They're both actually super hot. It's called Two Women, One Book because you say, let's be in a three-way with a book. It's like strip poker, but we're going to fix our brain. It's like the person who prayed the gay away, clicking frantically, tell people how we prayed the gay away because Christian people were annoying the fuck out of me when they were saying, hey, pray the gay away. I'm like, what do you even mean by that? And Christian people didn't even know what they meant. I figured it out. I figure everything out. That's the pitch. That's the pitch. But what was your first experience? Because in the same way that I give consent for the past, you're trying to have sentience while in the womb. Do you like how I just 5D chessed your sexuality? Everybody's welcome here. Enjoy the next 7 nights' dreams. It solves all of your problems. Sentience, memories, choices, the portion of your brain that is so traumatized that it causes you to be pansexual neurodivergence. This is how I took my own brain, diagnosed as a retard, to literally be the number one smartest human not only in Silicon Valley, therefore the planet. Have I showed you my body of work at Stanford University? You see, I lose a lot of credibility when I say Stanford, Stanford, Stanford. Not only do I lose credibility, I lose attention. Most people are so intimidated by the fact that Stanford is completely out of their league. Who is comfortable being out of everybody's league? That would be Larry Chang. I'm going to dumb myself down and say this hilarious truth because I'm out of your league. I will date you anyway, but not permanently. Have I told you LinkedIn is my dating app? Have I told you about that? You see, we want to use Twitter as our GitHub. That's all the value. You're freaking welcome. You're motherfucking welcome. The joke, which is true, Larry Chang uses LinkedIn as his dating app. What is more true that is also a joke, but not quite as funny because it's detailed, is you want to use Twitter, stop calling it X. You want to use Twitter as your GitHub. I'm not going to explain what GitHub is because if you don't understand what a repository of computer science knowledge is, it's going to hurt you. It's realizing that this video, it's not for you. It's not for you. If you can't get the fact that Twitter, you should use Twitter as if it's GitHub. That's your, there you go. Cool. So right now, GitHub is a repository of computer code. AI already scraped, crawled, digested all of it. What is your username on GitHub? What is your username on GitHub? Because what you want to start doing is realizing that when Microsoft bought GitHub, you're unwittingly co-piloting all your code away. I know. I can't help it. I saw what was going on. Microsoft owns GitHub. Microsoft has Copilot. Remember, today is day 67 of the hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK, which is Microsoft. It's not going bankrupt. It's taking the GitHub code. Thank you for your slavery. Thank you for your body of work. I'm solving it. Will you listen to my solution like I solved dating apps? I'm Larry Chang. I use LinkedIn as my dating app. If you're a computer programmer, you should start doing Web 12. All of my code is not on GitHub. Look at my GitHub account, github.com/Larry Chang. It's the same as this here, but I only take code I don't submit. Well, there you go, because that's why you suck, because you take. Do I have consent to be honest with you? Say, Larry, I consent for you to be honest with me. Well, as I wait for that consent, when you say it's the same as this, but here I only take code, I don't submit. So you think you're being in tune with what I'm saying, you're being pansexual, you're being neurodivergent. That means your GitHub account sucks. You actually do have a Twitter account. Well, that sucks too. This is your joke, which is I use Twitter like it's GitHub. But then that's a problem because the way that you use YouTube is hapless. HAPLESS. Good job for consenting on honesty. Because you were at my 2 a.m. video. You never get better between Larry Chang videos. You don't even financially benefit between videos, let alone during the video, you already have a Twitter account. You already have a Twitter account. So this is the turnaround where you're going to leave temporarily YouTube and you're going to jump on Twitter because we're executing the joke. Larry Chang uses LinkedIn as his dating app. The joke is executed by saying your real name, because you actually are creepily on my LinkedIn, trying to creep on my LinkedIn. That's okay that you are a African American female and have never been attracted to a Chinese male before because you thought I was out of your league. I am out of your league, but be the first African female that becomes a billionaire. Be the first. Be the first, which is go over to Twitter and turn Twitter into a GitHub repository. But Larry, I've never shipped one line of code. But Larry, I don't have any tweets. But Larry, excuse. This is what you're doing. I'm going to never forget this. And then I'm going to try to forget it because you should have just been doing this all along. Which is Twitter is my GitHub. Say that. Because if you don't say that, you're going to be screwed. This guy never shuts up as if he is up to read the comments. You see, you running page 132 protocol, you running page 127 protocol. I can feel your testosterone. I can feel your receding hairline. I can feel your frustration at being not only underemployed, but unemployable. I can feel it because I can feel it. So you're so scared because you think that your African American vagina is going to be mutilated by another African. That's not good. This is a safe space to upload GitHub into Twitter. Be the first. Be the second African that I've helped become a billionaire. Well, I guess David's also South African, but I didn't really help him at all. I'm not even sure I helped Elon. David Sachs, also African. So what is your plan, Duck D's? What is your plan? What is your plan? What is your plan? You thought because you had no hair, that I had no hair. This is what happens when I open the kimono. This is what happens when I open the kimono. This is what happens is you're like, oh my God, he's 5 times smarter than my dad. And my dad went to Cal. Hairline check. Thank you for telling me that you're bald. Just because you're bald doesn't mean that you can't learn from a person with a lot of hair. The last 2 girls that were in my 3-way, they were bald too. They were completely bare. I'm actually kind of uncomfortable with that, but I'm also uncomfortable with it being a giant bush. 2 girls, 1 Larry Chang. This is how to play book roulette. You see, strip poker, it's stupid. You see, games of sex without a book make sex dumb because it's just 2 girls, 1 Larry Chang. Boring. Larry, what's the most sexually deviant thing you've ever done? I bet you're a freak. This is the most sexual deviant thing that I've ever done, which I continue to do. It's called Two Girls, One Book, One Larry Chang. Do you like how you think it's not going to go Christian? It's been Christian the whole time. I'm actually not joking. And don't even get me started about how many girls in church wanted to do a three-way, two girls, one Larry Chang. This is why I understand your trauma at Hebrew camp. This is why I understand, except it wasn't two girls molesting you or being with you, it was one guy. Basically, the reason I understand Silicon Valley gay mafia so well is two girls who are in their 20s having sex with me as an 11-year-old. That's pretty much the same trauma as one guy. So, two girls who are 20 something and matured is basically like one guy 4 years older than you, 10 years older than you, 8 years older than you. That's the abuse cycle. Let's stop the cycle of abuse. Let's delve into my childhood trauma. Two girls, one Larry Chang. Let's solve it. Two girls, one book. Two girls, one book. Speaking of two girls, one book and fixing your brain, stinky feet happen when you don't have fresh socks. You weren't in my video yesterday. I gave away free socks. Your socks have holes in them. You are on 3-day-old socks. Let me buy you a pair of Under Armour socks. Two girls, one Larry Chang. You see, when girls see my hotel room, they're like, oh my God, do you sell socks? You know that girl that will buy a $13,000 dress, wear it one time, and then throw it away? I learned something from that. Which is why don't I just buy socks or get socks free? Under Armour, thank you. Why don't I just get socks, wear them, and then throw them away? There you go. There you go. You sell your old socks. There you go. I don't believe you. And this is why my humor is great. Because my humor is FAGR humor, fucking around, getting rich, 100.0% truths. Every other comedian is lying at least 15%. Now that you joked about socks used, I'm going to sell used socks in the same way that I sold a dirty dress shirt, two girls in Japan. You can't even make this up, which is, would you like to buy my old dress shirt, Girls in Japan? I look Japanese, I guess. Girls in Japan would buy my dress shirt. Ugh. Ugh. Because it's called the boyfriend shirt. And it's got my smell to it. That's how they masturbate in the shirt. Can we focus? Two girls, one Larry Chang. This is basically book roulette. You can do this clothed. You can do this in a coffee shop. Do you see how I can three-way right in front of you and everybody sees that me talking to two girls is better sex to watch than any gross sex that you watch on porn or OnlyFans. Why? Have you ever watched an athlete go from nobody to somebody? Have you ever watched a random bench player become a superstar? This is what two girls, one Larry Chang is I'm taking some garden variety blonde with anti-gravity boobs who can't read a book or theoretically could read a book, but not coached to read a book. Thank you for telling me that I'm the biggest nobody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Versus what you would normally do, which is text pictures of bathroom selfies showing a little nip. Because you're a woman pretending to be a guy. Guys don't talk like that. That's a woman, page 127, page 132. You're a woman trying to act like a beta male. You're not a beta male. You're actually a woman pretending to be a man. Larry, you're the biggest nobody. I wish you were a beta male trying to drag down an alpha. 2 girls, 1 book. Let's get you to read nonfiction books because you're a woman. You're the biggest nobody. You're the biggest nobody. Oh, I already pinned it. You could be a moderator too. Moderate your own brain. I promoted you from troll to hopefully patrol, where you patrol your own negative thoughts. 2 girls, 1 book. You read books, you're a girl, pay attention. The reason that this works in a coffee shop, the reason this works in a public location, such as 1435 Brickell, the reason this works is no attractive man has ever said to you as your tutor, fucking read, you fucking broken brained hottie. Fucking read for fucking 5 fucking minutes. That's because every time you try to read, your brain's broken. It turns out everyone's brain's broken. This is not just a Gen Z thing. This is not generational. This is your phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking your brain. Sing it with me. My phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking my brain. Your phone is not so smart. It's really just breaking your brain. Because when your brain's broken, you can't read. But this is what happens when you have a really, really attractive guy and your best girlfriend watching you read, is that there's a peer pressure to actually execute 5 minutes. The first 5 minutes, like the first 5 likes, the first 5, like my first 500 subscribers, like first 5, it's almost impossible to do. But this is what happens. This is how you know that this is not my first rodeo, which is when you read 5 minutes and then you pass the book to me, you could try to suck my D or toss my salad or play with my nipples or run your fingers through my hair. I'm going to read because that's not the first time I was getting molested while just trying to be a little kid in school. Miss Bassetto. You see, reading and speed reading was taught to me by Miss Bassetto. She taught me that a year before my unforeseen 3-way happened. And was I thinking about Miss Bassetto while it was happening to get myself through that trauma? Yes. Larry, I'm so confused. Who's Miss Bassetto? Miss Bassetto is who I would rather have gotten molested by. I've always been attracted to women. I've always been kindred with blondes with big boobs. This is Ms. Bassetto, homeroom teacher. I am 10 years old, teaching me PQRST. You see, I'm rocking ginormous wood sitting in the front row. I did not want to sit in the front row. Miss Bassetto put me there. I was probably 5'10" as a 10-year-old. Definitely almost 6 feet tall. So I'm sitting in the front row, rocking full Woody. Miss Bassetto, she smells amazing. She's got super blonde hair. Sometimes her boobs would almost hit me in the face. They were ginormous boobs. She taught PQRST. Larry, are you serious right now? Because isn't that what you taught to Tom Brady? PQRST. I know. I I yeah, PQRST speed reading. You see, while I was getting just mauled by two hot girls when I was 11, I forgive that. But what got me through it was instead of having two brunettes, why couldn't it just been one blonde named Miss Bassetto? I closed my eyes. It never ended. It was a hellhole of a three-way. So when we're doing book club at two girls, one book, there's nothing that women can do to distract me from reading for 5 minutes. Why? Because managing our area below the waist, that's what a man teaches another man. I'm sorry that you have a biological father, but your father never taught you how to manage your wood. You see, women get managed by other women. Hey, this is 100 ways to say no. But the reason there's an income disparity is this: men have to navigate their own body chemical. I think you're meeting the vagina whisperer for the first time. You see, vagina whisperer is realizing that our vaginas produce chemical. That chemical causes our brains to operate differently. Men teach other young men, hey, you're going to have a lot of testosterone. You're going to need to reroute that testosterone energy. Oh, we're we're championing two girls, one book. This is solving everything FAGR. So, two girls, one book. She reads for 5 minutes. She reads for 5 minutes. I read for 5 minutes. And what happens is you reroute attention towards the book. She reads 5 minutes. She reads 5 minutes. I read 5 minutes. This is book roulette. It's two girls, one book. What happens during this practice is you go through 9 iterations of what I call innings, which is we all took a turn reading the book. And you can joke about, oh, when does poop play come in? That's boring. Do you know why poop enters the three-way? That's because one of the people, they rubbed poop on themselves when they were a little kid to protect themselves from an aggressor. That's why poop enters. That's why poop enters. That's why poop enters. That's why poop. That's why poop enters. And then when people think about eating the poop, that is because they're trying to have power over all the poop that surrounds them. You see, you made a joke about two girls, one book by saying, hey, where does the poop come in? You said that. I'm going to answer that because it enters when someone said this to me on a YouTube live when I was giving a monologue. I'm supposed to talk during a monologue. That's how a monologue works. Oh, is it this Chinese guy talking again? They used a derogatory. They said Asian. Is this Asian guy yapping his mouth again? What? Please call me either American or Chinese. Don't call me Asian. This Asian who is ripping on another Asian, because we as women, we tend to hate other women. This is civil war. Can we Asian people, can you Asian people not go to civil war with each other? This Asian says to this Asian, who's actually Chinese, says this: poop in one hand, poop in the other hand, and now clap. I was like, for one, ew. But then I asked myself, because I'm the smartest person in the world, which is the third institution of Silicon Valley, Larry Chang, institution number one, Stanford University, institution number two, Y Combinator, institution number three. You see, Y Combinator in Stanford, they have impossibly high standards. You're not getting into Stanford unless you play two professional sports, rocking a 4.6 GPA, scoring a perfect SAT while playing two professional sports. Sailing and fencing don't count anymore, even though you won a gold. You need to play a revenue sport. That's how high the bar is right now for Stanford, where if you have a gold medal in the Olympics, you're not even 50-50 to get into the engineering program. You're going to probably need an ACE Engineering 145 and have started a Centicorn business. Do you know how much money 9 figures is? Do you know how much money 8 figures is? You see, when I say Stanford, people say that would take me 17 years to get a 4-year degree from. Because when you think incorrectly that it would take you 4 years to get a 4-year engineering degree, now you understand what competitors are doing before Web 12. You see, I invented Web 12 to be helping poor people be less gay and retarded or pansexual and neurodivergent. Because before Web 12, this was true. Your average person on YouTube will not make $100,000 total before they turn 30. Total. This is the opposite of that. This is, we can maybe make 100K before this video even ends. Sparkle, sparkle. Do you believe now in 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge? FAGR, fucking around and getting rich. LinkedIn, it's my dating app. That's okay that you went to Stanford and don't remember. This is the repetition of taking engineering 145 30 times. I'm going to repeat that joke because it's hilarious and you're not laughing because you don't get the humor. This is the first time you've met AI, which is American intelligence. LinkedIn is my dating app. This is the joke explained. You see, most people, they take engineering 145 1.0 times. They probably got an A because Stanford grade inflation. They probably got an A because it's a cool class. I've literally taken that class a half dozen times in the real world. Engineering 145. The reason you take it time and time again is one, that's the value of this video. You're welcome for $100,000. Two, the class is written at the 7th grade level. Three, as soon as people hear Stanford, people get intimidated. Four, technology entrepreneurship using AI, it's the most straightforward thing ever I see. This is how to go from unemployed to speaking at TechCrunch. This is how to go from a student who's not employed to Silicon Valley founder. Four, if you're thinking about applying to Stanford, you're going to need to play 2 sports, perfect SAT, 4.6 GPA, not be a legacy, be a legacy. It's going to be really hard to get in. But what about the third institution of Silicon Valley? Is that going to be hard? No, there are no standards to network with Larry Chang. There are no barriers. There's no paywall. There are literally no standards. You don't even need to have a Wi-Fi because these YouTube videos, they're pre-selected to appear. Look, the algorithm that Chad Hurley and Steve Chen concocted, they're just shoving Larry Chang YouTube videos. Now that you've watched for 20 minutes, there are 4,500 more videos that YouTube is going to coerce you to watch. Why? Because the rabbit hole is not a rabbit hole. People that say rabbit hole and going down a rabbit hole, they've never built the pyramids. They were born on a continent. The pyramids are there, and they're like, oh, yeah, we invented that. That's people that say rabbit hole, and white people too. Like, so much confidence. White people have so much confidence, and when they hear me talking, they're like, oh, that white dude's got too much confidence. Where I'm like, do you not have any Chinese friends? Do you have zero Chinese friends? Because when a Chinese person talks trash, we're exposing ourselves to being attacked, and we're losing our arbitrage. Exposing to attacks, which is, I sound ridiculous when I say I'm the third institution of Silicon Valley. I sound ridiculous saying that because one, most people don't even know what the other 2 institutions are. Like, have you ever even heard of Y Combinator? Most people have never heard of it, but they've definitely heard of Larry Chang because they've seen Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang. They've seen John Chao, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. They've seen those people and they're like, that's just all one person. It's a 6'2", 6'5" guy who's really, really good looking for a Chinese guy. Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, they could be AI. John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang, ENG at Fidelity, they could basically be one guy, Tim Chang, birthday party. John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang, all friends, kind of look alike. I'm at a Tim Chang birthday party because I'm Larry Chang. Tim. A very attractive girl touches me very sisterly. Tim. And I was like, Larry. She's like, what? Tim. I'm like, Larry. She goes, Tim, stop being silly. We need to go over here. I'm like, I can't believe this random hottie thinks that I'm Tim. I'm thinking about making out with her on the premises. Would that be bad? Making out with somebody as Tim Chang? No, I probably better not. I probably better not make out with her. I kind of want to. She's super hot. Let's see if she's going to be attracted to me, Larry Chang, I'm done trying to sleep with hot women as John Teo or Tim Chang. So I say to this hot girl, I'm Larry. Tim's right over there. She looks at me and she looks at her brother over there. And she's like, you look a lot like my brother. We almost had a Dexter and Deborah Morgan moment. I almost traumatized her. Could you imagine if I would have leaned in to kiss her? This is why I use consent as an accelerant. Can you see why I'm not joking about being this hot? Can you see this is not a persona, this is a confession. It's been so burdensome to be this attractive. It's been really, really burdensome. I don't tire of it because I benefit from it, if I'm being honest. But looking like two really, 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 really good looking guys, or six really, really, really good looking guys, Ed Chen, Bruce Wang, Larry Chang, John Teo, Tim Chang, Larry Chang. It's like that Spider-Man quote. With great power comes great responsibility. Being the hottest person on the planet caused me to help Tom Brady do mewing. Tom Brady, I swear, I'm getting goosebumps right now. I almost said we used to not be hot. I don't understand why no one ever accuses me of having height augmentation. Because every blonde girl I date, her boobs get bigger, her face gets glowier. She goes from a 9, 8, 7, 10 to a 10, 9, 8, or 11. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You've never gotten height augmentation? Not only have I never gotten height augmentation, I never get asked. Like, do I not look tall enough for you to ask if I got height augmentation? My mentee, Tom Brady, remember LinkedIn? It's my dating app. Have you seen Tom Brady's water bottle? Have you seen his water bottle? True story, Tom Brady, Miss Basetto, they didn't connect, I don't think. Miss Basetto, when I was getting traumatized by two pretty hot for brunettes, the whole time I was thinking, why couldn't these brunettes with big boobs be one Miss Basetto if I'm going to lose this? You see, being really hot and cute at the same time, and I realize that this isn't cute, but this is my defense mechanism. Ladies, can you maybe slow your roll with those bathroom selfies? Because although I do consent to you sending me bathroom selfies because I can't stop you, so I'm going to say send me more in the hopes that you send me less. Do you see how I have to wire my brain like it's a penis apotaco, which is a vagina? Because I'm trying to get you to stop. You just won't stop. You can't stop. You won't stop. Chang bounce. And it's erect, but that doesn't mean we're emotionally connected. It gets hard when the wind blows. It gets hard when I'm commando because I played basketball and I forgot to pack fresh underwear. I'm not going to wear dirty underwear. I'm going to go commando. Sometimes I'm default zipper down so that way you think I have an STD, so that way you slow your attraction. Tom Brady. I can't tell you how many times people say that he got plastic surgery because he got better looking, and he tried to tell everyone to effing F off by saying mewing. Have you guys ever watched my segment on funny shit I saw on the internet? Mewing, mewing, mewing. Leroy, you could ask me to read the comment section. I can ask you the same thing, which is on your literally 130th video, if you just made $1,000 per video. I am saying 130K per video, but I'm saying you've watched 130 videos. If you just made $1,000 per video, you would be a millionaire. That's my question to you. Do I have your permission to be honest with you? Hello, Web 12. Just write 12 sentences about what this video is about. People would pay $1,000 because smart people in Silicon Valley, they're constantly asking retarded questions, which is, how do you make money? I'm literally making money, blonde billionaire batting 1,000. Does anybody understand what he's saying? Versus, do you have a particular question? Because I have a specific financial goal for you. Let's say $130,000 is impossible because you did not make $130,000 not dealing drugs under 30. Okay. What if you were to make $100 per video? Because remember, if you make $1 in one video, you'll have climbed the Mount Everest of YouTube. YouTube influencers getting you to think you're thinking. YouTube influencers pretending to think while getting you to think that you're thinking, but definitely never do. You see, each one of my videos, there's 100 Easter eggs, dare I say 200 Easter eggs. Tom Brady, Larry Chang, Elon Musk, 3 Easter bunnies, Easter eggs. The exercise of selling one. Here, you don't even need to sell one. You just need to write 12 sentences. For example, Roger A, 2414D. I'm selling one person to use Instacart using a moderator's referral code. Can you sell one? You don't even need to sell one. You just need to write 12 sentences. This is what I learned January 5th inside of Larry Chang Live, and then publish it to Duck9, publish it to YouTube, publish a post, Tom Brady, facial reconstructive surgery. Oh my God, Larry, you're so hot. Have you had plastic surgery? Why don't I ever get asked that? Why is it only people asking Tom Brady, who's nowhere near as good looking as Larry Chang? So wait a minute. If you're not as good looking as me, people are going to ask you more if you got plastic surgery? That makes no mathematical sense. That's like a person with no boobs getting asked, hey, did you borrow money from Capital One for a boob job because you don't have boobs? Wouldn't you ask the person with bigger boobs? And remember, hot face, super tall, really nice penis. That's the equivalent of blonde with big boobs. Have I told you that Miss Bisetto was one of my top 10 crushes? So I'm sitting front row, fully erect. That was my penis hitting my desk, thinking about Miss Bisetto. I don't consume porn. I raw dog. Larry, do you really have an erection for Miss Bisetto? I had to reroute my brain because I need to get rid of my erection. I need to get rid of it. This is where I discovered Napoleon Hill's innovation, sexual energy transmutation, 10 years before I read Think and Grow Rich, chapter 11, sexual energy transmutation. You see, the reason I'm the vagina whisperer is not because I'm a pussy magnet. That's insulting, okay? I do consent for you to mix the two up, but it's still not good because pussy magnet is not vagina whisperer by default. Pussy magnet is, oh, he's so good looking, you can tell he's a pussy magnet. That's derogatory. I consent to you being derogatory. Rerouting sexual energy transmutation, chapter 11, Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill. You see, I'm rocking wood in Miss Bacetto's class. I need to put that dick blood into my brain. This is the four brains of Larry Chang. I wasn't joking about being the number one smartest human on the planet. Maybe my brain wasn't so smart, but I got my second head to teach me how to speed read. Have I told you that Ms. Bacetto was my homeroom teacher, teaching me English, teaching me how to speed read PQRST? Tom Brady on a football field, mic'd up. Guys, we've previewed all the things. We've asked ourselves the tough questions. You know what? During this game, we're going to make the right reads. In summary, we're going to win this test. I'm like, did you just read my pinned tweet, Tom Brady? Do you have to show off the fact that you're the baddest motherfucker on the planet by quoting my mentor, who I dearly still kind of crush on, Miss Bacetto, where I am like a moth to a flame? I'm not going to marry a blonde with giant boobs. And I'm in a doom loop of only blondes with big boobs are attracted to me. I'm in a doom loop. There's a point in time where I probably should settle in for the long snooze and become mahogynous, where I just pick one brunette female that I'm going to not trauma bond with because she's going to be brunette and she's going to want to get into my tickle box and my outside of the tickle box area. Stanford chiming in, University of California, hashtag Cal eWeek. You're meeting the solo founder of California Entrepreneur Week, Larry Chang, co founder with Barack Obama, South by South Lawn, 2016, 2015, at the White House, hosting South by Southwest at the White House. Enjoy that social media, SXSL. You should make $100,000 doing the existing franchise called South by South Lawn. Problem: South by Southwest went bankrupt. Problem: the convention center in downtown Austin, it got decimated. Problem: that franchise, South by Southwest, it's bankrupt. Have you met Larry the Starfish? He does turnarounds. You don't need any money to do this turnaround. You can take over South by South Lawn or South by South Larry. This is financial advice. I guarantee that Barack Obama will not sue you. Ditto Larry Chang. And if Barack Obama sues you, I will side with you with this one sentence. I, Larry Chang, consent to you taking over Barack Obama's franchise. If he sues you, you will actually become a billionaire. Unfortunately, he won't sue you. This is the counterintuitive nature of tiptoeing against a trademark, baiting the shorts, baiting a lawsuit. Easter Bunny, Tom Brady, Larry Chang, Elon Musk, baiting the shorts. Elon Musk, Tom Brady, Larry Chang. You see, I say these things because I'm baiting you. Have you ever read Quora? I'm baiting pansexual neurodivergents to turn themselves around while revealing to me why they're neurodivergent, why they're pansexual. I am the Silicon Valley gay mafia turnaround person. I can't help it. I just need to help you solve your problem. I'm going to turn you around, which is Two Girls, One Book. Two Girls, One Book is where you take that Miss Basetto emergency alert, aisle 3, row 1, 5'10", 10-year-old has an erection. How do you get rid of it? You take dick blood and you put it in your brain. This is the 4 brains of Larry Chang. You're supposed to laugh now because that was a joke, but there really are 4 brains. There are 4 brains. Duck D's, 12 sentences, okay, buddy? And learn to send 1 email because your brain's broken. You're stuck on web 2. Sending an email, that's web 0. Making you with Leroy Jenkins or your fellow African American compatriot. Like, you guys have watched, you guys think that we're in an African campfire right now doing hollerback. We're not. We're on a YouTube live. Okay. This is not a campfire. There is no holler back. You're a moderator. You're not trying to moderate other people. You're not even trying to moderate your own brain. You're trying to moderate money into your bank account. Do you even have a bank account? Or do you think that that's doxing yourself? I don't even want to know how you do banking. You should be banking at 530 Litton. Hashtag 530 Litton. That's Bank of America. I'm not going to give you a free Yama for starting up an account, but I will tell you that at hashtag 530 Litton, I parked a $31 million credit line. I kind of understand fuck you money. Dare I say, I reinvented fuck you money. You see, when I got to Silicon Valley, I asked, do you have fuck you money? And then after I asked it 10 times, I realized this town of money that's fake and real, nobody actually knew what fuck you money is. Before you laugh at VCs who are billionaires and also throwing away 9 figures of LP money, do you even know what fuck you money is? You see, this planet, this country, number 1 in the world, it's got one version of fuck you money, which is I'm going to win the lottery and I'm going to tell my boss, fuck you. No, that's not fuck you money. That's the lowest form of fuck you money. Have I revealed to you that most lottery winners die bankrupt? Hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. You see, a version of fuck you money is 650 versions of fuck you money. And when you only know one version of fuck you money, you're not very money intelligent. That's a problem. What questions do you have up till now? can you ask a good question? That would be page 62, 64, 67, chapter 14, chapter 4, turbo hike. That's hashtag Mushi Moshia Mushi. Mushi 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 is Tom Brady being more Chinese than Chinese people. Congratulations on deeply understanding Chinese knowledge. Have you met Larry the Starfish? When I'm saying Tom Brady, if you're not heterosexual, if you're not homosexual, and you're not even on the planet, Tom Brady plays this thing with an oblong object. It's got laces. It's a football. So he plays professional football. He is my mentee. This is Tom Brady in a way that you kind of don't understand, but once I say it, everything will make sense about everything. Are you locked in right now? Happy January 5 day. Today is day 67 of the hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK turbo hike, which is Mushi Mushi Mushi. Football. All it is chess. And let's say you're not very good at chess because you're not good at chess. Your ELO score is not 5 million. All football is chess, but with consequences. The consequences is you could get obliterated by a guy like me, 6'5", playing cornerback. I should be playing cornerback, but you're not letting me play quarterback because of some parental waiver that my mom and dad won't sign. True story, Greg Colby recruited me to play D1 football from the baseball team. Greg Colby, I think he still coaches at the University of Illinois. Tom Brady, talking about the University of Illinois. Tom Brady, Mushi, Mushi, Mushi. Because chess. Have you heard a press interview after winning a football game? This is what the head coach, the quarterback, the cornerback, the middle linebacker, the running back, we all say the same thing. Did I just make myself into a pro football player? Almost. I've been watching almost one whole football game. I think I can be a pro NFL quarterback. Tom Brady, Mushi, Mushi, Mushi. You see, when you're trying to get on press interview, oh, we won that football game because we were all on the same page. Hashtag Mushi, Mushi, Mushi. You ace that every time. That's your business, bro. You put a hashtag before that, that's spelled perfectly, dude. You should be rich by now. You actually know how to spell that. Everybody look at Doug Dees. He spelled Mushi, Mushi, Mushi 100.0% correctly. You know what? You remind me of Tom Brady. As I wreck my desk with my erection. Did you see that my erection almost wrecked the desk? You saw that. You saw that. I did not lose my shit when it was two girls, one Larry Chang. I did not lose my shit when I revealed to you why I was traumatized as a kid. By the way, my parents kind of know, but now they kind of understand why there are always two girls at church, always on my jock, and why bringing me to Bible camp maybe wasn't the best idea, Mom. So I'm super hot, right? I'm going to get to Tom Brady in a second with mushy, mushy, mushy. So obviously, I'm super hot, right? My parents, they would see girls throwing vagina right in front of them. Their solution was, let's try to make our son less hot. Tom Chang, paging Tom Chang. Where's your MIT brain? This is one of the things that MIT alumni Tom Chang decided to do to try to get women to hit on me less as a 30-year-old looking 10-year-old. I forgive the women that had a three-way with me. I forgive all of you. I'm still not going to trust you, but I forgive you. They had the epiphany, which is not an epiphany. This is why I ran shit in Silicon Valley, because I'm living at home with Yale, MIT, concocting some of the most retarded shit anyone's ever come up with. Here's an example. They thought that me shaving was going to cause puberty to hit harder. They thought that if I was getting that much attention from vagina pre-puberty, post-puberty, it was going to be a vagina tornado everywhere I went. Vagina tornado, a tidal wave of vagina. Have I told you that I think I'm hot? Have I told you? That's not the point of the story. The point of the story is how I understand what it's like to be a pussy magnet. This is my algorithm. You see, when men make money, when women make money, women are fine. Like these blonde billionaires, they don't make that money and they're like, hey, I'm going to get 12 more strange penises inside my vagina. I really always wanted to go on a wild streak. That's not what women say. Men do that all the time, which is the first thing a man does when he becomes a multi-millionaire is they try to live Larry Chang's hellscape of 9 girls one day. Have I told you about the Gamma Phi Beta house in Tucson? Oh, a part of me is still stuck in that house. Raj from Tucson. Have I told you that my Instacart referral code is Roger A 2415D? I think I have. This is how ugly women throw vagina. Larry, can I buy you a bus ticket to my boba tea business? You're trying to do what ugly women do, which is neg, neg, neg. Negging doesn't work in the history of negging. You can neg a woman. I'm not wired for neg. Like when women say, you're not that tall and hot, I just pretend like I'm deaf. And then I will say, what do you say? I can make fun of deaf people because I did one time and I did twice, and both times were amazing. They were actually both amazing. Gamma Phi Beta, University of Illinois. I made fun of a deaf girl because I was on a blind date with her and Julie Chang was introducing me. The reason I remember Julie Chang is Trisha Chang, Stanford University, she's very, very, very fertile. Let's just say she's very, very, very fertile. I'm not saying don't ask. I'm saying stop saying pansexual neurodivergent shiitake. Larry, do you know any banks that would bank a cannabis company? When cannabis becomes legal, I want to show you the plants that are growing. You want to quit that business. It's $1 per pound of cannabis. This is your first Web 12, is you want to quit that business. Cannabis is basically a weed. And when you make weed, it's called weed. When you make it legal, the market value is kind of like cocoa beans, which is cocaine, it's all about $1 a pound. I would grow food because the government's trying to kill you. You can't eat cannabis. Cannabis just is an opiate to keep the people dumb. The market value of cannabis, it's $1 a pound. It's $1 a pound when it's legalized. Look at the market rates dropping. Have you ever watched an episode of Miami Vice? Drugs used to be $40,000 a kilo. It's $200 for a pound now, street value. It was $40K during Miami Vice. Yeah. Somebody got into Tom Chang's collection of DVDs. That market doesn't end well. You're thinking that you want to be a drug dealer. The time to deal drugs, that's past. That's completely past. So, does that answer your bank question? Or can you actually focus on the genius shit that I'm talking about right now? Or is your brain broken? This is what happens when one of the girls wants to vape. 2 girls, 1 book. When you say 2 girls, 1 book, she pulls out a vape. You can't vape and you can't touch your smartphone. Have I told you that Trisha Chang is very, very, very fertile? So, Julie Chang, who embarrassed me as first violin, she's younger than me. She's in the Gamma Phi Beta house. She thinks I'm super hot. How do I know this? Because she set me up with her Gamma Phi Beta friend who is super hot, super Caucasian, super hot. During the lunch, which they paid for, I say, "What are you, deaf?" Because that's an expression that we say at the University of Illinois. 2 weeks later, she's like, "I'm mad at you." I'm like, "Why?" Like, we're having a great conversation. She goes, "You called me deaf." And I was like, "What? When did I say that?" Because you said, "What are you, deaf?" I don't know how long I'd been dating her, but I had no idea that she was deaf. That's a compliment. Remember, I'm pretty smart. This is before when I wasn't the number 1 smartest human on the planet. I was pretty smart then. I mean, University of Illinois engineering, while starting a 9-figure business, while being an officer in my fraternity, while playing for Augie Garrido, while being great at sales at the Daily Illini, while being number 1 in selling cars, while being Dean's Lists, University of Illinois engineering. Like, that's some pretty good starting a business selling physics notes with a anointed monopoly given to me by Professor Wolf. This is some never graduating number one highest starting salary, University of Illinois. I realize that's not the number one smartest person in Silicon Valley stuff, but it's still commendable. The whole time, I had no idea she was deaf. She talked perfectly. She understood everything. Don't blame me for calling you deaf. Credit yourself. I had no idea. I had no idea. That's like the Collins brothers. One of them came out as gay, and his twin was like, "What? Like, like, credit yourself. Credit yourself." I had no idea she was deaf. Second time I made second time I made fun of somebody. Second time I made fun of somebody. That started a best friend scenario the second time I joked about someone being deaf. Oh, it's a don't moderate other people. Let people talk. Moderate your own brain. Leroy, moderate your own motherfucking bank account where you're offering me a fucking bus ticket? What is wrong with you, dude? Your bank account's anemic and you're correcting other people? Because Cody's got a great point. But I'm so great. Why don't women want my gross personality? You see, Cody, it's a protection mechanism. I'm really, 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 really hot. And I'm really, really, really tired of so many women treating me like I'm really, really, really hot and then not asking me behind my protective shell is a beautiful personality that most women can't see because most women won't even ask me, "Hey, did you get plastic surgery?" Tom Brady. I can't tell you how many people say, "Have you had work done?" What you're saying that there is that mewing doesn't work. What you're saying there is you used to be ugly, now you're pretty. That's pretty rude. Am I not pretty enough as a pretty boy to ever wager one bad question of, "Larry, did you get plastic surgery?" Thank you. Thank you. I know that you're female. Thank you. Do you want to be a moderator? Pinning your tweet while making a mod. Lil Asian DIC energy. I'm going to assume that you can't spell dick. Welcome to America from Europe. It's really late there. There's a K at the end of penis. Because when you say that you want to talk about my penis, I consent, ladies, lady, person with vagina who's 24 years old. You're at peak sexual market value right now talking about my penis. You have a shelf life. Let's try to maximize your sexual market value opportunities. Let's try to pray your negativity away. You see, you said little Asian dick energy, I guess. You're literally 1 for 4, 1 for 6. You said 6 words, little Asian DIC energy, comma, I guess. 1, you're high socioeconomic using low soc words. How spot on am I about your being 24 years old as a woman? High upper middle class. Your dad's actually rich. Asian. That's derogatory. you're lumping me in with people who poop on the streets in the third world, Pakistan, India. How Jugad is this? You see, Jugad is Jugad is like Jugad. It's like very Indian Jewish to hide the skip YouTube advertising button in more and ever increasingly difficult ways. Because Leroy's taking this abuse because his bank account is anemic. He just offered to buy me a bus ticket. It's because he wants to give me everything that he owns in order to get some face to face time. He doesn't have enough money for an airplane ticket. Don't fault him for throwing a Hail Mary. Fault him for not making $50. Also, Leroy, don't moderate other people. Your job here is just moderate energy. Look at what I did with negative energy. Little Asian dick energy, I guess. You see, LinkedIn is my dating app. You see, I took a negative turd that you said out of your mouth as an upper middle class female heterosexual, trying to say that my penis is small when there has never been more BDE ever in one YouTube room. By BDE, I mean big dick energy. You see, my penis, you brought it up. Let's talk about it. My penis, it goes everywhere. My penis is going to impregnate your bank account. And then after my penis inserts 200K into your bank account, you want to add another bank account because remember, FDIC insurance for the coming crash, the insurance only goes to $200,000 per account, $400,000 if you get some weird exemption. I don't trust the government for shit all. Let me use my ginormous, intelligent Chinese python that is obviously able to unearth the G spots, even in people that have never had an orgasm in person. This is how we're going to have an orgasm of money in person. What kind of big dick energy is this? I don't want to have sex with you face to face. You're not blonde. You're not positive. Your boobs are very big, though. Your boobs are very big. So we're going to do this. This is not my first rodeo. You see, we're in a 2-bedroom, 4 Seasons hotel suite. This hotel is going bankrupt. We better hurry up and have heterosexual sex fast. This hotel is not friendly to homosexual looking guys like me who are about to have heterosexual sex. Why were the civil wars inside the LGBT community so fierce? It's because the stakes were so low. We're in a 2-bedroom, 4 Seasons suite. Heterosexual sex is not welcome here. Let's quickly solve the fact that you're having a hard time with an orgasm. You're going to go outside of my bed. We're going to have phone sex. We're having phone sex right now because I will never meet up with you. This is how I do it. You see, it's not that you can't have an orgasm with me, because if you didn't already have an orgasm with me without me, you'll not be having an orgasm with me, because this is the vagina whisperer, which is we as women, we don't have orgasms physically. We have orgasms emotionally and psychologically. Do you see why when you call me a pussy magnet, you're trying to demoralize me? I'm a vagina whisperer. I don't want to be. I didn't even, that's, origin story of how I got called the vagina whisperer is the LGBTQ community calling me the vagina whisperer. If this feminist movement needs Larry Chang, who am I to say no to being drafted? I'm on everybody's team. I love Jesus. I love you. Little Asian dick energy, I guess. You're trying to be a beta male as a woman. Let's not be beta males as women. Have you met those women that are incredibly masculine? Grr, I'm an angry masculine woman. We're going to hydrate. We're going to hydrate. I recommend drinking green tea for the chemical. Matt Smith, I didn't know that 20-year-olds were on the menu. Tom Brady. Larry, I didn't know that 20-year-olds were on the menu. What's on the menu for us is using LinkedIn as our dating app. That's some Larry Chang level of maneuvering. I'm using my personality as a protection mechanism. Love me and my super hotness and all the warts. You see, if I don't tell you about these things, we're going to be dating. And while we're dating, you're going to witness some waitress that isn't even serving our table come over and throw vagina right in front of you. And then you're going to say, oh my God, you weren't joking. And then you're going to say, how many women do you sleep with when you go on a business trip? And then your mind's going to race because you're going to look at my social media and say, oh my God, everything's real. And then you're going to say, I can't date you anymore because you'll never be loyal to one person. And then your vagina will be putting out chemical into your brain. But if I initially tell you everything that's true, you'll be like, oh my God, my dad was the same way. He's actually a great dad. My parents are still married. Let me repeat that because this is my NFL NBA algorithm. which is this. You see, pro athletes, we used to not be multimillionaires before we became a pro athlete. Money changes people, it more so changes men. I've never met one of the blonde billionaires who I helped become a billionaire, Jessica Scorpio. I always forget her. Not always. I never forget her. Booth Babe into billionaire. I can't help it. I can't help it. Did her. When I think about her and her sister, I stutter. Ashley Scorpio, Jessica Scorpio. You think that these thoughts aren't coherent because you're hoping that I'm lying and you're hoping that your brain doesn't understand. You've never been to a Larry Chang YouTube live. I don't want you to subscribe. This is a one and done situation. Jessica Scorpio, Tom Brady revealing loyalty. Because when her dad is attractive but loyal to the mom, that's ding, 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 ding. My dad was the same way. This is also why alpha male dudes end up having only daughters. It's just the wiring of life. Not to say that Tom Brady's dad almost had only daughters. Tom Brady's the fourth child, three older sisters. Welcome to my algorithm. You see, he didn't tell me this, but this is how the math works. You've got three older sisters. You're 6'1", you're 12 years old. What happens when these sisters have girls over for sleepover? What happens? This is what happens to all tall kids who are athletic and hot. Here's the question, which is the genius point of blonde billionaires. No blonde who becomes a billionaire ever says, I want to get 20 more random dicks. I just want 20 more, I just want 20 more startup experiences with relationships. I just want 20 more. I just want 20 more. You could get mad at Stefan Pan, who's Tai Lopez situation. But what I want to ask you is what if Tai Lopez had a University of Illinois computer science degree and actually understood credit? What if Tai Lopez had enough money for his dream car and then he made money in order to buy 2,000 dream cars and then decided to not drive a Lamborghini? True story. I'm too big for a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. This is why I became the smartest person in the planet is I decided to not die in a car crash. Guys like me, we all die in a car crash. I can't die in a car crash if I'm not going 400 miles an hour in my exotic sports car that I don't own. Ditto, a boating accident. Prayers up Travis Kalanick's mom, Bonnie, who passed away in a boating accident. This is why I don't love yachting, because boating and yachting and sports caring, Travis Kalanick, founder of Uber, oh, mother passed away. Let's pray real quick for Travis' mother, Bonnie. Father Lord, thank you for our time together. Thank you for all the money. Thank you for all the money that we steward every time I talk to Travis. Ryan Graves, Garrett Camp, or random trolls that I empower with moderator. We just poop out money. Father Lord, please be with Travis as we're praying for Bonnie, his mom, and his dad, Don, for it's not easy to lose your mom. It doesn't matter if you're 38 or 11. It doesn't matter. It's really difficult. It's really difficult. Father Lord, let's also pray for Steve Kerr, lost his father. Let's also pray for Kara Swisher, also lost a parent. Is this a overtly non-secret society of people that have lost a parent and then taken hardship and gotten better? Maybe. Father Lord, in heaven, can you say that Bonnie should be looking down on Travis and Larry Chang right now? This is why we don't mother scratching yacht or motorboat. That shit's dangerous. Father Lord, thank you for the ability to buy 13,000 European supercars. Father Lord, thank you for making me too big to fit into a little man Ferrari because you can't die like that really, really, really good looking guy from Fast and the Furious who had tires that were exotic and melted. I had no idea that you had to change new tires even though the tires were fine. Let's duck death. Let's duck financial death. Let's bless people, Father, because you blessed me with brains in my head. You blessed me with brains in my stomach. Father Lord, you obviously blessed me with a beautiful penis that is more IQ in my penis head than most VCs with an IQ of 130. Father Lord, also thank you for the brains in my ass. When people weren't joking, Larry has more brains in his fluffy bubble butt than most people have in their brain. Father Lord, also thank you for yummy and delicious food that is nutritious and seed oil free because when we don't have brain fog, we operate better. Father Lord, also thank you for your promise that when two or more gathered in your name, that you'll show up. That you'll show up. Also in heaven, since this prayer should have been funny but became emotional, please say hi to Augie Garrido. I mean, what if Augie Garrido had a computer science degree? Because you can get a computer science degree as a 50-year-old coach. Just ask John Lynch. Father Lord, thank you for my brain calculating that February 8th is the Super Bowl. Father Lord, thank you for a free trip to the Super Bowl where I'm probably going to make $575 million doing nothing aside from taking notes and walking around my dog, Tom Brady. Father Lord, I hope that Tom Brady enters into a positive relationship because him getting cheated on by a supermodel who's 50, that's not right. Oh, hopefully that relationship with that 20-year-old will finally be Tom Brady listening to Larry Chang again with that Alex Early situation. Father Lord, be with Tom Brady as he stewards all that money and that that relationship with that 25-year-old influencer. Father Lord, if other people have never prayed before, how amazing has this prayer been? Is this your first prayer? This is what it's like. This is what it's like in young life. Father Lord, thank you for the flexibility in vacation time and for having a terrific boss who's very understanding. Father Lord, thank you for the vagina that comes my way. I'm stewarding vagina. You see me stewarding it. Father Lord, in the next 10 3-ways, help me only stay at first base or first base. I'm not talking about butt being the new first base. I'm talking about first base, like just making out. And maybe a real quick stop at third base. Father Lord, thank you for humor. Thank you for Bitcoin. Thank you for Web 12. That's kind of your idea, right? With the money changers. Thank you for helping me coin the phrase Web 5, Web 4, Web 3. Father Lord, thank you for my Jewish friend, Mark Pincus. Thank you for Tim O'Reilly for telling me what Web 2 was. Thank you, Lord, for helping me solve social media. In Jesus' name we pray. And if you've never prayed before, you don't need me to say amen. If you're half listening to this, you prayed. Amen. Rest in peace, Bonnie. We are not going to die if our name is Larry Chang in a boating accident. We don't want to tell other people to focus. We want to inseminate our bank account, Tom Brady, mushy, mushy, mushy. Just say that over and over again. And also, you didn't put the hashtag in the correct spot. You never put the hashtag in the right spot. Your brain's broken. You get to boss around other people to make yourself feel better. Do I feel better bossing around people? No. I get angry that your bank account isn't so swollen that you say, hey, Larry, the East Palo Alto Four Seasons that you're staying in, I dropped off a Rolex for you. When we're all on the same page, we really mean we're on the same 35 pages. When we say we're all on the same page, it's the same 650 pages. When we say we're all on the same page, we are simultaneously on the right page in all 650 pages. You see, the thing that Greg Colby understood when he was recruiting me to play quarterback, even though I never played in high school, is that he thought I could learn how to speed read while having a cannon for an arm. An arm cannon is where you can throw lefty or righty at 180 miles an hour. That's from my mouth into Jesus' ear, because what better way to show people that the end times are coming than for a dude who exercises not even 10 hours a week to be able to throw a football 180 yards. It's a miracle. 60 yards is the floor. Greg Colby recruiting me. Let's all be on the same 2 pages via this video. What 2 pages are we going to be on the same page on? That would be Web 12. You see, you've never learned a thing on YouTube that caused you to execute a thing. What I'm saying is, you've never made money. You make fun of incels. Look, little Asian dick energy, I guess. That's said by a female involuntarily celibate. She will not make 100K total before she turns 30. That's because she's economically incelibate. Let's try to make 100K in 1 year. If you can't do that in this economy, which is currently a Great Depression, you don't understand what the K-shaped recovery is. You don't know what the K-shaped economy is. Let me explain it to you, even though you can't read a graph and you can't read 5 pages. The K-shaped economy are 2 economies. One's going up, the other one's going from the shitter into something shittier than a shitter, which is a shitty shitter. That's the K-shaped economy. Colloquialized, best of times, worst of times. You see, right now, you're in the 2020s. You can't travel in time. Let's travel back in time, which I can do because I can read a history book. That would be the 1920s. Weimar Germany. Larry, are you going to mention the Roman Empire? Because I never think about the Roman Empire. You see, we're in Roman Empire end times right now. Right out of Caligula, this is how I can roll a 3-way right into book club, because best of times, worst of times, the genders are fluid. I'm solving problems of Silicon Valley gay mafia. 1920s, Larry, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. You haven't seen Christmas parties because, have you seen my pictures from Christmas parties? It's the best of Christmas parties, $2-3 million Christmas parties. It's also the worst of Christmas parties. Some people kind of didn't celebrate Christmas, and I'm not talking about the people who killed Jesus not celebrating Christmas, because me, I'm the vagina whisperer. I get hot Jewish girls to wish me Christmas, dress up in Christmas stuff, and then give me Christmas gifts. It's like when you date a vegan and then you make her cook you meat. You don't have to eat the meat. Me, I eat the meat. I'm Christian. Would you like to give me a Christmas gift? That's what's required. (1920s, 1820s, 1720s, 1620s). As a moderator, when you want other people to be a mod, why don't you moderate your own bank account? Help me help you. You're having an argument with me about selling $7 boba tea. I don't believe you. I don't believe you because one, I don't believe your name, I don't believe your email, and you can't email or text. This is your 200th video. You're telling me that your $7 boba tea business is booming right now? You're telling me that thank you for the super chat. Your business is booming right now in North Carolina. Your business is booming right now in North Carolina selling $7 teas. I don't believe you. And this is where I don't believe you. And I'm really good and I'm super gullible. Being on the same page, reading the rules. Larry, are you worried that they're going to tax billionaires? They're going to come up with a tax. Tax requires tax law. When you write the law, somebody's going to want to read it with the goal, hey, how can I read this tax law and not pay tax? What if I got 12 other people, paid them $2,000 per hour to read tax law? Guess who wins? The writer of the tax law or the reader of the tax law? You see, the reason that tax law is thousands and thousands of pages is because DBs like me, defensive backs, who are trying to protect against tax. This is my first instance of reading rules. You see, obviously I was in a fraternity and obviously I was super popular. But I didn't want to be the only guy in my fraternity rolling three-ways. I thought, what if my entire fraternity did a three-way? Is this an orgy? No, remember, I'm Christian. I got to read all the rules and I got to apply to all of them. I got to apply all of them. Reading the rules. The rules never stated that you can't have a three-way with two sororities. What am I talking about? I'm talking about University of Illinois. I'm talking about football block. If you're not from America, Division I football is super social. I happen to like basketball more. I don't need to tailgate. Plus, remember, I'm studying engineering. I can't even go to the football game. That's 5 hours. So I'm selling a drug called football that I don't even get to consume. Football block. University of Illinois. There's 55 schools. And this applies to you. Why? Because you think you're in competition for a small number. Because the middle class is getting annihilated. I don't believe that your $7 boba business is thriving right now. Are you in pre-production? Yeah, you're lying. How good's my CRM? Crowd reading management. This is how to be honest about how competitive it is. This competition is going to help you be unfairly competitive. This is Larry Chang using LinkedIn as a dating app. 50, 55, 58 fraternities, 28, 30 sororities. Not every fraternity connects to one sorority. The bottom houses don't get football block. Football block is one fraternity, one sorority. All day Saturday, you're stuck with a fraternity. They host you for football brunch.
They host you for travel to the football game. They host you for tailgate. They host you for football block because you're sitting in a block of seats. That's also incredibly competitive. Most football blocks are shitty seats, but it's just a party, so nobody cares. Me, I'm not going to the game, but I don't sit in shitty seats. You've seen me in the front row at New York Fashion Week. I don't even like fashion. I'm sitting front row at New York Fashion Week because that's where Patrick McMullen is going to take my picture, because I'm going to ask Patrick McMullen to take my picture and other women's picture because it's going to help you become more competitive. Football block. There is nothing in the rules that prohibits competition. It's incredibly competitive. The top 5 sororities marry up with the top 5 fraternities. So there's 60 fraternities, there's 58 fraternities, there's almost 30 sororities, there's like 28 sororities. The rule-making organization, Panhellenic, they never thought that they would meet a motherfucker like Larry Chang, which is 1 fraternity, 2 sororities. Remember, I'm psychologically DG, not Delta Gamma. I'm psychologically DG. Anchor Splash, Delta Gamma, it's amazing. Thank you for making me Anchor Splash guy while simultaneously being Kappa Alpha Theta guy. DG's hates Thetas. Ladies, instead of fighting over me, can't we just do a 3-way? I'm psychologically DG, damaged goods. I will still meet Thetas and DGs and say secret sorority shit, in addition to the 2 Jewish sororities, AE Phi and SDT. Be scared that I can rifle off Greek secrets. Let's talk about a 3-way, Kappa Delta, AE Phi, Kappa Sigma. Have you guys seen those videos that are Sigma male videos? Timing you out, not because I'm trying to mitigate you. Timing you out hurts me. Help me help you. Me removing you, that hurts me. I only got 7 people that are watching. That's not possible. That's not possible. That's not possible. Because you're actively trying to be at civil war with yourself. This is why you've never made $1. You think we're in a campfire right now. You think you're being a hollerback girl. I am not a cheerleader in Africa. I am a cheerleader in America using Web 12. We are not in a campfire right now. You're going to need to do some work on your own besides what you currently do, which is after you spend 2 hours with me, you're going to water down the genius shit that you heard here with 15 other campfires that are trying to be a crab in a pot, dragging you back in to the pot of your ethnicity. It's women hating on other women. This is black on black crime where you're trying to escape the black crime. The real crime is not cheering for each other and dragging each other down. Why, after hearing this genius shit, are you going to go water it down with literally retarded people? We are the sum total of the 5 YouTube influencers that we spend the most amount of time with. Let me repeat that. Larry Chang is the sum total of the 5 times that I retook Engineering 145. I'm really proud of myself for that. Do you know why? Because I found it. I found Engineering 145. I found it. And as a retard, I felt like I didn't deserve to teach it. I found it. They said, "You have the most genius shit I've ever heard. We saw you. We saw you, Larry. We saw you." And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You guys are 2 men. I just spoke at SWIB, Stanford Women in Business, and you say that you saw me? Whoa, 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 whoa. What did you think that you see? They're like, we saw it. We saw it. We saw it all. I'm like, I was never within 13 feet of a Stanford undergrad, and it was always in public. They're like, what? No, that's not what we saw. You're totally fine in that department. I'm like, oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm fine. So what did you see? They go, Tom Kosnick, Tom Byers. They go, we saw you. We saw you. We saw you give out your phone number 13, 14, 15 hours ago. We saw you. We saw you give your little shtick. We were laughing and amazed. I'm like, you saw that? That was like 15 hours ago. It was 11:15, 11:30 at Evia, the SWIB, Stanford Women in Business speaker dinner. I know, men who weren't speaking, but they were faculty, so they're invited. They're professors going to the speaker dinner. I was the only man at the speaker dinner because I was the only man speaking. After SWIB, I spoke at a bunch more women's conferences because I know women really well, right? Obviously. And some woman was like, oh my God, this is the most genius shit ever. You talking about chemicals in our vagina, you talking about connecting to the pineal gland, you solving every issue for female entrepreneurship. You're the vagina whisperer. I'm like, what? That sounds like pussy magnet. They're like, no, no, no. I'm lesbian. I don't mean pussy magnet, even though you're very attractive. Awkward. Thank you. I consent to you saying whatever you're going to say, okay? No, no, you're the vagina whisperer. You're right. Our vaginas put out chemical that cause us to be risk mitigating. If we start a business, it ends up being successful. Have you heard that before? Women are too risk mitigating and they spend too much time preparing. They over prepare. They over prepare for entrepreneurship. They over prepare. But we as really, really attractive people, where we know we're going to get invited somewhere where everybody's going to want to fuck us, we ask too many questions and we're too risk averse. This is why I understand women so well, is I understand what it's like to get invited to a party. What's your agenda? What do you want me to wear? I'm going to ask you a billion questions. I'm not annoying like that. This is the vagina whisperer. Tom Kosnick, Tom Byers. Larry, we saw what you did. What did you see I do? We saw you give out your phone number to 700 women. We saw that. This is my keynote. Hi, everybody. The name of this conference, SWIB, Stanford Women in Business, I don't know to CEO. Let's make everyone here a CEO. Let's practice bossing around an alpha male. Let's boss around a male who's older than us. Let's get used to being CEO and let's get comfortable giving commands that are pertinent in our path in going from I don't know to CEO. Unfortunately, ladies, a VIP male couldn't show up today at 9 fucking a.m. on a Saturday. That's why you guys are stuck with me. Ha ha ha. Laugh, laugh, laugh. This is what you're going to do. You're going to write down my phone number and you're going to give me tasks to do. I am your executive assistant. I am your male assistant, 10 years older than you. Get used to bossing around men in the boardroom. Get used to bossing around men as your VP of sales. Get used to bossing around men as a Stanford female CS major, comfortable bossing men around. Write down my phone number. When you want a contact of a speaker, for example, my friend Marissa Mayer, employee number 5, who's going to be speaking. So let's say you want an introduction to a speaker, but you can't be bothered with asking for an email or a cell phone. That's where I come in. I don't even have a name. I have a phone number. You ask nameless person with this phone number for a third time, 650-283-8008. You ask me as your executive administrator, exec admin, as your EA, as your PA, as your personal assistant for the next 3 days. Hey, nameless person speaking at a women's conference who might resemble a man, he, laughter everywhere. I want an introduction over text message or email to any one of the speakers because I have all the contact info from that. So you ask me for an email or a text intro, I will be your assistant. Let me bring up Christine and Anna, the chair people for SWIB, who organized all your speakers. Have a terrific day, and I'll talk to you via text message. That was my keynote. It's supposed to last 60 minutes. It lasted 6 minutes. Go ahead and make the jokes about being a 7-minute man. Go ahead and make those jokes. The reason that you're having a hard time with going to $1 million is you refuse to ask questions based on the fact that you're inbound trying to sell more. You're hoping for one magical piece of advice. That's why you're on video number 200. You're on video number 200 while never sending an email, never asking a semi-intelligent question. This is how to 62, 64, 67. I am going to say Tom Brady again because once you understand this about Tom Brady, you'll understand everything about everything. Why have you never said thank you? You just have complaints. So this is why I will never meet you in person because it's never been good ever. So if it's never been good before, it's never going to be good after. How good is my arithmetic? Tom Brady. You see, in the casual interactions that I've had with Tom Brady, I've risen, he's risen. Every time we talk, he gets better, I get better, markedly better. Why is that? It's because most people ask not just shitty questions. Most people, the way they ask questions is like an Asian person pooping in the streets while eating cow poop at festival. You don't have to continue to eat poop the way that JD Vance enjoys eating poop, asking Nick Fuentes, would you like to come over for dinner and eat some poop? Which is, you think I'm calling you out, but this is your first Chinese friend cheering for you because I want you obviously to do well. I want you obviously to do well. But you have one problem summed up in 2 words, which is time preference. You don't have delayed gratification. Your time preference is broken because you need immediate. You say something not positive, and then I make it positive. Now we're having an argument. We're not even meeting right now and we're having an argument. Imagine that's why you won't send an email. Because the telephone call, that's also going to be an argument. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, Larry, don't use LinkedIn as your dating app. Because I know better. Have you even looked at my LinkedIn? It's beyond genius. This is why I use LinkedIn as my dating app. You see, when we were trying to succeed in financial services, we always joked, if this thing goes to hell, we'll just do business cards online. Does that make sense? So, LinkedIn, venture capital. Venture capital has 4 layers. That's VC. That's Stanford everything. That's YC. That's Larry Chang. It's venture capital, venture capital, venture capital. Stanford's venture capital, it's impossible to get. But once you get into Stanford, they'll throw $10 million your way for having a school ID. This is just how the world works. Ditto Y Combinator. If you get into Y Combinator, even if a VC doesn't understand what you're saying, you get $10 million in pre-seed money. Me, I think $10 million I wouldn't even get out of bed for. That's why when I do venture capital, I'm going to do more money, lower standards. Let me repeat that. 3 institutions of Silicon Valley, it's all bullshit. Real shit, it's all venture capital. Have you never looked into Fund of Founders? LinkedIn is my dating app. When you look at LinkedIn, this is funny shit that I saw on the internet. Because there is nothing more funny than a really gorgeous, tall Chinese guy on LinkedIn with 1 contact. Larry, I thought you knew everybody. Why does your LinkedIn only have 1 person? I always knew what Silicon Valley knows, which is LinkedIn is for losers who are retarded, who are probably unemployed and retarded. This is LinkedIn. Layer 3 of venture capital is LinkedIn. Layer 0 of venture capital is LinkedIn. LinkedIn venture capital contacts, knowing a VC, knowing Larry Chang, look at how long you've known me. It has not helped you get rich. But everybody thinks if I just stand next to VC, I'll somehow be rich and great. This is how people think. What the 3rd institution of Silicon Valley is telling you is, congratulations, you got into Stanford and YC. You're still fucked because VCs in a 9-figure fund, they will not make 9 millionaires in a 9-figure fund. And if you can't do the math, I don't have enough time to walk you through it. I can make more millionaires by sitting in your Lyft or Uber than most VCs with $500 million. And if you don't do the math on that, because the math, it's incredibly offensive, because I'm telling people an IQ of 200, you're fucking retarded. I can tell people who are rich retarded, because rich people who are smart, they'll be like, okay, I'm making a mistake, Larry. Can you accept $500 million to fix my mistake? That's why you call rich people retarded. It's not an insult. It's, I'm about to make you a ton of money. That's vagina whispering, but seasoned executives. That's seasoned executive whispering. If I'm calling you retarded, it's because I'm about to make you rich. That's the tuition. You could screw me on the Rolex, okay? You've never given a gift. You're not thankful to a high school teacher. You didn't even give your baseball coach a Rolex. Oh, wait. You did give Augie Garrido a Rolex. Augie Garrido, rich people helping each other and saying thank you. You see, there's actually no white patriarchy. There's no Jewish patriarchy or secret society. All it is people at the top of the food pyramid who are headed to the top of the highest economic echelons being able to say thank you. You've never said thank you, and I do more in thank you gifts than you make in 10 years. These data points are jagged pills for me to deliver because 10 of you just unsubscribed. That's good news, because over on LinkedIn, which is my dating app, I have one contact. You should ask yourself who my one contact is. You should ask yourself how that one contact came to be, because I recognized him. To hide his anonymity, we'll call him Rolf Botha, because that's his name. When I met him, I said, you should be a VC. You'd be a great VC. This is before he signed up at Sequoia. I said he'd be a great VC. He added me. The next person that I add, I'm going to make $15 million to $20 million. It's going to be another VC. Pay me to be your friend. Do you know about the fraternity business model? Larry, I didn't join a fraternity. I don't need to pay to be friends with people. What? If I didn't join a fraternity, I would have failed out of the University of Illinois because I needed class files. What are class files? How does this apply to what we're talking about? University of Illinois Engineering School. The entire system was set up to get you to fail out of college. This is why there are so many productive Illinois grads in Silicon Valley. Because we succeeded at the University of Illinois, which is an absolute poop show. It was not good. It was not good. Problematic to the core. And look at how you don't care about my emotional struggle. You don't care that this emotional struggle that I went through, you're going to need to go through. Congratulations for staying into the midway point. Because look at Silicon Valley. Look at this website. It was started by University of Illinois. Steve Chen, Chad Hurley. It was started by University of Illinois. Ditto Max, ditto Luke Nosek, ditto. You see, Silicon Valley has got problems. There's only one version of fuck you money. There's only one version. No, I haven't left. I just need to catch up on messages. When, Larry, why won't you read my comments? Why don't you take your first page of notes? Forget about your first page of notes. Let's write one line of code called "Let's program our brain." Let's write one line of notes. Oh, but Larry, Gemini 3 transcribes your videos. Yeah? When was the last time you restudied an old video? Remember, I took Engineering 145 before I took Engineering 145. By calling me a pencil neck, what you're telling me is that my jawline is amazing for weighing 238 pounds of less than 10% body fat. So thank you for telling me that my jawline is protruding because my neck is ginormously thick. It's just that my jawline and my chisel cause you to say beta male stuff. Oh my God, you're not a beta male. You are a beta male. Darn it. I was hoping you're a woman pretending to be a man. I just checked my CRM, my crowd relationship management software. Apologize. Do you know who Arthur Morgan is? I apologize. I feel you, dude. Message retracted. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job with knowing about Elon's money. It's around 650 billion right now. I'd be good with 500K. You're looking for Elon Musk, Larry Chang as your sugar daddy. March 15, I did a party called Reverse Sugar Daddy. Simultaneously, Shelby Sap, Shelby like the Mustang, Sap like S as in Sally, APP. Coincidentally, we had Hive Mind. We both did videos called Your Sugar Daddy is Making You Go Bankrupt, stimulating into day 0 of the 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK, which is day 0. Your sugar daddy is causing you to go bankrupt. Postmenopausal has chimed in. Larry, I only have 2 eggs left. Correction, you're at 0 eggs. I'm going to guess that you're pushing 58 years old. You've been menopausal for a decade. How vagina whisperer am I? You have 0 eggs. Normally with menopause, after the hot flashes come, beware that endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome are still prevalent conditions. My mom didn't cut me off because she didn't want to hurt me. I don't even have 50K, and I already feel 500K isn't enough. Larry, can all of us in the chat form a new business? Why don't you put 12 sentences together for the first time? That's step one, is fixing our brain. Oh, that could be the company. It's called, I understand why Larry Chang uses LinkedIn as his dating app. Do you teach business credit? That would be 2,000 videos. Have you never seen my channel? That's cool. I do teach business credit. It's $0, or you can pay me $20,000 and I'll just send you Larry Chang videos. And then after you do get $20,000 line of credit, I'll give you back your $20,000. Does that make sense? It's like a rebate model. Silicon Valley, Stanford will give you $10 million in VC. Y Combinator, $10 million in VC. Larry Chang parked $31 million. I'm not going to give it to you in one lump sum, obviously. It's deeply understanding Chinese knowledge. I'll give you $31 million, $300 at a time. That's called tranching. That's Wall Street. Tranching. $31 million. Duck D's, try to get your hashtag correctly. You spelled it right, mushy, 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 but you didn't put a hashtag and then all the money's lost. Larry, you should care for that dying plant behind you and nurture something besides this weird incel shit. So I'm going to say that you have 0 plants that you've been able to keep alive because not only do you not believe that plant propagation is a real thing, you're trying to see something that's obviously alive as dead, which is your own soul dying on the vine. That's Lucifer's last grasp on your heart. Let's pray the retard away. Father, Lord, please help people be less retarded. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Ever since that 8 prayer video, I'm going to be well above 2.5 prayer per video. Larry, do you have a rice farmer hat? Person who has obviously dark energy all around. If I were to have a rice farmer hat, do you realize that one rice farmer would have invented more things in 10 years than the entire continent of Africa has invented since 30,000 BC? To the year 30,000 AD, please accept Jesus Christ into your life. Please. Or don't. I don't care. Because if you accepted Jesus in your life, that dark energy of you saying pansexual, satanic
inspired things would be mitigated. Did I just solve neurodivergence? Have you heard the devil is in the details? That's what makes the Jeffrey Dahmer joke funny, is cocoa beans. That's what makes Blummer Chocolate, Jeffrey Dahmer's joke, hilarious. Do you see why when you don't laugh and you try to tell me that I don't know the chemical formula for cocaine, which is basically C6H12O6? Yeah, that's correct. Do you see that? Do you not see that? Like, you're literally trying to correct a chemical engineer with the concoction of, I could cook up cocaine, I just don't want to sell it for $1,500 per kilo, right? Because how many people would I be killing by selling a smokable form of cocaine? But guess what? Chocolate, that's someone else's version of a drug. Oh my God. Me explaining the joke, it actually makes it even more funny. It actually makes it even more funny. It actually makes it even more funny. This is why yesterday I did tiger comedy. It's like having a tiger mom or a tiger dad. It's where the comedian is yelling at you, but making you rich. That's mushy, mushy, mushy. You see, mushy, mushy, mushy is, can you memorize one line of code? Because, Larry, you speak in code. Cool. Memorize one of them, and I'll show you how it works to make $800 every time. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. We're not going to take a short break. You are going to focus and lock in. You're going to get a pen, and you're going to turn off the TV, because 2 screens is making your IQ of 130 turn into an IQ of 65. So what we're going to do is we're going to go from where you are right now, which is lame as fuck, and you're going to become amazing. South by Southwest. Found a joke franchise. We can say, hey, Larry, I'm super hot. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. Can you show me your butt? I want you to show me my butt. What fairy tales do you think that I believe in? Because I'm about to make you or your neighbor, Feline Gaming, I want to make the fairy tale happen. I'm not going to say that I'm friends with Justin Kahn, who started Twitch, who started live streaming. I'm not going to say that. Oh, I'm going to teach you how to make money. Bathroom selfie, not needed. If that was you sending me the bathroom selfie, that's okay. You have very nice boobs. And I don't care. I just care about your mind and our personalities connecting and you making money. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What fairy tale are you talking about? Or are you just not trolling me? Okay, this is what we're doing. Can you list some reasons? Yes, I will. Why you believe the pitiful fairy tale nonsense. Write out all the things you're convicted of fairy tale. When you say fairy tale, what are you talking about? You use the word fairy tale because fairy is kind of offensive to me in the LGBT community, okay? You're calling me a fairy and you're referring to my ass. So you're talking about my hot bubble butt. I consent to you talking about my butt while looking at my face. But what do you mean by fairy tale? Oh, Christianity. Oh, that's easy. That's easy. That's easy. That's super easy. I'm going to do that even before this break, which is look at the calendar. Unless you're on the moon calendar or some Asian retard calendar, the moon calendar is the lunar year 5241. Last time I checked, we're in the year 2026, the year of Jesus Christ. You know you're winning when you reset the calendar. And maybe you don't believe that it's the year 2026. Go join a flat earther, because before 2026 was the year 1000 AD, 1000 BC. Do you see how there's two sides of the Jesus birth equation? There's BC, which is, maybe you didn't know this, but lunar calendar year 1000 is 3000 BC, before Christ. And when you say fairy tale, I say, can you not do math? Because 33 AD is when Jesus died. And let's say you are quarter Jew or Japanese and Hispanic, or Jewish and Hispanic like Hitler, 1/4 Jew, not Hispanic, but Polish. You'd be Julak, which is a Jewish Polak, or Jupol, or Japanic, which is half Japanese, half Hispanic. I think I just mapped out the whole Jesus fairy tale thing. Oh, enjoy that. Enjoy that. Enjoy that, because we're going to hit on that topic, Ron, and much, much more. Remember, Ron, when two or more are gathered in Jesus' name, he appears. Larry the Starfish, Larry the Yama, Yome Yama, get a pen. Yome Yama, get a pen. That's hilarious.
Who brought a pen? Who brought a pen? Be honest. It's okay that you're thinking that an argument over what year it is going to sway the outcome of us deciding to win at what? To win at turning around Leroy Jenkins, I think we're going to turn around your business. What's the address of your boba shop? I'm ready now. Tell me the address of your boba shop. How is the audio?
No ketamine.
No ketamine, just water, a quick pump, and tell me the address. Tell me the address. Also tell me, how did you get better between YouTube videos? How did you get better between YouTube videos? How did you get better? Okay, no address for a boba shop. That's cool. It's just an imaginary boba shop. Let's move on to Feline Gaming. Step 1, text message me. We're about to be amazing. We're about to be amazing. Which is this. So much to do. So much to do. Oh, this is what we're doing. Feline Gaming, you don't need to text me. Feel free to. 650-283-8008. What is a nonfiction book that you own? What is a nonfiction book that you own? Feline Gaming, what is a nonfiction book you own? We're doing 8 moderators. We're doing 8 moderators. We're doing 9 moderators, 1 book. I'm making you a moderator. Don't be a cunt. Do you like that? I call you retarded. I make you rich. What book do you own? What book do you own that is nonfiction? How's my audio now? Terrific. Making the people happy with better audio. Making the people happy with better audio. I don't know what we are to do. I don't know what we are to do. I want to do everything. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. The best scripts are the ones that are impromptu and perfectly timed. When you're moderating, tell me about 2 things that you remember from today only. What are 2 things that you remember from today only? What are 2 things that you remember from today only? This is where I talk and you guys participate, which is tell me what tell me tell me what tell me what you've remembered from today. Ideally from today, this is an intelligence check, this is an attention check. This is to see if you're able to arbitrage my energy into your money. Because how we do the little things is kind of how we do everything. You see, when I was interacting with my mentor, every time I would get better, I would never get worse. I would get better and richer every time he talked. I listened and I made money. Whereas I have no idea how other people do it. This is Tiger Comedy, which is what did you learn and what did you do? I'm okay with the audio sucking. I'm okay with the audio sucking. Good job. Look, when you ask good questions, that's the book. That's the book.
I don't think you read a book yesterday or this year, and that's okay. Forgiveness for you not reading. Forgiveness. This is why rich people keep getting richer. We're doing mushy, mushy, mushy. You do have a choice. You do have a choice, which is it's hashtag mushy, mushy, mushy. You see, when I was forced to memorize stuff, my brain expanded versus always something new, looking for something always new. Because sometimes the new thing doesn't get us anywhere. Sometimes the new thing is the old thing, which is us raw dogging a YouTube live. What's raw dogging a YouTube live? It's not saying something asinine that hopes to be retarded Web 8.4. Do you know what Web 5 is? because right now you're having a hard time buying for $650 a $100,000 bill, because Web 5 is Bitcoin. I'm sorry you missed the Bitcoin train. I'm sorry you don't understand the 3 laws of thermodynamics. I don't understand why you don't get Raw Dog, because it's funny on 100 levels. This is why I currently have an STD right now. She said, why do you want to use a condom? And I'm like, oh, is that offensive? I can Raw Dog. And now I wish I didn't Raw Dog. I'm going to say Raw Dog 10 more times, because I like to put on a condom before she puts it in her mouth. I should have not let her Raw Dog her mouth. No Raw Dogging. Which is mushy, mushy, mushy. Which is mushy, mushy, mushy. Which is, we're going to need to memorize something, and then we're going to make our first dollar by memorizing something. Wall Street, front running, Tom Brady, also front running, which is mushy, 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 hashtag. Duck D's, can you just do the hashtag alone? Hashtag mushy, mushy, mushy. Because what mushy is this is why Chinese kids show up to math class kicking everybody's ass. You see, the reason I kick ass in basketball, football, baseball is I do a thing called I drain 300 3-pointers when I'm at fucking practice. You see, black and white people, all y'all show up to math class like the way that you're showing up to a sports event, which is you can't make 5 3-pointers with no defense. You talk so much shit. I can drain threes when a 7-foot dude is bearing down on me. I remember where the basket was. Currently, I'm just looking at the 7-foot dude's dick. Have you ever shot a basketball in a professional setting? This is taking math class before math class. This is being able to Kobe Bryant 300 3-pointers after practice, and then before practice 500 3-pointers. Because practicing taking ground balls at shortstop, why? Because you can't stop and you won't stop Larry Chang playing shortstop for the Yankees. Because what we're doing is we're trying to make 100 3-pointers in practice. This is how the ratio works. Quora was trying to ratio me. I could have had that shiitake shut down. Adam Ragusa, founder of Quora, he's a friend. I could have had that shut down, but instead I wanted Quora. Why is Larry Chang so strange? Quora is Larry Chang, the Paris Hilton of Silicon Valley, because the traffic on Quora was 50% Larry Chang gossip. Why is Larry Chang so strange? The deleted inception of Why is Larry Chang so strange? Written by Lisa Park, Sarah Kim. You see, Larry Chang's so strange because I asked to fuck Larry Chang, Lisa Park, Sarah Kim, Lisa Park. It's all one giant blur of really, really hot Korean girl. I didn't even say no. I said, oh my gosh, you're really hot, and I can't believe your boobs are the most anti-gravity boobs. You have amazing boobs. Sarah Park, Lisa Kim. She took my temporary no to mean it was a permanent no. She writes an essay about why Larry Chang won't fuck me. Where did she publish this essay at? Quora. Why is Larry Chang so strange? Trying to take down my bio, which was genius. It was a genius bio. Why? Because reading my bio, that was a recipe in guacamole. You see, reading my bio, that was a recipe for street smarts in business. Sarah Kim, she had never heard no before because this Korean girl, okay? Hottest girl, way hotter than Seo Ji-yoon, who's a Victoria's Secret model. Way hotter than Enjoy Yi, I think. I have a hard time with Asian names. You Asian people should just be Lisa Park, Sarah Kim. Ditto Meng Wang. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Because Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, she'd never heard no before. Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, I'm forgetting if it's Sarah Lee or Lisa Park. It's all one blur of hot Korean American princess. We're at TechCrunch. The party started at 5:30. She wanted to fuck at 7:15. The party goes till 9. I'm trying to make 10 randos a millionaire. I can't leave the party. I've maybe only made 6 or 8 people a millionaire. I'm on fire right now. She wants to monopolize me. She's like, Larry, you're the hot guy. You're the hottest guy I've ever seen for an Asian. What? Do you want to leave right now? Because I want to fuck you right now. Hi, I'm Larry. What's your name? Sarah Park, Lisa Kim. Cool. Right now, okay? The party just started. I can't fuck you right now. I can fuck you at 11:15 because the after party is going to be 9 to 11. I'm hosting it across the street at Rosewood. Can I fuck you at 11:15? She took that to be a no. What? Really? So next year, same party, different Korean girl. I think it was Sarah Park, Lisa Kim. She read on Quora, why is Larry Chang so strange? He refused to fuck me. It was apparent to the world that I wait until after the party to fuck her. This is not my first rodeo. Not my first rodeo. I apologize to David Hornick and Howard Hartenbaum. Why? Because I wasn't going to get another Quora post with this version of Sarah Park, Lisa Kim. This Korean girl, she also wanted to have sex. She wanted to have sex 5 minutes after the party started. What would you do? Your reputation is at stake. You're being called a prude. And it was just one Korean girl. It wasn't 2 Korean girls. This is what I thought. Would you have done the same thing? I took her up to the second level, up by Howard's office, and I put it in her at the party. I'm not going to say that David Hornick and Howard Hartenbaum frowned upon that, because remember, if heterosexual people aren't doing heterosexual things at your party, was your party even any good? And I'm not going to say that I improved the LP limited partner returns for August Capital, because now you're realizing if Larry Chang has finger banged on your premises, your LP returns higher. Why? It's the magic of Chameleonaire the next year at August Capital that takes place in July, which didn't make any sense. I'm like, hey, Howard Hartenbaum, David Hornick, can you have the August Capital party for TechCrunch in August? Because when you host it on July 31, Friday, people get confused. This is when you read Quora, you realize that I'm the co-founder of TechCrunch Disrupt. Why? Because August Capital TC40, TechCrunch 40, the 40 best companies in Silicon Valley, Mike Arrington, Howard Hartenbaum, Dave Hornick, Larry Chang. Hey Larry, it worked great for TC40. Let's expand it to TC50. Do you see why I give birth to hilarious franchises just from jokes? Because TC40, TC50. Do you see why I use LinkedIn as my one dating app? Because Rolf Botha, my one LinkedIn contact? Exactly. But instead of TC60, we called it TechCrunch Disrupt. And we brought in a new person who got to be the founder of TC Disrupt. It should have been called TC60 because there were 90 companies. This took place at August Capital. Larry, you really are friends with MC Hammer. Did he go bankrupt? And Chameleonaire, who became a VC. Everything I touch turns to a billionaire. I can't help it. Why? Because Chameleonaire, he never had anything negative to say about me. He was always telling me, you're hilarious. Hi, Larry ass. That was my wood. That was my wood knocking over my desk. Ms. Basetto, PQRST. You see, TechCrunch Disrupt had a co-founder, Jason, not Lemkin, Jason Calacanis, the All In podcast. This is me telling you that I'm the co-founder of TechCrunch Disrupt. Chameleonaire the rapper, I helped him be a VC at Upfront Ventures. I'm the guy who convinced Chameleonaire to go from Summit at Stanford to Larry Chang's party called TechCrunch August Capital. I'm probably going to be having sex on the premises. I'm not going to ask you for consent. It's basically having sex in the woods, like having sex in the woods, but it's an office in the woods. We're at August Capital. Chameleonaire, MC Hammer, Larry Chang doing Web 12 before I had a word for it. Summit at Stanford. Hammer told me, Larry, money missed is not missed money, which is basically delayed gratification, which is Chameleonaire and MC Hammer and Tony Perkins. Chameleonaire goes, I gotta fly back home to Houston. Chameleonaire the rapper, I gotta fly home. I was like, when do you fly home? He's like, Wednesday. You gotta stay for a party. It's on Friday. TechCrunch, August Capital. I'm probably gonna have sex there. Because I'm launching a hotel while launching a tech conference. Let me repeat that because you might have thought that I was joking. It's hilarious. You see, hotels need to grand open, debut, and distribute. Is this the first time I've launched a hotel? No. What would make this party great? What would make this party great? That would be an after party. That would be, why is Larry Chang so strange? You see, you think I'm drunk when I'm actually stone sober, better than you on your perfect drug self, medicated drug self. On your best medicated drug self day, I am 5 times better than you. I hacked my own pineal gland. This is me drug free. Heterosexual sex is okay. This is a safe space for heterosexuals. Are you giving me advice? Are you giving the Chinese gardener advice on gardening? Do you have one plant? Do you have one plant that's alive? Larry, he makes me feel conflicted about my emotions. Larry turns around more kitty than the SPCA. I do enjoy pussy turnaround. Did you know that when it goes inside, that some of my DNA is permanently with you? This is why I sell Larry Chang baby juice for $275,000. I can't tell by the hat if it ain't your first rodeo. Nice. Do you ever repair and turn around a dead orchid by dipping it in ginger juice and turning it around? While trapping the little moisture with that inside out upside down Coke bottle, where you accelerate the growth of an orchid by turning it around. Do you like my plant? It's pretty good, right? He's pretty happy. That's cool. That's cool. Do you like my orchid? Wait a minute. Did you just trick me to show you my butt? Man, I'm so gullible. I'm so gullible. I feel taken advantage of right now. I'm so gullible. Larry, orchid this. Larry, oh, I thought it was my own idea to show you my butt. I thought that was my own idea. You're so dirty. I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you for tricking me. I consent to you oogling my bubble butt. TechCrunch, Chameleonaire, bro, you gotta stay till Friday. I'm launching a hotel while I'm doing the after party. This is what's called hashtag external API. Because Mike Arrington, Stanford Law School alumni, he's not on the lookout for a brand new hotel. He's not on the lookout for a brand new restaurant. He's busy trying to be on the lookout for the best 40 companies. We're not doing CS 101 at Stanford University. We're doing CS 183, Peter Thiel. You see, when finishing, let's do both together. Oh my God. Did we just three-way a conversation? We did. Can you tell this is not my first rodeo or my first three-way? Chameleonaire, three-way. I go, you gotta come to Friday's party. This party looked like it was a $2 million party because it was at the Four Seasons. Everything was brand new. Doing a rooftop pool deck in Palo Alto was amazing. If I were to start by telling people, hey, this party's at the Four Seasons, there would be a problem because people would be like, bullshit, it's at the Four Seasons. People can't get straight Four Seasons San Francisco or the brand new Four Seasons Palo Alto. That's why I hid it. Beta males, being beta, showed up at my party drunk. Kai, Peter, Chang, Quora. Why is Larry Chang so strange? Now you understand that I am the co-founder of TechCrunch Disrupt because he was pulling art off the walls. His name is Kai Peter Chang. He wrote the second piece after Lisa Park, Sarah Kim. You see, if people don't say negative things, I would not even remember the fact that I am the co-founder of TechCrunch Disrupt. To me, that was just an okay weekend, which is me making 12 to 30 people a millionaire, including Chameleonaire, the rapper, making him a VC by connecting him to Mark Suster, who is the flagship co-founder of Reverse VC. If that Quora article weren't written and then rich people going, hey, my due diligence guy said he had some questions, that's why the Quora piece is still up. Because Lisa Park, Sarah Kim, it was literally two Korean girls back-to-back years thrown on with another Asian person, Kai Peter Chang, Chameleonaire. Because when you do due diligence, all these things dovetail together to unequivocally avalanche a tidal wave of orgasms of money called limited partner return. You see, you don't need money to make money. You just need a Larry Chang external API. Now you understand how I started Duck9 for $50, 9-figure business before I left college. I had to hide my Rolex from my family. I bought 2 suits, no Lamborghini. I bought 2 suits, no even Porsche. I bought 2 suits, no even Corvette. And my dad was like, no kid wears a $1,000 suit. You're in engineering school, go return the 2 suits. You see, Tom Chang is trying to succeed in 2 countries at one time, Taiwan and the United States. In America, we wear a suit to a business interview. You wear a suit to get an internship. He was trying to succeed in 2 countries, which is why he wasn't succeeding in either country. Is this me being a giant douchebag? No. This is me explaining to India, IIT, MIT, and Stanford, let's first try to succeed in one city before you try to run the Larry Chang protocol of acing 5 cities: Miami, Austin, DC, San Francisco, Palo Alto, Santa Clara, San Jose, Scottsdale. Because it's all one city. It's called Silicon Valley. The capital is either in Miami or Austin. These are some of the most hilarious jokes you'll ever hear. Because some loser that couldn't afford to live in Silicon Valley said, Silicon Valley, It's just a mindset. I roll. Can you not afford a $4,500 studio? How big of a loser are you? When COVID hit and my fake residence was made real, oh my God, Silicon Valley actually is a mindset. So do you see how I have to hear? I have to hear. You were not hired as a chemical engineer right out of Chicago University to run a wastewater treatment chem lab. There's no way, because I was hired as a chemical engineer, also having a 9-figure business called Nalco Chemical Company. That's where I became #1 salesperson, Nalco Chemical Company, using Stephen Zumdahl's book, Stephen Zumdahl, Chemistry. I was hired as a chemical engineer right out of Chicago University. Do you mean University of Chicago? Or Chicago University kind of like University of Austin? You know how like some schools call it like Stanford, but they spell it Furdh? What's Chicago University? Is that like another university? What's the? You mean University of Chicago? I think Chicago University is one of those online colleges, kind of like University of Phoenix. Phoenix University, University of Phoenix. That's what I did. Why did I work at a Fortune 100 company? If you supposedly had a 9-figure business, why would you work at a company? You're lying. That's why that Quora post is amazing. Because you've never been a double person. What's a double person? A double person is a person with a 9-figure business who also goes to get a middle 6-figure job. Why would you do that? You would do that because you didn't want to sell credit cards to sorority girls. That's literally a living hell. Did I tell you what happened to me at Gamma Phi Beta? When there are 190 girls in a room, when there's, heck, even as few as 40 girls in a room, women get very rapey. This is how the matriarchy works, is the dick gets centralized. They all want the same best dick. This is why when you're speaking at a sorority house, exactly, that's what I was thinking. That's why I went to go work at Nalco. Larry, make something make sense. Okay, I will make something make sense. The way I sold chemical, because my parents wanted me to go get a legit job. Right now, you look like a drug dealer. This is why I skipped buying a sports car. You see, the whole reason I went to University of Illinois to study chemical engineering and then graduate in mechanical engineering was I wanted to do chemistry or engineering pre-med or engineering pre-business. But my low GPA squashed hopes because the University of Illinois and Chalmers Seacrest, he's kind of a dick. So I spent $2 million to tell him to fuck him in his fucking face. That's why that Quora post exists. It's a fuck you to Chalmers Seacrest, University of Illinois, Dean of Engineering. You see, social media, I knew was going to be permanent. You see, social media, people don't have the balls to use their real name. Social media, do you even know what fuck you money is? Cross me as a alpha male and I will ruin you until time ends. If you're a loser, you're just trying to make sense of the world, you can say as much negative shit as you want. I will never tell you to fuck off. I will actually only love you. That's why my Quora post seems so strange. You see, I am too big to kill. I am too big to fail, because even if you throw me in jail under a socialist system, you kind of get the feeling that even if I have sex with 500 black dudes, I'd still be heterosexual, and I would be Cyrus the Virus running that jail. There is no social construct on this planet where I am not alpha male, beta male, delta male, gamma male. I am all males while I'm being simultaneously all females. I'm almost the alpha to the omega. That's where I hat tip Jesus Christ, which is fuck you, Chalmers Sechrist, right there on my Facebook page. Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, she was barely trying to understand what Web 2 was, having no idea what fuck you money even meant. You could say that, oh, it's a shame that you're so lost in a fake universe. You're going to see 2 other people become successful. Temporarily 0 people. That's okay. That's okay. We've got chemical engineering HPLC. Oh my God. There you go. So when you say, oh, you're hopelessly lost, shut up, hopelessly lost, what you're losing is the fact that this fact, and you could argue that you can't count to 4. Here's an easy question. You're going to get it wrong. You're a hater. How many years would it take for you to get a 4-year Stanford engineering degree? Mr. It's a shame you're so lost in a fake universe. It's a shame you're so lost. Can you count to 4? Have you heard that viral song, I Can't Count to 4? So when you say you're 1 year away from graduating a 4-year university, you're telling me that you're definitely not Chinese. You're black, maybe white. That's a black level of confidence that I have not seen since 90% of the people who get into engineering school on a DEI scholarship can't graduate. This is why Africa is currently a goose egg. I'm not sure that black people invented the pyramids. This is us doing a turnaround, is Larry. Thank you for being the blackest black man in America. I hear that you're the co-founder with another black man. You're a black man whisperer. Did you co-found a company with Barack Obama? Because this is what people say to Larry Chang and Barack Obama all the time. I don't think you're black enough. To which my co-founder of South by Southwest South by South Lawn said, you don't think I'm black enough? Listen, in the morning, I ate breakfast with the Prime Minister. For lunch, I dined with the Queen. For dinner, I'm going to be hanging out with members of Parliament and Prince Charles. I hope this puts to rest whether or not I'm black enough. Do you think I'm black enough now? Do you think I'm black enough now? Do you think that we are black enough now? Because when you say Barack Obama doesn't read 3 books a day, that's you thinking that you're 1 year away from a 4-year Stanford engineering degree. You might be 1 lifetime away from earning what I make on 1 YouTube Live. True story, I can guess when women who are of a certain ethnicity can't make 100K total before we as women turn 30. Let me repeat that math. You're hoping for a man who's 6 figures, where you think 6, 7, 8 is not double, double, double. You think 6, 7, 8 is, I don't know what you think. because I'll ask women, how many millions are in a billion? Right now, about 3% know the answer to that. How many millions are in a billion? How many millions are in a billion, audience? Which is, I'm 1 year away from a 4-year degree. See, this is where we need a heat check. In basketball, maybe you don't know how basketball works. So I've been draining 3-pointers for about 290 minutes. Let's be honest, I've drained about 800 3-pointers in under 300 minutes because there's no defense. I'm just shooting threes. What I'm doing right now is what I do during a game, which is called a heat check. A heat check is, it feels like I can't miss right now. Let me try to jack up a shot that's even lower percentage. That's going in too. See, when you say you're 1 year away from a 4-year degree, I'm not calling you out on anything. I'm showing you what it took for other people to be successful, which is Steve Jurvetson, Larry Chang. We could get a Stanford 4-year degree in 2 years. I'm not name dropping Steve Jurvetson. You don't even know who he is. I'm not name dropping a person that is going to make you think, oh, wow, Roelof Botha is his LinkedIn contact. Larry Chang uses LinkedIn as his dating app. Because Steve Jurvetson lost his fund when he dated the wrong person, Draper Fisher Jurvetson. Larry Chang, Steve Jurvetson, able to graduate Stanford University 2 years. You see, the reason I didn't graduate in 2 years is you can't not be enrolled in college and play a sport. You definitely can't be not enrolled in college and then play 2 sports. That's just how the NCAA worked before. Now it's pretty much anything goes. I don't think you even need to take class. You just need to take that NIL money. So this is the heat check, which is, how many years would it take for you to get a 4-year engineering degree? How many years? And if you're not saying 10 or 11, you're not being honest. And I'm not saying that to demoralize you. I'm saying that to help you load and explode. It's springboarding, load and explode. It's chapter 65 snowball. It's load and explode. You can't wait to get 4 years of engineering knowledge at Stanford in order for you to deliver one deliverable. Because it's going to take you a lifetime, if we're honest, for you to get a 4-year engineering degree. This is what happened when we started to say, as black and white people, oh, a degree, it's just a piece of paper. It turns out 7th grade math was required to get that piece of paper. University of California, San Diego is realizing the unemployment rate is 50% because your graduates can't read. Let me repeat that. University of Colorado, I met an aerospace engineer. This is what they do teach you at University of Colorado, aerospace engineering. The retards over in econ and the retards over in underwater basket weaving, their unemployment rate is 40%. Therefore, aerospace engineers, your unemployment rate should also be 40%. I can't even make that up. That's University of Colorado, what they do teach you. Furthermore, to lock in the psychological operation of, if my underwater basket weavers who are in gender studies, and I'm not talking gender studies at Stanford, I'm not talking gender studies at the School of Larry Chang, because the gender studies at Stanford, Stanford Women in Business, the gender studies, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat and the spam. Thank you. Thank you. Gonna put you in a quick timeout though. It hurts me much more than it hurts you. University of Colorado Aerospace Engineering, psychologically operating on aerospace engineering majors. But Larry, I'm not an aerospace engineer. How does this apply to me? It's people in power lying to you, trying to take away your money. It's people in power trying to maybe not necessarily kill you, but to make sure that you make less money. Why is my channel getting suppressed right now? I'm happy for the suppression. I'm happy for the suppression and cancellation. Why? It's like short selling a stock like GameStop, AMC, or MicroStrategy. Like a beach ball suppressed, when we explode for load and explode, we're going to come everywhere. That's international sign language. I'm fluent. This is orgasm everywhere in case my audio is cutting out. I'm fluent in sign language. That was You Complete Me. Uh-oh. This message is held for review, says Austin Stanford 9537. It got deleted. I'm going to screenshot it. Oh no, you did not delete it. It says micropenis. Those people that have a micropenis, they identify as women so that way they can pretend to be women. This is how beetles mate. Beta, alpha, beta, delta, gamma beetles. The beetles who are not able to compete with alphas or betas, they do delta or gamma beetles, and then that's how they procreate. That's how they procreate, is they pretend to be women. This is beetles. Who taught me that? That would be Ryan Shea. Don't ask me how I know Ryan Shea. Okay, you twisted my arm. We took Engineering 145 together because Tom Kosnick, Tom Byers, they wanted me to teach Engineering 145. I did not go to Stanford, I told them. I went to the University of Illinois. If you're going to have me teach this class, I'm first going to need to take this class so I don't sound like an uninformed asshole. Guess who sounded like an uninformed asshole who was retarded, comma, pansexual, comma, neurodivergent? Guess who taught a class without taking a class? Guess who that is? So when you say pick a lane, you're not understanding what a student athlete is I need to be a student and athlete. When you say pick a lane, you're not understanding what a super fielder is, which is we need to be good at accounting, distribution, physics. Accounting again, because the Alfred P. Sloan School for GSB, MIT, and HBS stole a company from Billy Durant twice, General Motors, Chevrolet. So if we're not a super fielder, Tesla, we're going to get screwed by some bean counter. Have you ever heard of a VC stealing businesses? So when you say pick a lane, you're not understanding that the Wright brothers, the first thing that they succeeded in was accounting. You don't understand who Albert Einstein is. You would have told Albert Einstein to pick a lane. He never would have become Albert Einstein if he initially didn't do accounting. You may not know who Albert Einstein is. He's one of the top 50 physicists. Are you meeting Larry Chang for the first time? You see, The reason I am a top 50 physicist is because I understood what Tesla, that's not just a car, that was actually a human, he was a physicist. And I'm going to guess you know who Albert Einstein is, but I'm not going to make any assumptions because it feels like I'm talking to a supertard. Thank you for the super chat. Pick a lane. I'm not yelling at you. I'm not keeping you accountable. I'm promoting you to moderator. Let me load and explode in a sapio sensual way, loading and exploding snowball. And I'm not talking about your kind of snowball, which is pansexual kind of snowball, you know, where you come in the girl's mouth and then she spits it back into another girl's mouth. 2 girls, 1 cup. 2 girls, 1 cup. 2 girls, 1 Larry Chang. Snowball, pick a lane. Accounting, physics. Because Albert Einstein, you know him as the Princeton physicist, E equals mc squared. E equals mc squared. I love chemical engineers chiming in. Yeah, Epsilon Beetles. Oh my God, did we just become best friends? Ryan Shea, micropenis. Not Ryan Shea has a micropenis. I have no idea about Ryan Shea's penis. I do know that he dated my past lesbian friend, Krista Freeland, because somebody is the LGBT whisperer. Epsilon Beetles. Ryan Shea taught me that. We took Engineering 145 together. How deep into Y Combinator does Larry Chang go? I go all the way deep. I don't go balls deep into YC. I go book deep. You see, balls deep is Tuesday. Balls deep is Friday. And any other day that ends in Y. Book deep is, what if Jessica Livingston and Paul Graham were to write a book? I can guess what you're going to write as a book. I am book deep into your brain. Now, I know that that was a lot for you to handle. That was your first sapio-sensual experience. Because you don't know what Web 12 is. I've been Web 12ing since 9/14/15. That would be September 14, 2015. You see, balls deep on a Wednesday, they call Wednesday because going balls deep is me draining 300 3-pointers. I kind of don't even practice anymore because I'm playing against people that suck at basketball. I realize I can't beat a good high schooler. Okay, I realize that. But if you're not going to defend me, I'm going to go balls deep into your basket. Going book deep is, if you were to write a book, Paul Graham, what would it be? Paul Graham, Y Combinator, you said that brand of beetle. I always try to forget it because micropenis beetles having sex to procreate. That's why the micropenis refuses to die as far as a gene. You'd think that it's just the tall 6'5" Chinese guys with a single-digit % of body fat procreating. I feel kind of like a panda in a zoo. Lisa Park, Sarah Kim, another hot Korean girl. Her job after she graduated Stanford was to work for a zoo to collect sperm samples because the smart animals like panda, we refuse to have sex in prison. Oh, I know. We're going book deep into Stanford. We're going book deep into YC. This is content from the future literally content from the future. Because going balls deep, first of all, that's kind of disrespectful. Jessica Livingston is married to my friend Paul Graham. I hope they're going balls deep on each other, having lots of sex in England. Happy sex, happy life, lots of sex. But we're trying to go book deep into Stanford while being book deep into Y Combinator. Don't worry about it. It's just an organization of VC PE types who are claiming more audacious things than I claim, which are Y Combinator. It's the most interesting thing you'll ever do in your life. Really? Going to work in a business incubator is going to be the most interesting thing you ever do in your fucking life? Really? You say it, I'm going to repeat it. I'm not even going to make fun of you. I'm just going to make that true. Going book deep is where you write 2 or 3 essays and I extrapolate the future essays that you're going to write. Let me repeat that. You see, when you said pick a lane and then you said still on that, huh? That's because your Monday, this is the most productive you've ever been on a Monday. Let's monetize the most productive Monday you've ever had in 2026. You like that? It's your only Monday. It's your only Monday. I'm your only Chinese friend. I'm Larry Chang. How are you? Cheers. Right on cue with my green tea. Right on cue with page 344. Right on cue with book deep. Because sometimes going balls deep just isn't deep enough. You see, book deep is Web 12. Book deep is chapter 19, page 344, Jim Quick, Limitless. I used to not always be the smartest human on the planet. It's only temporary. I hope this wears off in a hurry. It's very burdensome to be both hot, cute, and smart. I'd rather just be cute. I'm very jealous of Tom Brady. Brady! I'm jealous. Do you see him sleeping? You can't tell if that's his head or his butt. Look, that's how you know you've got a fluffy dog, is I'm staring at him and I can't tell which end is the business end and which end is the fun end. I can't tell heads or tails. I can't tell looking at my own dog if which end is his head and which end is his butt. Book deep. This is your benefit. Can you go book deep and conjure up 14 chapters for a person who's not yet published their book? Do you remember before where you said, I want to write a New York Times bestseller? Do you remember before where you said, I want to write a book, but then you remembered you can't read? You can't read. You can write, but you can't read. If you can't read 1.0 book, how are you going to write 1.0 book? Or if you use technology to write 1.0 book, I'm going to embarrass you, not because I'm going to sleep with your future fiance for you. Oops, did I do that? I didn't mean to. I didn't know. But I will write your book for you. That's going book deep. And if you wrote a book, I'm going to read your book and understand your book better than you do. At the very least, I'll understand it as well as you. You see, like physics, a book is a compression algorithm. It's a collection of essays That's what you think? Thank you. Isn't reading a waste of time? Ah, I can't make you a moderator. You're already a moderator. This is why reading is not a waste of time. I am book deep on Stanford. I am book deep on this unicorn. I am book deep on this Hot Girls bookshelf. Not wasting time. This is why. You see, Hot Girls, you're not going to get to third base. I'm not going to let you suck it until I know that you at least can read a book or own a book. This is why I read all of her books, because I need to know what you know. Yeah, we're still going spicy. We're still going spicy. Welcome back, Mary. You're going to love this while simultaneously hating it, while loving it. You tell me. I made you a mod. So, she's got a bookshelf. These are books. Larry, isn't it a waste of time to read? This is why it's not. It's not a waste of time because it took somebody 10 years. Sorry, it's funny. It took somebody 10 years to write one book. Me, it takes me 1 day to write one new book. Have you ever used Web 12? Do you think that AI is pure bullshit? Do you think I'm bullshitting you right now? Because I have the inner markings and makings of loading, exploding 10 new books. You should be making at least $500 from this video. For example, hashtag Mushi Mushi Mushi. He's a very handsome man. That's why he talks here all the time. LOL. Say no more. Say no more. You're a moderator. Normally compliments get me depressed. But look. There's Brady. There's Brady. He's sleeping on a sheepskin, white and fluffy, while being white and fluffy. How white and fluffy am I right now? Larry, if you moved your 235-pound V-shaped body, I could better see your dog. I'd rather look at your dog. Yeah, well, that's why co-star of a movie, George Clooney, and co-star of a movie, Ice Cube, we refuse to be in a movie frame with a dog. Why? Because we don't like to share the limelight. Do you see my dog? Do you see my dog? Okay. I'll just give my TED Talk like this. This actually feels very natural. Book deep. It took somebody 10 years to write the book. Have you read the book Women's Bodies, Women's Wisdom? Have you read the book Cesar Millan, Dog Whisperer? If you guys pay attention for 4 minutes, I'll let you have 30 seconds of dog FaceTime. Can you see why during a three-way, I'm kind of a dick? I want you to look at Brady because I want Brady to look at you. I want you to be on my D, but we kind of need to read this book. We're two girls, one book, one Larry Chang. We're doing a three-way right now. We're book deep. You see, reading a book isn't a waste of time. Those 5 minutes I made you read, that took someone 10 years to write. You see, you haven't been able to write 12 sentences. I've been talking for over 300 minutes. If you wrote 12 sentences in a row that summed up this video, if somebody read it, the theory goes, those essay summary synopsis, that saves somebody 350 minutes of having to listen to my diatribe of hilarious sexcapades. Larry, are you being prostitutorial? Yeah, I am only panning my prostituted work. That's called prostitutorial. David, your application to be a moderator has been approved. Says David, I'm going to get back to my message. Don't worry, okay? Don't worry. Larry, I want to hear more about being books deep, balls deep. I started going to church for the last 6 months, but only attend when there's barbecues. That joke is making you a moderator, which is food for lead gen. The reason it's food for lead gen is Jesus Christ wants you to eat the free food at church. Why do we want you to eat free food at church? This is why cults make you drink lemonade. This is why Elon Musk still gives away cookies and cupcakes. So yesterday I met a hottie. She was advertising, I want people to hit on me because she wore a bunch of Harvard shit. This is downtown. If you're walking around with 2 items of your clothing not in Cambridge, or even in Cambridge, you're saying, my vagina wants you to know that Harvard should be entering Harvard. That would be a double Harvard. Are kids going to go to Harvard? Are kids going to go to Harvard? They do barbecues at church? We're talking about food for lead generation. Why would I want to read Dog Whisperer book when I can just watch the show free on YouTube? These are tremendously good questions. Your application to be a moderator has been approved. But Larry, I don't even want to be a moderator. Just moderate your own brain. I like going to church for the donuts, says Mary. We're now best friends. Captain Blackbird 777 says, awesome. Vote RBLX says, I like your hat, man. If you're just new to this, we're talking about the very Christian component that is sexually scandalous, going, let's go not balls deep, let's go book deep. You see, I'm trying to quit having sex during a 3-way. I'm not going to say no to a 3-way because firstly, when you say, I'm never going to ever drink again, that means you're going to drink. There's no Monday Night Football. You're going to drink because there should be Monday Night Football. I'm not going to say, Mom and Dad, no more 3-ways ever. I'm going to say, Mom and Dad, how do you not know that Trisha Chang and Asian girl to be slut-shamed later weren't all over my butt? You see, I don't fault women who were in their 20s having their way with me when I'm 11. One, because my mom and dad did the retarded thing after going to Yale and MIT. Let's not let our son shave. Maybe puberty will come slower. What? When I heard Yale and MIT say retarded shit like that, because now you've got a son who's 11, 12. My mother died. My father remarried inside of 12 months. I was very mature about it, a little too mature. I called her mom right away. My dad thought he was dealing with a 40-year-old. It's not the new mom's fault that the chemical plant killed the last woman that Tom Chang married. I'm not going to blame a woman for what some other women had to do, which was die because that's the plot for Mr. Robot, actually. So I'm emotionally mature like a 40-year-old. I am 6'2". I'm 11 years old. I am repressed from crying because the parent that I loved died. The parent that I tolerated was doing some Tiger Dad shit. That's why those two hot girls with a brunette hair, that's why they did what they did, because emotionally I was complex. And women love emotional complexity. Women love emotional complexity and virility. And I guess there's nothing more virile. Yeah. That's my story of trauma. That's why I turned around Silicon Valley Gay Mafia. Because basically, two women is the equivalent of one dude when you have sex when you're under 22 years old. This is going book deep. This is why we're not seeing, this is why we're book deep. Because we're not going to have sex in the next 5 3-ways. We're going to make the two girls, one book, read for 5 minutes. You see, it's taking you 10 hours to write 12 sentences. 5 pages have about 200 sentences. So for you to read 200 sentences, that's going to take you about, me, 20 seconds, you, 15 minutes. Do you see how the math works? It took somebody a week to write 5 pages. Some people can't write 3 pages a week. If you can write 12 pages a day as a writer, you are the prince or princess of writing. This is why Julia Cameron talks about, in The Artist Way, waking up and doing morning pages. Should we pray real quick? Father Lord, thank you for barbecues at church. Thank you for donuts at church. Thank you for food for lead gen. Let's take some church marketing strategies, church selling strategies, church ministry strategies, and let's try to make $30,000 before this video ends. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Donuts at church, food for lead gen. Elon Musk still gives out donuts and cookies. Harvard, it burst a bubble in her brain when she found out that it burst a bubble. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. This message is held for review.
I'm not praying to someone who talks about having a threesome. You pray to Jesus, you pray with Larry Chang. Thank you for telling me that you did pray because you laughed. You don't have to write faster. You just need to write 12 sentences. This is how to make $30,000. I'm not even joking. This is why reading is not a waste of time. Mary, thank you. Thank you for thanking Jesus for donuts. Mary, and everybody. What business are you in? Oh, are you unemployed? Are you underemployed? Notice that I'm the guy who sold the Bible to Satan. Satan, would you like to buy a Bible for me for $800? Come on, Satan. You know you're wrong. You know you're just being a loser. You know you lose in the end. You know you lose in the end, right?
go ahead and just buy a Bible from me for $800 and then say, Jesus, sorry I was trying to tempt you, and say, God, sorry for being a fallen angel, super tall, super pretty, but super lewd and lascivious in a negative way. Just say sorry to God and just say sorry, and this game ends because you know that you lose in the end. Will you Venmo me, Zelle me $800, Satan, so that way you will have bought a Bible? Because Satan, you know the Bible front to back, back to front. Do you like that back to front joke? I know. Mary, what is your job? How do you make money? Because if you're currently unemployed, this is how we're going to get you 5 job offers. Let's say you work in an industry that is accounting or financial services, or FinDev, a financial developer inside of fintech. It doesn't even matter if you don't work in that job. I'm going to get you 2 job offers. Have you ever used AI, American Intelligence? Because this is what we're going to do. We're going to not throw homosexual Hail Marys. Of course, Mary's been with a man. Can you focus not on your sex jokes and just tolerate my sexual energy in reference to technology and tech adoption? We're talking about free food at church, barbecue. We're talking about free food at church, something else, burritos maybe. We're talking about free food at church, donuts. I've used donuts to make money. Which is, why won't you buy a Bible from me for $800? This is not the first time I got rid of somebody's dark energy by not giving a person a free Bible. What am I? Some Christian heterosexual throwing a Hail Mary? I do not throw Hail Marys to try to score a touchdown. I mentored Tom Brady. I'm going to throw a screen pass. This screen pass is going to be good for 24 touchdowns. I don't think I've ever gotten 24 likes ever in one video. But I also have the question, which is, are you moderating and not liking yourself? Have you? Because what we're doing here is, yeah, we're charging Satan $800 for a Bible. But what we're really doing is we're selling somebody's knowledge back to them. You know what you should do, Satan, which is, you know you've lost. You know how it ends. So just say, sorry, Jesus. Sorry, God. I should not have been a talented angel leading a rebellion against God. Like, you're literally the cliche super talented and super evil. Look at what you did to summer camp. And you know what you did at summer camp. You know what you did. You know what you did. Look into my eyes and feel Jesus Christ's love coming from Jesus Christ to me, to you. I'm not going to say pray the gay away, because you, when you do have sex, it's not even considered any kind of human connection. It's just you trying to torment somebody. I know you've done it in the past. Just say sorry and ask for Jesus Christ's forgiveness. Just ask for it. You pretending to not understand is the dark energy pretending to not understand that there's a light. Know that I love you. Know that I love you, and know that I care about your outcome. Know that I do. Know that you pretending to not understand this, that doesn't fly. Enjoy having dreams about the genius shit that I'm saying in Christ. Should we pray real quick? Father Lord, maybe when you first prayed 10 years ago, something bad happened because you were in a church with a leader that had never gotten power before. Me, I don't need power over you. I don't want you to join my future church. I don't want you to join a future organization. I don't want to meet up with you in the future. I just want you to pray this prayer as I fucking you with love. Feel it? I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate your negative energy. I appreciate how talented you are. Just say sorry. Just say sorry, God. I was a dark and fallen angel. Just say sorry. Just say sorry and say, thank you, Larry Chang. Thank Jesus, thank you for Larry Chang and this $800 Bible or $800 book. We're going book deep into this prayer. In Jesus' name we pray. And if this is your first prayer in 2026, that's okay. Have you thought about getting baptized? I will not baptize you. You know what? You can baptize yourself. Pray into some water. Pray into some water, like the Joe Dispenza movie called What the Bleep Do We Know? You get a glass of water. This prayer is amazing. It's like one of those walking meditations. It's like one of those Tom Brady active meditations. Because what the bleep do we know? Joe Dispenza. The bleep that we know is Larry Chang is a top 50 physicist. Jesus connects to us via molecules of water. Water is the universal conductor. I can't make any of this shit up. It's chemical engineering. It's also a Keanu Reeves movie. Can you tell I really like chemical engineering? You see, most people, after they make 9 figures, they drop out of college because they're fucking losers and having a little too much confidence. Me, I thought I just got lucky with the 9 figures. I thought I'd better finish engineering school. I do dare say chemical engineering school without taking 1 class in chemistry. How? Because I Steven Zoomed all that shit by placing out of it, and then chemical engineer sales, tech sales, Nalco Chemical. The universal conductor, what the bleep do we know? You see, the bleep that we know is making holy water. It's easy as fuck. You don't need to go through a priest. You just pray and say, Jesus, will you make my water blessed? No, I don't know how to turn water into wine. Okay. And even if I did, I'd actually be worried if the water turned into wine. Larry, are you high right now on wine? I'm kind of just high right now on Jesus with this ongoing prayer. This is 8 minutes of prayer with my eyes open. We're still talking about what the bleep do we know? Water as the universal conductor. You see, we want to say stupid pansexual stuff, which is, in a past life, Larry, I used to be Michael Jackson, Cleopatra, or Caesar. The reason that that's actually kind of true is that we're all connected to each other via the universal conductor. Why? You see, I'm a top 50 physicist, not because I understand that water is a universal conductor. I'm a top 50 physicist ranking in at number one because number one smartest human on the planet in one sentence. I understand the power of the $0. Have you heard of Jeff, who sells books? Remember, we're going books deep on my friend with that South American themed website. Being able to go book deep into what the bleep do we know, I understand $0 more than anyone else. That's where people get stuck. Tom Chang, MIT, he's brother number 4. He's got 3 older brothers, more successful than him. So you're the tallest of the Chang brothers. You're also the best looking. Is that why you're constantly telling me that being tall and good looking is useless? Because you're tall and good looking and useless? Because he became useful when what happened? He left $0. You see, Tom Chang, like everybody who goes to Stanford, Harvard, Stanford, and MIT, you all think that, oh, if I just go to Stanford for business school, I'll magically leave $0. That's why I won't write a recommendation letter for you to go to Harvard, Stanford, Harvard, because you're going to go there and you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm going to have to just do everything that I missed doing inside of Engineering 145. That's the conclusion. That's physics, which is $0 is impossible. Greg Eisenberg, Larry Chang. We both said at the same time, me before this, if you can just make $1 on the internet, you'll have done what almost no people do. More people will climb Mount Everest in history than make $1 on the internet. So by saying, would you buy Bitcoin or $1? What you're saying is, Larry, fuck you in the fucking face. Just tell me what to do with money. You seem brilliant. I've now met the third institution of Silicon Valley. But before that, you told me to fucking fuck my own face because you didn't hear the important thing, which is, what the bleep do we know? We know that we don't need money to make money. We just need to meditate our thoughts into water. In glass, ideally. You could do it in plastic. What the bleep do we know? Holy water. I'm trying to give you a recipe. I have to pee. Brady, do you need to pee? I'm going to take you for a walk. You're super cute. What the bleep do we know? What the fuck do we know? We know that these 3 books will self-fund a vacation. This is Joe Dispenza. The key to throwing a book is you don't want it to have land on the corner. You want an even surface area. What the bleep do we know, Joe Dispenza? What the bleep do we know? The class that I'm teaching on my website, that's not my website. That's Steve Chen and Chad Hurley's website. That's Engineering 145, Technology Entrepreneurship on YouTube. Steve Hurley, Steve Chen, Chad Hurley. Steve Hurley is funny because it's Chad Hurley, Steve Chen, and an Indian dude who quit YouTube. He's not a billionaire, but he does have a PhD from University of Illinois. There's a third YouTube founder. He quit YouTube to prove that PhDs from University of Illinois are fucking retarded. What the bleep do we know? Yes, ammunition is a currency, but so is silver and Bitcoin. And instead of thinking about risking money to invest in ammunition, because later you're going to have to sell that ammunition. Have you not seen The Lord of War? Because selling ammunition, that's not exactly easy. That's not exactly easy. Lord of War. What the bleep do we know? Those 3 books by Joe Dispenza. We're still in our prayer right now. Is this not the longest prayer ever? Because what we're getting from what the bleep do we know is being able to connect with water that you make holy by praying the word Jesus into water. This is the movie What the Bleep Do We Know? Meditating thoughts into water inside of glass. An experiment was done by a Japanese guy. His name is, I almost said Ichiro. It starts with an I. This is the experiment. This is why thoughts are things. This is Larry Chang, #1 physicist since time began. Albert Einstein, Larry Chang, Elon Musk. Physicist. Remember, if Albert Einstein didn't work in accounting, we would never know that E equals mc squared. Albert Einstein came up with the rule of 72. So you take 72 and you divide it by the interest rate. That's how you figure out how quickly money doubles. If Einstein does not work in accounting, there is no Albert Einstein in physics. Ditto the Wright brothers. If the Wright brothers don't similarly work in accounting with a bike shop, the Wright brothers would not have invented aerospace engineering. Larry Chang, if I did not sell credit cards to sorority girls and understand and master accounting, remember, we're talking about what the bleep do we know? We're talking about stay in your lane. This is what makes being in the middle class hard right now is there is a requirement to be a super fielder. It's like having a red pill where, oh my God, I didn't know that air conditioners were not allowed to be repaired. I didn't know that the McDonald's ice cream machine, it's broken on purpose. I didn't know that an mRNA experiment was not meant to save us, it was meant to stop our heart. Allegedly. Which is red pill, red pill, red pill. What the bleep do we know? You see, some people have understood so much that they don't want to understand anything ever again. We call those people black pill. There is no more middle class. You can want whatever you want. This is what the bleep do we know. Thank you for telling me that you were born rich. That's cool. We're going to eventually get to donuts for a career. You want to be upper middle class? How's that even possible right now? Are you middle class still? Do you not see that being upper middle class is like trying to be a 9? What is the example of upper middle class? This is what it's like. This is what it's like. It's like being an NFL athlete on a 7-day contract for 3 years. It's nearly impossible to do. Yeah, exactly. I don't think they have a class. I don't think they have a class, Duck D's. That's okay. There's a class. It's right there. It's called Stanford Engineering 145 Technology Entrepreneurship. Sometimes people try to be complimentary and they guess shit. You know what? You're probably going to discover something that I did and then forgot to do and then I forgot about. I do that all the time where I come up with legendary shit. The only time I'm ever reminded of them is when other people have negative shit that's posted on Reddit. Then I'm like, oh yeah, I totally forgot that I started a franchise with Barack Obama. Or I totally forgot about Lisa Park, Sarah Kim. What the bleep do we know? Physics, $0. If you make $10, the next step is 600K. $10 is impossible. Look at YouTube. Most of you guys have no subscribers, no likes, and no shot at making your first video. You could hide your face. You could hide your face because what the bleep I know about YouTube is my face is so good looking, everyone thinks it's AI, and now I got to prove to people via a 350-minute video, hey, I'm real. People are like, this is AI. What the bleep do we know? Water is a universal conductor. Let's try to make money on what the bleep do we know? That's a book. That's a book. It's called What the Bleep Do We Know? We're needing to write it right now. This is the longest prayer ever, and that's okay because this is a blessing of money. This is us making a book called Chapter 15, Becoming Supernatural. You see, that book's only got 13 chapters. You see, that book, it left off stepping towards a new destiny. So you're writing a sequel to 3 books. Is this a waste of time? You see, you think reading 1 book is impossible. You'll say that it's a waste of time. You've not said, thank you, Larry, for showing me that reading a book is valuable. You said, that guy doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. He's just a slut. I am a slut. I am a slut. Larry, what's the most sexually deviant thing you've done? What's the most sexually deviant thing you've done? Which is, I will make a girl stay at first base for 13 dates, 15 dates. The Credit Card Act. That's me and Barack Obama. HR 627. The Credit Card Act. House Resolution 627. Problem. The credit industry was giving, remember, What the bleep do we know about money? Problem. MBNA, Capital One, First Chicago, Bank One, Citibank. They're giving $15,000 credit lines each to college students, no hope of ever paying off that credit card debt. That's why the company's called Duck 9, which is avoid charge off. You see, when Capital One gives you, MBNA gives you, First USA gives you a $15,000 credit line, if you're black, you end up spending all of it. White or Hispanic. The only people that didn't spend all of it were Chinese people. Larry, is this why you don't like being called an Asian? Because guess what? If you're from Cambodia or Vietnam or Korea, true story, South Koreans used to have the IQ of Africa. This is why I can turn around the continent of Africa. South Korea used to have an IQ of 85. Have you heard that Africans and Somalians have an IQ of 85? It's okay. My IQ's 88. I got a law passed called the Card Act. You see, credit card companies, they would give students with no job, no income, a $15,000 line of credit. This is Web 4. This is fiat mining. This is credit card interest. Students would go massively into debt. Each year, 1 to 3 students would kill themselves because they had too much credit card debt. I'm not good with that. I'm also the number one highest selling credit card salesman for College Credit Card Corporation, on campus, marketing concepts. Russian Jew, I don't know what kind of Jew I am, but it's some kind of Jew selling credit cards to college students. Remember, I'm the sorority girl whisperer. Remember, I really like Victoria's Secret. I love money, but I'm not going to make so much money that I ruin people's lives. I learned pretty quickly that credit card debt makes you drop out of college. Look at how many times I went on TV as an undergrad. If I were in a city, I get to go on TV. I went on TV, I'm going to say 1,000 times. Because any city I'd go to, I'd just go on TV because I would call the producer and say, do you want Larry Chang, number one credit card salesman, to go on TV? All those media interviews you see, I'm making about $1 million each time I talk on TV. Why? Because I'm the top 50 physicist of the world. You see, $0 and trying to owe $0, that's almost impossible. But guess who figured it out? That would be Larry Chang. That would be deeply understanding credit knowledge. Larry, what do you think about ETFs? Larry, you speak good English. Larry, I'm Caucasian. That's Asian intelligence. That's not what I do. I don't do AI. AI is total bullshit. I do American intelligence. Welcome to the number one American in America. You should probably buy a cowboy hat. No pressure. Definitely don't go into debt. You see, all those media interviews, each one of those is about $1 million. Let me break down how. The Credit Card Act and water. And the number 0. You see, most people's credit score is 0. Basically, I solved Credit Virgin. I also solved my YouTube dollar amount is 0. I don't want to ask you how much money you've made on YouTube because you think I'm a disgusting slut puppy making hundreds of thousands of dollars on a Saturday night video talking to a dude named Colby that I met via a space called A Safe Space to Laugh for Heterosexual Cis Males, CIS. I'm making $1 million before Tuesday. It's Monday. Zero. The Credit Card Act. The most powerful number in the universe is 0. Because all $1 million is $1 followed by 6 zeros. But dollar number 1, it's nearly impossible for people to make. Everybody wants to talk about being a millionaire. The way to be a millionaire is you look at it as 1,000 1,000s. The way to be a millionaire is, why won't you try to make $1,000? What the bleep do we know? What we know is, you tell me. And I'm not talking in circles. I'm talking up a book called What the Bleep Do We Know? Joe Dispenza, author of Becoming Supernatural, he forgot to write the book, chapter 15, Stepping Towards a New Destiny. He forgot to write that book. This is what's called going books deep. Satan wants you to talk about going balls deep. You think I'm going balls deep with all these 3 ways, but I'm actually going books deep. Why? I get it, okay? I'm super sexy and I'm very fuckable. But I'm probably not going to fuck you. I'm definitely not going to fuck you. Even if your clothes are off, I need you to read 9 iterations of 5 minutes. Because there's this thing, it's called sapiosexual. There's this thing, it's called, I can't believe Larry Chang's a yoga teacher. Because this is still the same active prayer, which is, what if you could control your 2 balls and put them into a book? Now you're 2 girls, 1 Larry Chang. Now you see YouTube's going to try to suppress this, but the more you suppress it, the more my Instagram is going to explode. Ditto X. And Susan Wojciechowski, rest in peace. She used to be head of YouTube. I should have done more. What the bleep do we know is the $0 connects to the Card Act. This is funny, but it's also true, which is this question that I asked myself, which shows you that this is unlimited money, limitless money, chapter 28, chapter 65, millions of rupee, jugad. I asked myself this question, which was, I wonder if I could sleep really well at night helping sorority girls get out of debt while helping them graduate with a FICO score of 800, getting a free car, and living rent-free. Should I repeat that for you? Ni hao. Larry Chang, what is the Credit Card Act? Are you even rich? I have a question for you, which is who's the most successful person that you know first person? Because it's a problem if I'm your first Chinese friend. I ask myself the question, I ask good questions. Pay me, not you. You say to someone else, pay me $8,000. I will teach you how to ask empowering questions. Think of your brain as an answer solving device. But when you ask horrible questions, such as, Larry, do you have a micro penis? Larry, I bet your penis is amazing. Larry, why am I thinking about your penis when you're trying to put money into my bank account? I don't know why. Because you think that sugar daddy or daddy is going to replace your daddy. You should forgive your daddy for leaving you and be honest, you don't have a dad. And don't say biologically, everybody's got a dad. You have no dad, and now you're broken. You're raised by a single mom. I won't be your daddy. But what I will do is tell you without accountability, ask better questions. So I asked the question, hey, I'm friendly with Barack Obama. Food for Legion, donuts at church. Barack Obama, if you donated $50 to his account, to his senatorial run, he would give you a free burrito. Do you see how people can't help but ask retarded questions? Did you not hear the story of when I was 11? This is why just track the next 50 questions that you ask and understand how when we were banned from using the word retarded, now it's DR, which is default retard. Ditto the word mansplain, where I need to mansplain to people how much $1 million is. And answer this question, how many millions are in 1 billion? It's the lack of one strong father figure. This is what happens. This is what the bleep we know is that if your father was having a hard time with impulse control, because let's be honest, your father would rather insert his micro penis or penis into a strange hard R versus take care of the seed that he already germinated. What up, John Wang? You making that joke reminds me to remind you that 2 minutes after John Wang met me, University of Michigan Engineering, we sold his company for $1 billion, and I wrote the venture capital report, the VC case study. You said John Wang. It turns out if you're an Asian dude and you're nice to me versus, oh, look at that guy who shows up 6'5" wearing a cowboy hat. He didn't even get plastic surgery. I bet he was just born like that. I don't even hate that guy. I'm going to go give him a compliment. Hey, I like your cowboy hat. Hey, I like your shoes. Hey, have I seen you on ESPN? I know you. You're Larry Chang. Thanks for coming to my party. I'll make you a billionaire. $0. The Card Act. Active prayer. What the bleep do we know? Spitting out franchise number 680. I'm being competitive right now with the Easter Bunny. We're 360 minutes in with no signs of stopping. Can't stop, won't stop, Chang stop. Chemical free. If you count and don't count L-theanine, which is the chemical compound. In green tea. Ruh-roh, ruh-roh, running dangerously low on green tea. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You should just sell a tin of Larry Chang green tea, $8,000. If you don't make $30,000, I'll give you back all $8,000 because you're a fucking retard. What do I get for an $8,000 tin of green tea? That would be teabag me for lead gen. I can't help it. I can't help it. I literally have a diarrhea of Bristol 4. That's not diarrhea. My mouth is dropping perfect shits of Bristol 4. What the bleep do we know? What we do know is I ask pretty good questions. Hey, Larry, you're friends with the president. Let's get him to do some shit. Remember, the president can't draft legislation. He needs for somebody in the House of Representatives. Oh, is this your congressional testimony, Larry? Oh, is this your Harvard Law School keynote? Oh, is this where Matt Smith, your co-founder, came to Washington, D.C., you stuck him with the hotel bill? Are we going to talk about that? What if I could get the president of the United States to let me write a piece of legislation? Larry, what would you write in this mythical, perfect world of yours? You see, I'm not a product of my environment. I want my environment to be a product of me. Ditto the legislative landscape. Ditto Barack Obama not listening to Satoshi Nakamoto because somebody started eating retard sandwiches. That would not be Larry Chang. I'm not eating retard sandwiches. My friend Barack Obama, he did eat some retard sandwiches. Somebody bailed out the banks and made it socialism at the top. It's socialism at the top. It's socialism at the bottom. The middle class, fucked. The economic hitman has decided to come home. I'm going to save you, but you're going to have to want to be saved. I'm going to save you. You're going to have to optionally pray to Jesus. Not optional. It just helps. I'm going to need for you to buy a $6 starfish from my friend Jeff. I'm not joking. I will give you $6, but you're going to need to buy a $6 starfish from Amazon. You pop 2 selfies and you post it on your YouTube. That starfish, Larry the Starfish, this is me not joking. I'm sorry this sounds like a joke, especially if you're Indian, okay? So go ahead and just go ahead and write your negative shit on Quora, because all you're doing on Quora is fucking yourself in the fucking face. Thank you for your fuck face. Thank you, Jugad. Thank you also for making Hindi Jugad. $300 credit line. That's the law of Larry Chang. Do you need me to repeat that? I know that was the longest preamble ever. That's what the Credit Card Act is I'm capping the credit line at $300. You're welcome, America. I'm Larry Chang. I just shot a 3 ball and I just scored 180 million points. That's the credit card act. See, you can talk about the 1-inch punch because of jujitsu being able to mentally do that. But what you're doing is you're trying to learn one magical punch, which is real. Okay. There is this thing called the 1-inch punch, but you won't practice some basic footwork. You won't practice hip and shoulder displacement for a moderately impactful basic punch. You are trying to distract your brain from the genius I just said, which is $300 credit line. Let me tie back your 1-inch punch. The 1-inch punch is the equivalent of being Larry Chang, Duck 9, without starting his 2 prior businesses that Larry Chang started. Larry, I just want to be a billionaire. Can we skip with the shitty shit? That mentality is pansexual neurodivergence. I'm not joking. Look at Stanford. Stanford, pansexual neurodivergence. Stanford, pansexual neurodivergence. Stanford, pansexual neurodivergence. Larry, isn't pansexual neurodivergence okay? It is, and all are welcome here. And it hurts you when you don't understand that if you don't leave zero, don't listen to people that have $100 million that don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they're lucky to make their first $100 million. They got lucky. Larry, are you talking about yourself? Yeah. But I felt like such a fraud. Did I tell you I ended up getting a higher GPA after I became a multi-millionaire? Because in my family, I've always heard that some rich people are really fucking retarded. I now was that person who was really rich and borderline really retarded. I was about to die soon. I'm going to buy a Ferrari. I'm about to die soon. I'm going to buy some vehicle that can go first gear to second gear. I'm not even at 110 miles an hour yet. What is third gear even like? Did you know that that's how a car is wired? Basically, you're driving the whole thing to first gear. That's why people die. Is guys like me die in race cars all the time. Avoiding death, avoiding bankruptcy, the credit card act, $300. What if I could get rich or less rich and my parting fuck you to the credit industry would be version number 100 plus of fuck you money? Because the credit card industry, you shouldn't have put all those students into a lifetime of credit card debt. You shouldn't have done that. I know this. I'm the number one credit card salesperson in America. Ed Solomon, College Credit Card, Michael Pools, On Campus Marketing Concepts, Larry Chang, Duck 9, UCMS. It might be Russian Jew, and I'm not quite sure what kind of Jew the third person is. We're all a little bit JBA, a Jedi in business administration. Buy me a Mustang. Buy me a Mustang. I'll do content. This is why your sugar daddy is causing you to go bankrupt. Terry Mill Boulevard, catching strays. This is March 15th. This is March 22nd. 2 days of reverse sugar daddy. You see, if you wanted to make your content, you would buy me a $5,000 PF Chang's gift card. you're mixing up the payment with the tuition. You literally don't know if you're coming or going. This has got to be the best prayer ever. I'm doing a prayer inside of a prayer. Father Lord, please help people know if they're coming or going. Father Lord, also, the money in with the money out, that confuses people. Help them not be confused. In Jesus' name we pray a prayer inside a prayer. Amen. You literally don't know if you're coming or going. You got confused. Do you even know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about a $300 credit line for you. You did the brunette 6 no boobs thing, which is you heard that I was rich and you're like, I'm a brunette 6. I get blondes with big boobs to buy me stuff. This is reverse sugar daddy. This is fund of founders. You don't need money to make money. This is, am I the only person taking notes about another University of Illinois graduate, Mark Andreessen? Am I the only person who remembered him saying, software eat the world? Software eat the world. If software ate the world, why are you charging 4.6 and 40? That's because most people who write a book, they forgot what they wrote about. Most VCs who are neurodivergent, and make no mistake about it, when you get to the billionaire level, the air starts to thin out. You have no friends. Everyone's asking you for $5,000 to buy a Mustang. Do you realize that nobody in my family has ever asked to borrow $1 million? Nobody. Nobody in my family has ever asked to borrow money. That's the kind of, oh, there you go. Right on cue, he probably inherited money from family. Were you talking about me? This is your brain. If you were in my family, you wouldn't be in my family because you'd be asking to borrow money. You only know of one version of fuck you money. I'm saying fuck you to money for $300. This is the Credit Card Act. College students' credit lines are maximized at a single digit number of hundreds. Everybody's connected to politics. If you pay a tax or vote $1, you're political. You think you're in head, but you're just neurodivergent. Living off property dividends that mommy parents left them. So what you're doing here is you're showing me that the one person that you know has a duplex. So you made these jokes. You're going to cash the checks that your ass is talking about. I can actually make sense of the language that's currently coming out of your ass. Oh, yeah, here we go. See, with a $300 credit line, I help sorority girls live rent-free, free house, free car. This is you knowing the future while studying the past. Principal, interest, taxes, insurance. You see, while owing less than $600 on a credit line of $300, you can actually get a FICO score of 800. I'm that guy. I read all the rules. I understand Fair Isaac better than Fair Isaac. Proof, Sherry St. John. Larry, who's Sherry St. John? Principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. That's right. Why would my family ask me for money when they can make their own money? You're a virgin. I'm going to de-virginize your bank account to get your first bank account for dollar number one. Thank you for your misguided energy. It feels like you have a lot of testosterone for a 40-year-old. That's pretty good. So good job on having a little bit of testosterone. You're getting up there. It's okay that you're obese and you've got a little bit of estrogen, but I think the estrogen is causing you to have more testosterone. Good job. Principal, interest, taxes, insurance on a credit line after the Credit Card Act. Oh my God, it actually worked, which is the Credit Card Act. Understand that people in the credit industry, they wanted to have me assassinated. This is not a conspiracy. People were pissed. $15,000 credit lines ratcheted down to a single digit number of hundred. Do you know how usury works? It's a debt slavery you never escape from. Larry, how does Victoria's Secret play into this? A $600 Victoria's Secret line of credit is the foundation for 3 to 10 unicorns in Silicon Valley. Kenneth Lin, Credit Karma, Larry Chang, Lisa Falzone, Victoria's Secret, Revel Systems, Victoria's Secret. What we're doing here is we're getting a single digit number of hundred credit line and turning it into a FICO score over 800. How? We're realizing that you're meeting the most American person in America. We're meeting the most American person in America right now, which is I'm the American who's telling you how AI works, American intelligence, on a $300 credit line to do 2 lines of credit, on time payments every month. This is a line of code that nobody knew except for me, which is if you pay $4 on time or $4 million on time, TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian, they only report you as being on time. Let me repeat that. It's genius as fuck. You just met the number one physicist in America while meeting the number one smartest human on the planet. I used to be the third institution of Silicon Valley, but let's be honest. I'm the first and most important institution of Silicon Valley. I have no standards. Institution number 2, Stanford University, it has a paywall up. It erected a paywall. You better rip those Engineering 145 videos before Stanford Engineering takes them down. High walls, high paywall. Speaking of high walls, high cervix walls, high viscosity, that would be Y Combinator not letting you in. We're Y Combinator. We're more exclusive than Harvard and Stanford combined. That's why the sluttiest institution of Silicon Valley, Larry Chang, is going to help you. How much have I already helped you? Because one line of code, Stripe, the Collison brothers, one line of code, me telling you this. A $5 credit card payment made on time to Victoria's Secret and Bank of America, hashtag 530 Lytton, Bank of America, hashtag 1825 East Buckeye Road, Bank of America, hashtag 101 Tryon in Charlotte, North Carolina. Bank of America connected to American Express, hashtag PO Box 0001. You can say that I'm a self-proclaimed genius. Oh, I thought it was going to be negative. I never know what to do with compliments. I never know what to do with compliments. I never know what to do with them. Compliments demoralize me. Compliments demoralize me. So do gifts. If you want me to stop running Stanford Board of Directors or Harvard Corp Gov, all you need to do is send me a thank you and send me a gift, and I'll stop owning you going books deep in your organization. Amen. That was the longest prayer ever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. That was the longest prayer ever. To continue with the points that I brought up inside that prayer, one line of code, which is American Express doesn't report that you paid $40 million on time for your last month's payment. They just report, yes, he paid $40 million on time. But Larry, I don't spend $40 million. Can I still make an on time payment? Yeah. What you don't want to do is you don't want to make a $0 payment on time. That's not an on time payment. That's why you go to Victoria's Secret, you buy a 34C bra. You buy a 34C bra, 36B. There's boob inflation right now. Bra sizes are fraudulent. So you buy yourself, for me, and you ship it to 125 University Avenue, Suite 100, Palo Alto. I know. You could have gotten the address off the website. You buy a bra and then you just pay for the bra. You're trying to get Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax to report you as having paid on time. Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax, we make no distinction between a $4 million payment made on time or $6 paid on time. 2 lines of credit, Bank of America, Amex, Victoria's Secret. I know that that's 3, but you know how sometimes a 2-way, it becomes a 3-way because she's like, I'm definitely going to bring my friend. And then you're like, why does she look like you? This is not a Emily Chang, Jessica Chang joke, okay? This is not a hot twins joke. This is not a hot twins joke. Larry, what's the most deviant thing you've ever done with 2 girls? This is the most deviant thing that you can ever do anywhere, which is just stay at first base. But is not the new first base. It's just kissing, okay? It's just kissing. It's just kissing. And then this is how to go books deep, which is, Larry, I used to be a sex addict too. I went books deep and I found some brain from my second head. Ditto my ass brain. We have 4 brains. We have 4 brains.
they want. I will give the people what they want. I will. Arithmetic. These are jokes, but they're 100% serious. Math. Addition, subtraction, but mainly addition was how I became such a dominant force in Silicon Valley. Let's say you don't believe, hey, this guy, he's the third institution of Silicon Valley. Maybe you don't believe, oh my gosh, this not only is the smartest person I've ever met, he's also a really nice guy. He does YouTube lives. Have you met Larry Chang before? His channel is on what they don't teach you in school. How did you sleep last night? While I was sleeping, I pooped out money from my bank account to your bank account. It doesn't take money to make money. You see, what they do teach you in school right now is how to be neurodivergent. Would you like a dose of neurodivergency? You would, because now you have an excuse to take 5 times longer on the SAT. Would you like a dose of pansexual neurodivergency? Now you've got longer to take your exam time. Would you like a dose of pansexual neurodivergency? That's what they teach you in school. You see, what they don't teach you in school is how to play the game on heterosexual mode, sex with women who are your age when you're older than 23. It's not straightforward. It's not a layup. It's not easy. Well, it's easy for me, but it's not easy for you because of what you got taught in school. This channel is what they don't teach you in school, which is heterosexuality. These are some of the most funny jokes you'll ever hear. 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. Larry, will you just give me what I want? Because all I want to do is just laugh, have a good time. Stop trying to help me get rich. I'm happy in my filth. I'm happy in my pajamas. I'm happy wearing either no socks or socks with a hole in them. Larry, I don't want to dress up and go out and HTML, how to meet ladies. I don't want to do HTML programming. Normally it's hypertext markup language. This language, what they don't teach you in school, HTML programming, because I am teaching you how to program. We're not going to program computers because that's what they do teach you at Stanford Engineering. What's up, Sophia? What's up? Gold Chain Jackie 14. I'm going to be mentioning how your username is dangerously close to my script. Dangerously close to my script. You see, what they don't teach you in school right now is, hey, students, have you thought about training your brain to be heterosexual? Yes. Some people's brains actually need to be trained because school indoctrinated you into being neurodivergent pansexual. School encourages that. That's why there are naked men dancing in drag for people under 22 years old at a place called the second grade. Larry, will you just give me what I want? Because I'm here for 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. The Vagina Whisperer is not going to hold out any longer. Best cold intro ever. You see, the Vagina Whisperer knows all. And it's not a one-eyed clown in a land where everyone's blind. It's not that a one-eyed cyclops is all-seeing, because we're walking amidst a people that are perfectly blind, not partially blind, not partially able to see, fully blind. India has chimed in to say hello. Niso Ofi, welcome to America. We're talking about two girls, one cup of knowledge, while imbibing some delicious green tea. Green tea for me. Two girls, one cup of knowledge. The Vagina Whisperer is going to share with you something so insightful that this will be more valuable than all the videos that you watch on Google, on YouTube, on Alphabet. Google, YouTube, Alphabet. Which is this. Hashtag Vagina Whisperer, comma, knows all. You see, Vagina Whisperer, it's not Pussy Magnet. Vagina Whisperer is two girls, one cup of knowledge. All of the world's information in the future is actually available to you partially now. You see, the future's here. The future's here. It's just not evenly distributed. And while your brain is focused, hopefully in the morning, maybe in the evening, either way, you get to benefit. Do yourself a ginormous favor and just do one screen temporarily. Remember, you're meeting the Vagina Whisperer probably for the first time via Two Girls, One Cup. Problem. Two girls, one cup. That's gross. I'm not going to tell you about funny stuff that I saw on the internet, because, oh my God, this is going to break your brain on the internet, is watching Two Girls, One Cup. You see, these two girls do some pretty nasty things with this one cup. What we're doing is literally right now, Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge from Larry Chang. Let's manage our attention as we delve into bullet point number 2. So the Pussy Magnet distributes. You see, marketing is different from sales. You don't see now, but you will see Pussy Magnet is different from Vagina Whisperer. Cheers. You see, Pussy Magnet is normally not on your bingo card, but it's the detriment, it's the detraction, it's the troll thing to say to a good-looking guy, which is, you're an idiot, you're a pussy magnet. It's derogatory. So when you're trying to wire your brain when you're watching a video to say, hey, will you wish me a birthday and it's not your birthday? It's because your brain's broken. How well am I doing at vagina whispering? How well am I doing? I bet you've asked people, hey, it's my birthday, will you wish me a happy birthday? When it's absolutely not your birthday. Be honest, Charlie, be honest. Because when you say something derogatory, you're looking for a reaction. This is where there's a divergence, not a neurodivergence, this is where it's a positive divergence from what? From Vagina Whisperer to Pussy Magnet, we're talking about 2 girls, 1 cup. So many messages. I'm going to get to them. I want to be able to establish the context so that way we can all be on the same 5 pages. You thought I was going to say the same 1 page. Being on the same 1 page, that's easy. Being on the same 1 page, that's super easy. Being on the same 5 pages, that's also easy. Do you see why arithmetic is the best form of math? It's the best form of math. Cell 1, bullet point number 3. Have you ever watched a YouTube video and then spent money? Ew! Have you ever watched a YouTube video on cooking and then spent money over on DoorDash? Loser! Well, maybe not loser, but yeah, you're a loser. Why? Because you don't want to watch YouTube videos just so that way you spend money. Although, if you spend money on delicious takeout food from P.F. Chang's, which is surprisingly affordable and survives the DoorDash or Uber Eats delivery surprisingly well. When was the last time you ate P.F. Chang's? There's Dan Dan noodles, there's chicken with broccoli, there's Mongolian beef. Is that a paid message? No, that's how to get free food. Bullet point number 11. We're on bullet point number 3, which is cell 1. You like that teaser? You like that teaser? You like that teaser? Because cell 1 is a guaranteed formula for getting rich. But those videos weren't very popular. Telling people that they could be rich during this Great Depression. See, look! Telling people that they can get rich during this Great Depression. You're lucky I don't care about views. You're lucky I don't care about new subscribers. You're lucky. Because once you mention to people, hey, I have a way to get rich, dropping jokes, adding in stuffed animals. Remember, you're in a video called 2 Girls, 1 Cup. Instead of FAGR, which is fucking around and getting rich, during this secret Great Depression, during this overt war on the middle class, do you see how Vagina Whisperer is different from Pussy Magnet? Because your average Pussy Magnet doesn't have game like this. Doesn't have game like this. No, I will not remove. No, I will not move. I moved it. Are you happier? You want me to move it back? F you. Happy? Make the people happy. Benny says, hey, great show. Hopefully you're not Benji. I'm about to block you. Can you shout out? Yes. My copy is $850. You see, we're going to sell 1. We're going to sell 1. Why? Because you've never watched a YouTube live video and made $1. You see, I could shout these, but I'm trying to tone police myself. To be shout volume specific, because you've never watched one YouTube live and then financially gotten slightly better. That's why I put an Instapot right here. Why? Because arbitrage. More on that later. Because selling 1 copy, I'm going to sell this exact copy of this entire video that's going to last for 2.5 hours. you're only going to have enough attention for 40 minutes. That's okay. That's why you're temporarily poor, because you're not able to sit with a good posture and breathe and see this as a yoga class. Larry, I'm lost. Right now you're talking about selling one. What am I selling? You're selling 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. This copy, which is your copy, I agree to transfer intellectual property, said during this video from me to you, which is this. I'm selling this copy of this video transcribed. I'm selling this copy of this YouTube Live for $888. I'm selling this copy of this recorded in front of a live audience video for $888. You get it for $0. We sell something for $888, then we go buy it. You bought it from me for the cost of your attention. You purchased this information from me via your ability to use Gemini 3. When I'm saying you're purchasing, do you see how intimidated you are? You're intimidated. And I get it. This is why I'm both Pussy Magnet and Vagina Whisperer, because you got intimidated. You got intimidated. You got intimidated. Combo meal of lying. Hey, can you shout out my girlfriend? Blah, blah, blah. She likes her live streams with you in them. It's her birthday today. Being able to get people to say things is the lowest Luciferian joke ever. This is Vagina Whisperer. You see, when your brain is broken, you're trying to break other people's brains. The lowest form is, hey, it's my birthday, and it's not your birthday. So you're lying about a format to do what? To get you from selling one, to get you from connecting with the content. You probably don't even listen to any of the words. You just spam that one phrase, which is, hey, can you shout? Oh, I'm about to shout and spit some monetary rewards. Good morning, Ron. Good morning, Ron. Ron does not want to get rich, but I've affected this script to help him get some free food delivered. Free food delivered. I'm not going to deliver green tea. It always cracks me up when I'm in the grocery store and I see frozen rice, $3. Delivering green tea is in that same category. You see, my copy of this video is $888. We're talking about selling one. Your cost is $0. You see, here's a problem. Most people have never watched one video and benefited $1. You're just on YouTube, brain rotting, and at best, collecting knowledge. You're at a 1-for-4 ratio. For brain rot videos, one that's barely educational. Hey, I learned a lot on YouTube. That's why I can invest. That's why I can invest 3 hours a day on YouTube. That's why I can invest 3 hours a day on YouTube. I'm not trying to mitigate and minimize my Web 2 social media time. I'm happy with my ROI for 3 hours. You see, what we're doing here is I'm giving you 2026 days of Christmas in one day. You guys thought, we're still talking about 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. See, you guys thought that I was going to give you 365 days of Christmas. Every day is Christmas. No, that sounds like a disaster. Every day's Christmas. But I do want to give you 2026 days of Christmas. But I'm only going to do it in one day. Why? Because 1, it's hilarious, and 2, it's possible, and 3, you didn't remember page 13 from a book that hot girl was holding. We're still talking about 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. You see, we as women, my pronouns are she and her, we like to read books during the Christmas holidays. We like to wear a Santa hat, sitting in a coffee shop, waiting for more hot women to join us. I currently identify as a lesbian. What they don't teach you in school is how to call yourself a lesbian, just so that way you can learn how to be heterosexual. Because in school they teach you apo taco of heterosexuality, which is a book, The 12-Week Year, page 13, periodization. Problem. 52 weeks causes you to say, oh, I had 3 bad days or 1 bad day. This year sucks. You can't say that because I'm giving you 2026 days of Christmas today. 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge about 2,000 days of Christmas. You may not believe I'm rich. This is how you now know that I was rich at a young age. Christmas. I'd get maybe in a good Christmas, $500. I know, it's a ton. But then there's a Tom Chang tax. More on that later. So I get about way less than $1,000. So in the first day that I made $200,000, I said to myself, oh my God, this is like 50 Christmases. Now I know that makes me sound like I'm self-made, but I didn't just make myself. I used 2 books. This is what we're talking about. I'm talking about Duck 9. You get this all for $0. Oh, but he's going to trick us. He's going to charge something later. I open sourced this shit back on video number 60. Video number 60, I open sourced every genius thing I knew about Duck 9. Deeply understanding credit knowledge. And the only reason I hesitated is it's also digitally understanding Chang knowledge. I'm Larry Chang. I don't even love ducks. Now I do. Let me introduce you to Dickie the Duck, okay? Later. Let me introduce you to Dickie the Duck later. Why? Because we're trying to get Dickie the Duck is focused on me because he's balanced. He doesn't want to look at the audience. You can just look at my duck's butt. Oh my God. Did this video just get amazing? I give you permission to just use this script as AI, where an AI duck just says everything that I say, quack, quack, which is 2026 Christmases all in one day. 2000 2,000 Christmases all in one day. How? By explaining to people this video, which is a book. You see, this video, it is a book. The book title is called Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge. There are multiple versions of the book, what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School. There are multiple versions of that book. Why? Because you can't trademark a title. You can copyright the information inside. This information, it's not even copywritten. Why? Because I need you to steal it. In the same way that I needed Jack Dorsey to steal my Web 5 keynote. You see, once people steal your stuff, two people benefit. They do and you do. And if you don't believe that, you've never met the third institution of Silicon Valley. It's also true in Hollywood. This is financial advice. Because if you were good at being a creative, you would continue to create. If you're just still trying to live off of Michael Jackson's residuals, maybe you should come up with a brand new album, song 1, open source. Your phone's not so smart, it's really just breaking your brain. Song 2, Pussy Magnet. Song 3, Vagina Whisperer, open sourced, plugged into a problem, Toy Story 5. Toy Story 5. Do you even know it's coming out on June 18th? More on that in a prior video. That's Christmas number 300. Let's keep delivering 2026 Christmases. You see, the copy that I'm selling at Amazon is $888. You can sell this exact same content with a twist or no twist required. You can sell it for $30. We buy it first and then we sell it. We buy it first and then we sell it. Second time out, come back better. Come back better. We're about to do something live time. Tune in to make sure that I don't fail. Are you cheering for me to crash out? Because if I ever were to crash out, it'd be delivering 14 chapters, creating them on the fly. What they don't teach you in school. Hashtags. The entire value of this video, all the Christmases, are delivered to you via a hashtag. You see, this is a duck. This duck is friends with a bunny. This bunny leads to so many unicorns. This is my level of prep. You see, duck is digitally understanding Chang knowledge. Duck is understanding credit knowledge. Duck is also understanding capital knowledge. Duck is also understanding venture capital knowledge. Duck is understanding how to do a turnaround. The whole thing hinges on deeply understanding credit knowledge. Yes, it's the same thing as collateral, default, and rope to choke. You see, when somebody gives you a line of credit, it's either collateralized or there's no collateral. Cowboy, 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 what's up? What's up? Dickie the Duck has entered the chat. Dickie the Duck has entered the chat. Dickie the Duck. Paw patrolling. Patrolling paws. When I said hashtags are a gateway Christmas gift from Jesus to you, I wasn't joking. This is at least 50 more Christmases. Are you ready? Hashtag 26 days of OpenAI ducking BK. You see, on day 15, I called an audible and I switched it on day 15 from hashtag 26 days of OpenAI ducking BK to become hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. Why? Because of Substack. It's like WordPress, but it's a stack of sub-optimal content. You got to go through a lot of content just to get something good. And then sometimes the good stuff, they make you pay for it. Have you ever paid for it? Because I get paid 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge, dinner, first class, and her coach class ticket. I didn't tell you some news. Stick around. This show is going to be the best show ever. You see, hashtag chapter 1 2G 1C. 2 girls, 1 cup, 2G 1C. Larry, just give me what I want. Larry, you do such a good job giving the people what they want. You see, the people just want to laugh. They don't necessarily want to learn about entrepreneurship at Stanford University via wealth creation during this overt war on the middle class. We don't want to be saved. We're happy in our filth. We're happy being 9 years away from a 4-year engineering degree from the University of Illinois. If we're being honest, you're not 9 years away, you're 13 years away. Let's take that number and make it only 8 years away from a 4-year degree in engineering at Stanford University. Step 1, arithmetic. You see, today is day number 63 of the 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. You see, the reason that these are all Christmases is people can't do the math. What mosquito is able to live in the middle of winter? A very vigilant one. Enjoy the afterlife. When you go to heaven, say hi to Augie Garrido. You see, November 1 was to you an eon away. November 5, November 15, November 23. Those dates are a blur to you. To me, January's been a blur. Did you guys just see that? Did you guys just see that? An angel just visited. January's been a blur. January has been a blur. We're 2 days in, and my January's been a blur, and I'm rocking an IQ close to 500. What hope do my competitors have of discerning what happened back in November, specifically day 19 and day 20? You see, this is me transferring to you Christmas. How was your Christmas? How was your Christmas? If you are as rich as you say you are, you spent way too much money. This is why rich people love Christmas, is because it's a reason to give gifts. I'm giving you a gift right now. I don't want to even know what your Christmas was like financially. I don't want to know. I'm out of green tea, though. I'm solving that problem. You see, the problem that we're solving with the calendar is people can't add. How many times have you met a person, they don't even know what the date is? Like, we're on the second day of the year, and even a genius, I thought today was the 3rd. I thought today was Saturday the 3rd. This year is both dragging and accelerating. 2 Girls, 1 Cup. I'm going to sketch out 14 hashtags for you. You're welcome. This is going to be a Tony Robbins if Tony Robbins didn't become woke. Because I'm going to lay out for you unleashing the giant within. I'm going to unlock for you unlimited power. I'm going to help you master the financial game. Did I just quote Tony Robbins better than Mark Benioff? Billionaire, billionaire, billionaire? Yeah. Why? Because I can't help it. Somebody called me some negative name, I forget. Pussy whisperer. That's so derogatory. Pussy magnet. Do you see how, like, I can't even remember? I'm so angry right now. I'm so angry. So angry. Let's prove the people wrong and right. Thank you for your troll. We're gonna patrol. Is this not hilarious? Because this is your first Chinese uncle. This is what it's like being in a Chinese family during Christmas, which is, hey, uncle, I want to make some money. You're hilarious. And you're so rich. You're hilarious. Help me make money. I'm going to help you make money right now. 14 easy steps, all done via hashtags. Have you ever used one? I'm not going to ask you if you're a hashtag virgin, because let's just assume that you are. What the F is actually wrong with you? Seriously, what's fucking wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Hashtag CHAPTER. That spells chapter. Number 1, the number 2, C, 1, C. That's chapter 1, 2G, 1C. Larry, did you just say what I thought you said? Yeah. This is chapter 1, 2 girls, 1 cup. You see, I haven't used AI yet to write this transcription out. You see, I haven't used AI yet to do chapters 1 through 14, 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. You can feel how this is going to be a New York Times bestseller. You can feel how chapter 2, hashtag chapter 2, 2G, 1C is after chapter 1. Larry, what's chapter 1? I'm going to outline a book for you lifetime faster than Anthropic, faster than Gemini 3, faster than Grok 4. This is AI lifetime. You see, Sam Altman, he didn't know the difference between pussy magnet and vagina whisperer because he was intimidated by Peter Thiel's mentor. That's right, buddy. This is your book. This is your book, chapter 1. Good job. Chapter 1. You're damned if you do know what 2 girls, 1 cup is. You're damned if you don't know what 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge is. You see, 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. It's predicated on people actually having watched two girls do some things in a cups and then imbibe them in a way that would be attention grabbing. We're grabbing a lot of attention, two girls, one cup. Larry, give the people what they want. I am. Chapter 2, the treasure management of two girls, one cup of knowledge. That's chapter 2. Hashtag chapter 2, 2G, 1C. Two girl, one cup. Let me repeat that. Hashtag chapter 3, 2G, 1C. Paste copying this video, YouTube Live, into Gemini 3. Those ads about getting $275,000 from Alphabet, those aren't spam. That's a legit offer. Sell this book at Google I.O. in the same way that my friend Tim O'Reilly sold a book that he didn't write yet called Sun Microsystems. He is a billionaire. He told me what Web 2 was and then proceeded to say, fuck you, Larry, pay me $3,000 to come to Web 2.0 Summit. Okay, Tim O'Reilly, only because we're friends, I'll pay you $3,000 because fuck you, $3,000. Take my money now, you mother scratcher, Tim O'Reilly. You may not believe that Tim O'Reilly, publisher of all those books that have an animal on them. Have you seen those programming books that my friend Jeff sells? You spend $80 on a programming book that costs $3 because it's a fucking paperback on shitty paper. That's what built his 5-building behemoth in Sebastopol. That's a city in California. That's not even in Silicon Valley. It is Silicon Valley, but it's not. Sebastopol. That's where the poor people live. That's chapter 3, 2G, 1C, which is paste copy. I know. Damn. 2G, 1C, zingers all day. But the good news is this. Tim O'Reilly, Web 2 Summit, parlays like a 5-way parlay. Sports betting analogy, financial advice incoming. Hashtag chapter 4, 2G, 1C. You see, you don't see. Tim O'Reilly charging me $3,000 made him $1 million. I took that fuck you pay me, right? Not you pay me. I don't want to read your email. I don't want to read your text message. And I definitely don't want to read an incoming wire coming from you. 650-283-8008. When I'm saying fuck you pay me, I'm saying that's what you're saying. 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. Fuck you pay me $40 for your paperback version of the book. I consent to you stealing my book title. Because I also couldn't stop you from stealing my book title, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Personal Intellectual Property. True story, I wrote that. Internet Marketing Secrets with Jerry Detweiler. True story, I wrote that. What They Don't Teach You at Stanford Business School. True story, I'm rewriting it right now as I've written it 50,000 times. Larry, that surely is an exaggeration. That surely is an exaggeration. You're correct, troll, because I've written it over 200,000 times over on my buddy's website, Twitter. I'm not going to call it X, okay? I'm not going to call it X. You bought Twitter, we tweet. X post. I'll start calling it X when you execute PayPal version Larry Chang. It's still not executed yet. It's still not Web 5. It's barely Web 3 right now. So hashtag chapter 4 2G1C. That's winning $3,000 at a time. You see, there's a need for a conference called Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge. Who's producing this conference? Yeah, thank you. I am a genius. Can you pay attention instead of giving me compliments? Compliments throw me off. Because I like you. Thank you for a compliment. Hashtag chapter 4 2G1C. Networking. Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge about networking. This is the first time you've ever networked with somebody in Silicon Valley. This is you're a networking virgin. Prior to this on YouTube, you network like people riding the bus. People who ride the bus, they're just trying to get to where they're going. They don't want to meet anybody. That's your mentality on YouTube. You're watching a video just hoping that some YouTuber doesn't invite you to their cult and then try to find out what your dirt road's about. That's networking bad. This is networking good. Hashtag CHAPTER 4 2G1C, which is what happens when you network with people and you make money at each stage. That's Two Girls, One Cup, is each video should be profitable. Each video should be monetized and not monetized the way that losers do by selling ads. That's marketing. Monetized via can you sell one, which is chapter 5. Mentorship. Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge, chapter 5 is mentorship. Because the whole reason we're calling it Two Girls, One Cup of Knowledge is this solves the fact that you don't have any friends that are blonde billionaires. You have 0 blonde billionaire friends. That's inexcusable. 2 blonde girls, 1 cup of your knowledge, parentheses, that you got from Larry Chang. Chapter 6. No. You don't want to moderate other people. You want to moderate your own brain. That's the first rule of being a mod. Do not moderate other people. You've got to make your own money moderating your own brain. Do you like how quick I am with that? Okay, tell me what chapter 6 is, Mr. Moderator. Tell me what chapter 6 is. You should know. You're moderating. Come on. Tell me what chapter 6 is. If you're so in tune with my genius shiitake, that you can battle a troll, tell me what chapter 4 was. I already said it. See, okay, everybody. This is what happens when a genius person, this is how genius people end up poor. This is how genius people end up poor. See? See? It's whack-a-mole, it's whack-a-troll. It's whack-a-mole, it's whack-a-troll. Too many usernames, too much Luciferian energy. What they don't teach you in school is how to be heterosexual. Chapter 6. Right on cue, 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. Can you sell one girl? Can you sell one girl? Can you sell one girl? It turns out most people cannot. That's chapter 6. I'm not saying sell one girl panty removal, but I am saying, oh my God, Tom Brady watches this live stream. Why? Because I got some really good news. Tom Brady, he's finally dating somebody 20 years younger than him. Finally. Her name's Alex. She's obviously Gen Z with a name that's a dude's name. So good job, Tom Brady. She's actually hot. We want to sell one girl. We don't necessarily have to sell them on penis. This channel is open and accepting to people of all sexualities. But I am saying we want to sell the unicorn. We want to sell the unicorn, which is the blonde billionaire mentee of Larry Chang. We want to sell them on something. Why? We're selling them on something because, good morning, Raj. We want to sell them something. Why? Because we're going to realize Larry Chang was traumatized in Tucson, Arizona. Gamma Phi Beta, University of Arizona. I can't even make up the fact that Xavier Esker went to University of Arizona. This is Mark Marquez. David Esker played shortstop. Give birth to Xavier. Xavier played at University of Arizona. Larry, what's your connection to University of Arizona? Chapter 7. Hashtag Chapter 7 2G1C. Raj, to catch you up, I'm outlining chapters 1 through 14 right off the cuff, which is, can you sell something, Larry, for $888? Yeah. In fact, if you're so lazy that you can't use AI to do this, pay me $888 and I'll plug this entire transcript into Gemini 3. I almost said OpenAI. I almost made a mistake. You want to use Grok 4. Goal: 2,000 days of Christmas, today only. Remember before when I was saying, I want every day to be Christmas for you? That's going to be a pipe dream. People say that all the time, in the same way that they say, Mother's Day, oh, we should have more than one Mother's Day per year. And then they don't do shit all for Mother's Day or Father's Day. So those of you that hate what I'm saying, it's because your dad took off. You don't have a dad. And then this is where you say, Larry, everybody has a dad. This is chapter 7. Hashtag chapter 7 2G1C. Girls with daddy issues, they don't have a dad. They have a biological dad, but they don't have a dad that's stuck around. Do you see how this is 2,000 days of Christmas all in one day? Because I'm going to solve your daddy issues, just like 3 days ago, I prayed the gay away, just like day number 55 of the hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. I figured out how to pray the gay away. Do you see why this video is so valuable? Because Christian people have been trying to pray the gay away for at least 30 years. I did it. I figured it out. Am I the only one paying attention? Am I the only one paying attention? Oh, good job. Good job. Good job. Look, we prayed your gay away, and now you're a fucking genius. Enjoy being rich, you mother scratcher. Enjoy being rich. Enjoy being rich. Hashtag chapter 7 2G1C, comma. That's sexual energy. On the other side of praying the gay away, I became a genius. You see, pansexual neurodivergence, that's what they teach you in school. Is school trying to make you a slave? Yeah. A wage slave that doesn't understand credit. Hashtag chapter 8 2G1C, karma. It was karmically possible. I know. I'm doing an amazing job. People's jaws are on the ground. Hashtag chapter 8 2G1C. And if you haven't written down any hashtag, this is the most valuable one. Put pen to paper. Stop cooking food. Stop trying to smash a troll, okay? Stop text messaging the hot women, because women pick up on the fact that you're unbroken, you're unbreakable, you're going places. This is why women want to ride RD. Hashtag chapter 8 2G1C. Remember, Tom Brady is my mentee. Remember, Tom Brady is secretly watching us, making adjustments to his dating game. He's dating a 25-year-old named Alex, who is all over his shit. It's in my Twitter. She is so averagely hot, but so in his age appropriate. This is age appropriate. He's 47, she's 25. He used to try to date age appropriately. He used to be blue pill. I'm saying women older than 22, younger than 23, please write down, no matter how you have an aversion for my vibe, okay? Do the game theory. I'm going to date women that are adults, older than 22, younger than 23. That makes you angry. Good. Take that anger and scribble out angrily. Grr. Hashtag chapter 8 2G1C. What's the name of this video? The name of this video is the name of the book, is chapter 8, 2 Girls, 1 Cup. The reason the hashtag is important is you're treasure mapping from chapter 2, hashtag chapter 2 2G1C. Karma is the most important. Why? That's hashtag chapter 8 2G1C. Yeah, that would be, you're getting chapter 3 wrong. It's hashtag chapter 9 2G1C, period. This is why I'm rich, is because I read people's shitty code. You thought I was going to say something else. Your code is shitty. This is how to make it right. Hashtag chapter 3 2G1C. Get it? 2G1C? Or you don't get it? It doesn't matter if you don't get it. Other people will. Other people get rich. You're still affected by pansexual neurodivergence. Hashtag chapter 8, no space, 2G, no space, 1C. You can't, comma quote, hashtag chapter 3, 2G1C, period. This is called motivational listening. This is called, Larry, I get why you're rich now. Do you get why I'm rich now? Because it's so detail-minded. Karma. Hashtag chapter 8 2G1C, period. This is why you're going to be rich, because all of your LGBT friends, they can't, look at how many times they can't, their brain's broken, they can't do details. Karma. Hashtag chapter 8, 2G1C, period. Karma is important because you're engineering serendipity. Would you stop with your sloppy slop? Would you stop with your sloppy slop? It's just stop with your slop. That's why I gained the relationship capital to talk this way. Details are incredibly important. You're running the wrong treasure map. Details are incredibly important. You're on the wrong hashtag. The entire value of this video is chapter 8, karma, via a hashtag. Think of a hashtag as an Easter egg, and if you're from India, Pakistan, which you obviously are, know that in America, this is AI, this is still chapter 8, karma. Because by giving away Easter eggs, you're taking attention from 2 Girls, 1 Cup of knowledge and parking that attention towards 14 Easter eggs, chapters 1 through 14. You still haven't gotten the hashtag correctly. It's because you're a hashtag virgin. It's because you're a million virgin. You can't make $1, let alone $1 million. This is how every millionaire has become birthed, is they got good at details and they got good at following up and they got good at the gaps between lectures, the gaps between practice, the gaps between what did you do on your own.
Speaking of gaps and getting better, we're about to get better at following up and expanding on a prior. We're not going to get intimidated by answering the question, the Credit Card Act. Speaking of getting better between videos, the Credit Card Act. Problem, $15,000 credit line. Problem, bleeding red out of every orifice because you got screwed, usury. Problem, the government should really step in and write a law. The Oriental Cowboys here, let's write a law called HR 627, the Credit Card Act. Problem, $15,000 or $50,000 in credit line. Reduced to $600 maximum each. You see, the Credit Card Act is no longer bleeding red from every orifice because some credit card executive decided to screw you in the cornhole. Now you're bleeding. Now you're screwed. You've got $50,000 of the credit card debt. You're working a part-time job when you should be studying in school. Solution, the Larry Chang Credit Card Act, HR 627, starting a generational run. HR 627, the Card Act. HR 3606,
The Jobs Act, H.R. 5717, the Silicon Valley titization, kind of like my prostitutization of winning. You don't need money to make money. Following up, getting better between YouTube videos. Mushi. Larry, will you speak English? Will you speak English? Because mushi is money. This is the hashtag. It's hashtag mushi. MOOSHIE, capital MUEXIE, capital MOOSHEY. What we're doing is we're memorizing the answers. Has anyone ever helped you ace a test before the test began? Maybe Miss Bassetto wasn't your blonde homeroom teacher with giant boobs that you raised the flag up the pole for, if you catch my drift. Mushi is T with the P, with the Q, and the R, and the S. Because what we're doing is we're memorizing the answers to the test. We're gonna make money. This is how Tom Brady wins. I don't mean to laugh while I'm delivering the most important thing you've ever heard, but it's funny to me because it's funny on 10 levels. Pay me $50,000 for each level. If you don't make 3 mil, thank you for telling me that you're not a billionaire. Which is mushi. You're a billionaire, you're obese. I'm not your doctor. I don't have to lie to you. You're gonna die 10 years earlier because you didn't read page 42. If you don't die 10 years earlier, I get paid nothing. Larry, are you talking about my CPAP machine that I never use and you're supposed to read page 42? Oh, somebody has been mushi. That's why Tom Brady flies private with a $300 pillow, because hashtag CS183 sleep. I already know what Tom Brady's going to say about this video, which is, Larry, teach me more Mandarin. I really like mushi. I really like it. Should I say more shit that you say on my next podcast? Tom Brady, let's you and I never be on a podcast. What am I, Julian Edelman? Tom, will you come on my podcast? I'm Michael Jordan's friend. Mushi. What have you done? What have you done, if anything? If you've done nothing, I guess it's kind of okay.
What did you do on your own between Larry Chang videos? And I say things here on YouTube live streams, but I'm entirely different when it's just one-to-one Q&A. I'm entirely different. There you go. This is us doing something that Elon Musk temporarily doesn't like, which is Sam Altman, Elon Musk, Larry Chang. I'm the only one who's the third institution of Silicon Valley, which is, I can use one hashtag to give you 2,000 Christmases. Do you know who said that? Hashtag clicking. Will you put the right hashtag one time, just one time, get the right hashtag. What we're doing is showing you this magic trick, hashtag chapter 9, 2G1C, period, comma, quote, hashtag chapter 9, 2G1C, period. That's all one thing, kind of like www.chapter2G1C or chapter 9, 2G1C. Look, birds of a feather flock together. I'm the sum total of the 5 people that I'm trying to turn around. Hey, Larry, what are you talking about? I'm talking about 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge, chapter 9. You see, 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge, that's what the people want. I'm giving you 14 versions. This is a flagship franchise, 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge. What came before 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge is also in chapter 9, which is 2 girls, 1 book. That's chapter 9. Let's do something that's semi-entrepreneurial. What came before 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge? 2 girls, 1 cup. What came after 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge? That would be 1 guy, 2 Bibles. Yeah, we're selling to Lucifer a Bible for $900. Fuck you. Fuck you, Satan. Buy my Bible that you know cover to cover. Buy my Bible for a lot of money. Problem. You've benefited zero from the $0 Bible that Christian people give you. I'm a Christian. I'm not giving you a $0 Bible so that way you can read 0 pages. That's how to play the game within hashtag chapter 9 2G1C, which is you bring 2 Bibles if you're Christian, or even if you're not Christian. You bring 2 Bibles, and then I'll tell you page numbers, book, chapter, verse to quote from. That's how you sell 1 Bible for $800. Only to a person who's desperately trying to get rid of their dark energy for less than $1,000. You're not allowed to sell it to a Christian. No! There's no space between 9 and 2. It's all one thing. Hashtag chapter 9 2G1C, period. You're putting the comma in the wrong spot. Before you get demoralized in the fact that you can't hear and use a hashtag, know that most people, they're just like, yeah, go ahead and just email that to me. Yeah, go ahead and just, can you text me? Can you text me your book, What They Don't Teach You at Stanford Business School? Will you send me the PDF so that way I can own another PDF that I don't read? It's hashtag chapter 9, no space, 2G1C, end parentheses. Look at how many times I had to say this hashtag. When you leave your phone number, when you're closing a deal over voicemail, Kyle! Welcome, Kyle! We talked about you yesterday for over an hour. Kyle, the aerospace engineer. I almost said Kyle, the pansexual neurodivergent. That's a bad thing because it's rolling off my tongue like the word retard. Kyle, welcome. We talked about a lot of things. I recapped all the things that we talked about. That's Kyle. That's your pop-up internship. That's your pop-up internship. Why? Because it's 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge, New Year's Day with Larry Chang. People are going to be like, oh my God, he did not go to University of Colorado Boulder to do a keynote on New Year's Day. That was a keynote thank you for coming to my TED Talk by the golf tee, by the tea room. Tea room sounds so bad. Like two dudes hanging out in a tea box, tea room. That sounds bad. But you're heterosexual. I'm heterosexual. That's what they don't teach you in school, which is chapter 9, 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge, what Larry Chang told me New Year's Day. Your hashtag's wrong. It's day 63, comma, hashtag 28 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. 26 days. My God. This is why we're the sum total of the 5 people that we're hanging out with most. Because you guys are actually fucking me up, and that's actually hard to do. Do you see why I actually do better with trolls, whereas people that are legitimately trying fuck me up hard? And that's okay, because I'm willing to come down to the sub $1 billion level and help you go from 0 to $600,000. Because $600,000 is the new millionaire. Get it? Because $600 million makes you a billionaire? What? No. It's the 3 comma club. It's not the 2.7 comma club. Stop saying I'll use my credit card. There's no credit card required. You just need to make money. This is $0, cunt. Chapter 9, 2G, 1C, comma. Quote, being a little bit entrepreneurial, that's chapter 9, which is 1 guy, 3 books. You see, 1 guy, 3 books, that's you in a coffee shop. 2 girls, 1 cup, that comes and comes and comes again. 1 guy, 3 books. 1 guy, 3 books. Why are we doing 3 books? Why are we doing 3 books? We're doing 3 books because 1 guy, 1 book is fuck you, don't talk to me. I'm in a coffee shop, no laptop. 1 book. That's what 1 book is. Although, when I do 1 guy, 1 book, I get vagina thrown at me. Why? Because pussy magnet is not the same thing as vagina whisperer, but in my case, it is. See, instead of saying, how much Lulu do you have? Understand hashtag chapter 9 2G1C. To women wearing Lululemon, I will sell them guacamole. Oh my God. Will you try to get the hashtag correct 1 time? I don't care if you're subscribed, but I'll vibe you. You're welcome. I pin your tweet. You can say whitewashed, but what you're not understanding is that the Oriental cowboy, that's the new Caucasian. That's the new alpha Caucasian. Caucasian people like Nick Fuentes have gone both too far and not far enough. You're talking to the co-founder of Caucasian Engineers of America, hashtag chapter 9 2G1C. Yeah, these are jokes. Let me repeat the joke. It's hilarious. We're still talking about content inside of chapter 9 2G1C. Clicking. Can you try to get the hashtag right 1 time?
Hashtag chapter 9 2G1C. You see, 2 girls, 1 cup, that's not what I love. I tolerate it. 2G1C, 2 girls, 1 cup. Larry, Are you thinking about turning it into a book? Mother Scratchers already did. That's called Chapter 11, 2G1C. Chapter 3, 2G1C. Let's play a game right now. Let's play a game right now. Tell me a number 1 to 14. We're playing a game. We're playing a game. We're playing a game. So the game we're playing, 12. A dozen street smart things to do. Hashtag chapter 12, 2G1C. You see, one of these moderators we'll talk about because he's the best of moderators. He's the worst of moderators. Kind of like our economic times right now. He's the best of us. He's also the worst of us. You see, when we become 65 years old and retired, we didn't willingly retired. We got retired. Retired is different from retired, like I retired 8 prior times. You see, when you retire, you say, oh, look at the scoreboard. I have 170 lifetimes of money. The stock market took a hit. I might only be down to 168 lifetimes of money. Let's effing go. Because when you're saying, I don't want to be a moderator, I do want to be a moderator, that's low T, low testosterone. Your estrogen is making you talk like your pronouns are in flux. Therefore, I shall ask you, oh, good job. Wow. You're fucking welcome for your brain. Because when I met you, you were saying troll shit, Duck D's. How did you become moderator? I made you a moderator like Grace. You did not deserve it. Look at that genius shit that he just said. Look at that genius shit. This is the first time, this is the third time you've gotten it right out of 280 attempts. But you're 3 for your last 5. So you batted 0 for a really long time. Who else batted 0 for a really long time? That would be Colonel Sanders. Who else batted 0 for a really long time? That would be Anthony Robbins, aka Tony Robbins. Who batted 0 in between 9 figures for 3 years in the desert? I almost went bankrupt 5 times because I was making so much money. Larry, if you're making a lot of money, how do you go bankrupt? That's what you don't understand about bankruptcy, is that when Victoria's Secret sales doubled, receivables tripled. Victoria's Secret, when Victoria's Secret sales triple, receivables 8x. Larry, is this why Roy Raymond jumped off the bridge? Because he started Victoria's Secret in the Palo Alto Stanford Mall? Yes, because he had to sell in a fire sale. He sold Victoria's Secret. This is why I am understanding Victoria's Secret better than anybody at The Limited. This is Larry Chang's secrets about Victoria's Secrets. We never want to jump off a bridge because we sold our company. We never want to do that. We also don't want to be 65-year-olds fired, retired, and then saying, please remove moderator. Please treat my he pronoun like it's your pronouns, Larry, which are she, he, she, he, she, he, she, he, she, he, she, he, she, he. Larry, I'm rich already. Really? Are you? Well, no, but you busted me. Well, why don't we, instead of F-A-G-R, why don't we F-A-G-F-F? Fag-F, which is fag-R, har-R, which is fuck around and get rich. Or, Larry, I want to sound like a woman. I don't want to be rich. I don't care about money. I just eat canned cat food because I'm retired on a fixed income. Cool. You said a bullshit problem, and I'm the vagina whisperer, Ron. I'm going to talk to your vagina. FAGR, hard R, which is rich. Those two sound bites, HR 627, HR 3606, HR 5717, that is just like hashtag chapter 9 2G1C, hashtag chapter 12 2G1C. It's not quite a JBA. It's more of, you could make it a JBA, but we were talking about, Larry, can you really write one book an hour? Yeah, I really can. I can write one book a day at least if I'm feeling completely STD'd out where it's battling this disease has caused me to be tired, sleeping more than 5 hours, no drugs, tired, which is 2 girls, 1 cup. Are you joking right now? I'm being funny at 100.0. Yeah. Here I was thinking I said the wrong percentage. No, that's right. 100%. Who is watching? Who is watching right now? Will you tell me who's watching? Because we're playing a game. It's going to be for a gift card from you to me. Tell me a number 1 to 14. 26. That would be chapter 26, Limitless. Limitless fucking. I know that's disgusting, but if you're currently with darkness near you and you can't get a woman, maybe drowning you by a river of putty will make you adopt Jesus. You already said 12. Oh, somebody else said 12. Also, when someone says pick a number 1 to 23, 1 to 24, the people who are going to get rich, they say 1 or 2. People who want to see if I know what the fuck I'm talking about, they start with like a large number that they themselves are going to forget. That's a little hack for, I always look for day 0, day 1. Have I told you about my friend Jeff? Who has bought this? Who has bought a starfish? Larry, I'm too poor. I don't have an Amazon account. If you don't have $8 temporarily, I'll buy you a starfish. So this is how we're going to do it. You're going to finally get an Amazon account. Larry, my credit's so bad, Amazon won't even give me a $300 line of credit. That's your business right there, which is Larry's trying to teach me how to make $600K. I don't have $6 line of credit to my name. I have negative $15,000. Do you see why before I was talking that Chinese shit talk about being the #1 smartest human on the planet? I don't want that to be true. This is why it's true. 3 bullet points. Bullet point number 1. You're trying to self-improve, but you're actually right now not even at sea level. You're trying to self-improve. You have no oxygen. You're like that Naval Academy grad, second year midshipman. You're 3 years away from graduation. This is your first drowning exercise where you're 15 meters below sea level. You're literally drowning right now, and now you have tunnel vision. Now you have to perform naval exercises. This is the Navy on land in Annapolis, which is you have to succeed below sea level. This is why I'm the third institution of Silicon Valley. The reason everyone's not doing some of the most basic shit, since shit or base, is the fact that people are lying to you. I'm rich, Larry. People are lying to you. I don't care about money. People are lying to you. The people who say that have $15,000 in debt. If you've got $400 million in debt, that's a different issue. You've got a crippling amount of debt, but not enough to even declare bankruptcy. This is my knowledge of the number 0. I don't care about your emotional issues. I don't care about your emotional issues. Go ahead and find some dull scissors and cut off your ovaries or your balls, whatever pronoun you claim to have. Dull scissors, carve out your fallopian tube. There's a medical phrase for it. There's a medical phrase for it. Ophaloponine something? Yeah, because you even having to type out that super chat makes me want to pin you. Makes me want to pin you. You just got pinned. You see, this is why you will watch 800 more videos. Your attention only benefits me. It doesn't benefit you because you won't take this realization, which is 2 starfish and 1 bumblebee. 2 starfish and 1 bumblebee will make more money than the blonde billionaire Whitney Wolf. Let me repeat that because it's true. That's bullet point number 2, which is, Larry, I don't even like stuffed animals. Do I look like I like stuffed animals? I hire stuffed animals because these 2 stuffed animals are going to make more money than Whitney Wolf. Just an Amazon account. I can't be more clear. You added business to it. Can you purchase? This isn't even an external deliverable. This is an internal deliverable, which is, do you have the wherewithal? I'm getting angry right now. Do you have the wherewithal to find and buy 1 for $8? Because if you take a social media picture with it twice, I will Venmo you $4 and $4. If math isn't your strong suit and you're like, I hate when Chinese guys try to teach me math. 4 plus 4 equals 600K. And the reason it equals 600K is this will be the first time you understood the number 0. Let me repeat that because it's hilarious. 4 plus 4 gets you to 0 because you already spent $8. Oh, but Larry, why don't you just send me 1 free? This is why Lucifer fell. This is why Eve and Adam got decimated. She ate the apple or something along those lines and fucked shit up. This is the number 0. This is complicated for people to understand. Number 3. It's supposed to be hilarious. We're doing FAGFF. We're doing FAGFF. When you remove the dashes, you're saying, fuck you, don't call. When you're removing the dashes, you're saying, I'm a Gen Z and I'm super lazy with details. Whereas if you say 650-283-8008, no, you need to post 2 pictures to social media. That would be Web 2. Look at that phone number. It says ATE boob. I like boobs, not because I like boobs, but because I wired myself to like boobs. Bullet point number 3. It's not that I like big boobs, because women are like, oh, you're that guy. You only date girls with giant boobs. I bet you got a boob job. And I'm gonna say 100.0% of the girls I've dated, my bang number's at like 1,300-ish. Give or take or take, give or give 1,000. I don't think I've ever had a girlfriend which is back-to-back months of third base that's had fake boobs. I know. It's also because there's something wrong with you and you're a fraud, because when you get fake boobs, you're like, what else can I fake? I literally leveled up. And then in the same way that a man who gets drafted becomes a millionaire and then fucks everything as a man, women go crazy with too much penis hitting our face. That's what happens when you get fake boobs, is you hate the men who like you because you didn't get any attention. You used to have small boobs. Now you got huge boobs, and now you're off balance. Guess what happens when you're off balance? I'm slow to take you to third base or let you go to my third base. Sign the written agreement. This isn't my first rodeo. I know sometimes, ladies, that you catch it in your mouth, you run to the bathroom, and then you throw it in your vagina going, I just made $1 million. Yeah. This is not my first rodeo. This is not my first rodeo. This is not my first rodeo. You're going to buy baby juice for $275,000 in a written agreement. Matt Smith, co-founder of Duck9, solo founder of Complaints.com, sort of, is my mentor. What am I talking about? Bullet point number 4. My bang number, yeah, it's kind of high, but it's not astronomically high. We're talking Matt Smith levels of crushing, running 8 per week. What? Yeah. He has this file folder. He has this file folder. It's 10 times thicker than this. It's cocktail napkins of consent. This is like the early, I don't want to say the time frame because he's divorced. So yeah, but just know that he had a file folder packed with cocktail napkins. I'm not going to be right back. Under promising, over delivering. I am right back. Cocktail napkins. Matt Smith. A wad 10 times bigger than that. Random pieces of paper. Oh, look. 666 has entered the chat. This dude has never gotten laid. Did we just take you from a follower of Lucifer to a Christian trying to hide my past by doing PR for me? Look, it's Lucifer's guy doing PR for me. This guy is pure as the virgin snow. Lucifer, nobody's gonna buy that. Nobody's gonna buy that. Let's just do third base, because you're right. Sort of right, which is third base. Cocktail napkins. This guy, Matt Smith, because that's my co-founder's name, he whips out a wad of paper. Every one of those girls said, I consent to having sex with a multimillionaire. Somebody doesn't understand the difference between moderator and moderator. Look at what people do with power, not saying thank you. It hurts me much more than it hurts you. Come back better after your timeout. You lie. Oh my God. Right on brand. Lies. No lies here, Matt Smith. No lies here. About to be something amazing.
Hashtag guacamole. You see, women wearing Lululemon and Alo and Vuori, they're going to get sold some guacamole. What's guacamole, Larry? It sounds amazing. It's two girls, 1 cup of knowledge. They don't know about guacamole. Good job. Get the chapter 3 hashtag correct. Get the chapter 3 hashtag correct. Plus, if I'm being detail-minded, the G's are capitalized. It looks like a mess the way you write it. Larry, are you the same person that came up with the Uber API? Capitalizations are actually important. Hashtag chapter 9 2G1C. Please get it right one time, you person who I prayed the gay away for. Why don't you tell people how I prayed your gay away? This is day 5 of you no longer being gay. Not that there's anything wrong with it, okay? Not that there's anything wrong with it. But this is day 5 of you no longer being pansexual, neurodivergent. This is what they don't teach you in school. Oh my God! Congratulations on your 15th try. So, even though you've been getting a lot of flack, you're richer than 99% of the people that are laughing at you for getting yelled at. You see, nobody remembers the fact that Augie Garrido yelled at Larry Chang, that's why I'm rich. Nobody is like, ha, Mark McCormick yelled at you. Nobody says that. Why? Because getting yelled at was a gift. Getting yelled at was a blessing. Getting yelled at means Tom Brady knows my name. He yelled at me. I'm his mentor. He yelled at me. You can yell at me when you're my mentee, only when you're correct. You can argue with me only when you're correct, because when you're not correct, you could lose a mentor. Nobody laughs at me for Augie Garrido, Mark McCormack yelling at me. Nobody does. The only thing that matters is you got a hashtag right for the first time. That's your first YouTube post, is hashtag chapter 9, 2G, 2 little g, 1 lowercase c. You can pray to God, but
I told you to do something and you didn't do it. I told you to do something and you didn't do it. What the heck? I told you that was some genius stuff. You could have done it. Timing on a mod. Just say thank you and come back better after your timeout. Duck D's, you have homework. Somebody didn't do their follow-on work.
asking to be God, that would be Lucifer talking through you and your brain's broken. I'm about to bless you with hashtag chapter 10, 2G, 1C, right on cue, you. You're asking, no, it's not wrong, it's correct. I pinned it correctly. I'm just trying to make it slightly better, which is lowercase g, lowercase c. Larry, can I be God? This is the synagogue of retards. This is the church of...
You're supposed to do a YouTube post for the hashtag. You're so sloppy, dude. You're so sloppy. Like, you finally got the hashtag right and you never did that post. Have you never taken one page of notes? Almost. Check out this clip. You're welcome.
Of the unchurch, this is dark energy making you pansexual, neurodivergent. This is chapter 10, which is, why won't you just ask better questions? That's chapter 10, 2G1C. This is why 3 books, 1U works 100% of the time, every time. Because hot girls are going to make fun of you. Why do you have 3 copies of the same book, Larry? Are you Steve Blank? Do you think I look like Steve Blank? Thank you. You see, one guy or one girl, 3 books, is going to be open to people mocking you. Picking up on messages, give me a second. Under 22 years old was with your mom's brother. How spot on is this? Just forgive them. Just forgive them. You're meeting a person giving you an Easter egg. I'm giving you an Easter egg. Did you get tempted with a stuffed animal? Do you have an aversion to puppies who love you because you can't love yourself, therefore you can't love a puppy? We're still talking about chapter 10. You see, this magic trick that I'm seemingly doing is not a magic trick. I'm interrogating you via things that you say. There you go. The last vestiges, the extinction burst of trying to throw a Hail Mary. I messed up your brain, or you messed up your own brain. You don't even know. You're saying you need Jesus while saying that you are Jesus. This is chapter 10. Not once have you asked one empowering question. Not once have you tried to fix your own brain. You're relying on a follower of Jesus to pray your retardation away. This is why it's delightfully juicy and awesome. Oh my God, I am hilarious. I am hilarious. I am hilarious. Because this is chapter 10, transitioning to chapter 11. Thank you for helping me stay completely on script. You see, you think you're taking it over, but I'm taking you over because chapter 10, look at the retard who's pansexual, who's got dark energy all around him. They're okay Maine. Okay Maine. I watched that movie. It was pretty good. It's hard out here for a pimp. That movie is pretty good. It's pretty good. Because that's chapter 10. How good are you at asking questions? That's chapter 11, failing forward. You see, I'm making fun of you. Everybody's making fun of you. And you're just not in on the joke. There you go. See? See? Do I know you better than you know yourself? Hashtag chapter 12 2G1C Street Smarts. I went kind of fast there. Chapter 11 2G1C was failing forward, how to take a troll and patrolling his brain, making him a mod, and then helping him see he's literally coming out of the synagogue of Satan. Are you Jewish? Oh my God, you are Jewish too. How spot on am I? 7-Eleven. How spot on am I? Oh my God. You're Jewish. Welcome. Welcome. I'm sorry that in Hebrew camp you got violated. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened. After your timeout, come back better. Thank you for helping us with hashtag chapter 12 to G1C. You see, it's incredibly street smart to have a JBA, a Jewish Business Administration. You thought you were coming in to fuck up my YouTube live. This is how to countermeasure via Jew God. By saying
Jugad. Larry, how do you know how to speak Hindi? Larry, how do you know how to speak Hindi? You see, being able to speak Hindi is like learning how to speak American. It's like learning how to do Web 12. We already are doing Web 2. It's like we finally did our first hashtag correctly, and then you don't publish it anywhere. The whole idea of this exercise is to get better between videos. Kicking and screaming, you're finally doing it right the first time. Brady says thank you. Once you ace a hashtag, why haven't you asked the question, hey Larry, I aced this hashtag. How do I keep winning? Which is Mushi, Mushi, Mushi. That's American. Which is memorize, write it, memorize, write it, memorize, write it. That's where we're doing Mushi, Mushi, Mushi. That's where we're explaining to other people why we're saying the same word, where we sound like we're being silly. We sound like we're telling a joke, mushi, mushi, mushi. We sound like we're making a cute noise as we're dating Lisa Park, Sarah Kim, Sarah Park, Lisa Park, Lisa Kim, Lisa Park. It's all one thing. That's mushi, 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 which is explain to people in a YouTube post or a YouTube clip video what you understand mushi, mushi, mushi to be. What do you guys want to talk about next? I have an agenda. I have what I want to talk about, but I'm trying to make the people happy. What do you guys want to talk about? Let's go. Let's go. The name of this video is Let's Use LinkedIn for Larry Chang's Internet Dating. Okay. Is the next segment going to be 530 minutes long? Maybe. How to buy a used car. Number one, you're fucked at the sub $10,000 level. Fucked 100 different ways. The overt war on the middle class. You see, for a car that's under $10,000, that's like a village bicycle that everybody's ridden. That's like that one girl that had sex with 300 guys in one day. That's called, there's something wrong with that car. How to buy a used car. Number one, you're fucked if it's under $10,000. Now, I'm not saying if you drive a car that's under $10,000 that you're fucked. That's quite the opposite. Meaning you want to keep owning your car. Don't listen to the lies of, hey, your Hyundai Elantra, it's got 150,000 miles. It'll break apart magically. No, you keep swapping out the transmission oil, the engine oil. You keep taking care of those brakes. Expect that car to last to 350,000 miles. You're fucked if you're trying to buy a car under 10K. But if you own a car under 10K, congratulations. We want to try to own our car outright. Number two, loans. I'm not going to coach you to own a car via a lease, but borrowing money kills your financial dreams dead. Do you remember before where I was talking about let's try to not die in the Ferrari that we're too big to fit in? Here's the other end of the spectrum. Larry, why didn't you buy a sports car? Imagine if you had a dream. I'm going to go to engineering school, and afterwards, I'm going to buy a Corvette. That's the only sports car that I fit into. Yeah, I realize I could buy a two-door Mercedes and sit in the back seat, but athletes that do that, they look ridiculous. It looks ridiculous. It looks ridiculous. Plus, then I'm driving around in a Nazi sled. I already have a couple of Nazi sleds. Can't I just drive an American car as the number one most American? I wanted a sports car. I always wanted a sports car. That's why I studied so hard. My dad wasn't gonna buy me a sports car. This is what my dad gave me for my 21st birthday. He gave me a 10-year-old car, and he goes, you're never gonna be able to afford to maintain and upkeep it. What? Do you not know what I do for money? Oh, wait. You're confused. As a Gemini, Tom Chang sometimes gets confused. Owning a car. You want to own a car that you don't have a loan on. Number three, ideally, how to buy a car is private party, all cash. If you go to the dealership, there are plenty of videos that talk about how the dealership wants to hide the out-the-door price, hide the MF, the money factor. Why don't they just call it an interest rate? Because finance people who don't have a college degree, they're always trying to fuck engineers. Larry, you sold cars. Did you fuck a lot of people? No, that's why I got HR 627 passed. That's why I sold so many cars. And I sold cars in a rich, upper middle class area. Now it seems rich, but only because the economy is super fucked up. But it was solidly middle class. I sold a lot of cars. This is why how to buy a car is you ideally want to buy it private party. The BMW that I didn't die in, that I almost died in because some Asian decided to exit right by cutting across 5 lanes of traffic. I T-boned him. Who exits from the fast lane, hitting the brakes, exiting 5 lanes to the right? Look up Larry Chang State Farm Insurance. Look that up. It's hilarious. The way to buy a used car is you want to buy it private party, all cash. If you take out a loan, you are screwed. If you don't buy it private party, you are also screwed. This is how to buy a private party car. Hi, I'm calling about the car that you're buying. Pen to paper or not, whatever. You should be able to make $1,000 with this information. Number 1, I'm calling about the car that you're selling. If they don't know the car that you're talking about, hang up immediately. They're curb stoning. Curb like a curve, stone like curb stoning. They're curb stoning. They're selling 5 cars. You should think about buying and selling used cars. You don't want to buy a car from a curb stoner. They buy shit cars. They are shit people. Just hang up immediately. We're trying to buy a private party car from a one-owner rich person. This is why it pays to be rich, because rich people will just let you adopt their car. I can't even make that up. Number 1, I'm calling about the car that you're selling. Oh, are you talking about the GMC Tahoe with 80,000 miles? It's powder puff, mint condition. My wife drove it on the highway. She's Chinese. She's a horrible driver. I had to let her drive an SUV. That's why a 10-year-old car only has 80,000 miles. Is that the car that you're talking about? That is the car I'm talking about. Why are you selling it? We thought we were going to give it to our 23-year-old son, but that douchebag bought a Porsche. Fuck that Nazi sled. Fuck that Nazi sled. Fuck him. All he is just tall and hot. Stanford. I hate that guy. Are you talking about your son? Are you going to buy our car? Do you want to come for a test drive? If you were question 3 or bullet 3C, if you were to spend $2,000 improving your car, what would you do? Do you see how that's an empowering question? Rich people like, spend $2,000 improving my car. What, you want me to put on an aftermarket kit for some headlights or something? Why don't you just do that yourself? Do you want to buy my car or not? Poor people will be like, wow, if I had $2,000, I'd actually change the oil because I'm poor. This is why we don't buy a car from, or because the oil's never changed. Less scarcity mindset, more #winning. No, I'm talking as if I'm my dad, not letting me have his car that I'm willing to pay him $5,000 over market. Why? Because I like buying my dad's old shit and making it better and then selling it back to him because I kind of like to show off. You don't know about fuck you money. You see, you can't just tell your dad, hey, asshole, I'm rich. You have to say, hey, asshole, I'm rich and I spend less money than you. You know that car that you sold? Well, I went ahead and bought it. I made it better. You know that blah, blah, blah you're always trying to make better? And then he'd be like, man, that looks great. Can I buy it back from you? That's when you know that you're rich and resourceful, is where you buy back the company that you sold and then sell it again. Am I talking about StumbleUpon? Am I talking about Uber? Am I talking about my friend Steve Jobs right now? Because there's no bigger fuck you to the world than I sold you my company, I sold you my car, it was amazing. In your hands, it went to hell. Larry, one time I bought a car for $300, I drove it for 2 years. Dad profit. Dad profit. What? So he hates his dad and he hates his son because he's hot and tall. So what you're doing is you're purposefully misunderstanding everything because you're trying to beta male your way out of a dark place, which is a feminine energy. You see, Lucifer has a feminine energy. Why? Because he's all mixed up. He's got a feminine energy. That's what you're trying to do with being willfully misunderstanding. You're trying to willfully... Exactly. Plus, why is... Yeah. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Why are you selling this car? I was going to give it to a relative, give it to my son, blah, blah, blah. But they didn't want a free car. Now I'm just going to unload it. Cool. What's the lowest price that you'll take? The reason we ask this question is sometimes they'll just leak out. If you have to go to a dealership and buy a car from a dealership, this is how to do it. It's giving me gas thinking about being a loser, having to go buy a car at a dealership that's used. But it is an option depending on your financial circumstance. It is an option. Yeah, that's too low of a price. You're missing everything as per usual. You're missing everything as per usual. This is what you should do. You should leave this Larry Chang video and you should do the homework given, because this information is actually doing you harm. It hurts me more than it hurts you, because you should be doing the homework. Do you know how to do homework? You see, it's where I'm not watching over you and we're surrounded by an African campfire and we're campfiring. Like, this is not a campfire and we're not in Africa. We're connecting person to person, where I say some things and then you execute some things. Kids, good news. I have good news for you. I have terrific news. I have news. Terrific news. The good news is I have more green tea. If you have to do a dealership, this is how to buy a car from a dealership. You can't help it. You can't help it. Like a moth to the flame, you will not leave this live stream to go do the work that you already know that you should be doing, which is the 2 hashtags that you finally got correct, written out into 12 sentences, emailed or posted into a YouTube post. You're sitting around a campfire. I did not know that the entire continent of Africa has been a goose egg. This is me solving it, which is go do your homework. Go do your homework, Duck D's, which is you finally got the hashtag correct. Nobody else in the world knows what Web 12 is. You do. Nobody else knows what Mushi 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 is. You know, but you won't explain it. Ditto chapters 1 through 14. Pick a number 1 to 14. Explain that. Explain it. You will make $1. You might not think $1 is an infinite amount of money, but it is because you've watched 1,000 Larry Chang videos. You've watched too many videos. What you're probably going to do, because I'm really good at this, is you're probably going to water down the genius stuff of my content with some remedial, run-of-the-mill, regular YouTube. And I'm okay with getting that as an FU. Larry, yeah, this is the most genius shit I've ever heard. Yeah, I'm going to do it. But I'm probably going to see if I can get 7 other YouTubers to agree with you when there's full cohesion, full agreement, full and uniform agreement, consensus even. Dare I say a Byzantine general level of consensus. I'm pulling a Byzantine general from out of my rectal brain canals. I literally have brain cells in my ass because a Byzantine general 8-way agreement, that's not good because only one person matters on YouTube at the number 1 level of self-improvement, and that person is Larry Chang. But Larry, you only have 80 subscribers and 4,000 videos. Show me one video where I did not make $5,000 to $3 million. My worst video. Show me that video. Show me that video. Because I'm not going to delegate to Susan Wojciechowski, rest in peace, or rest in peace. I don't know which direction to look. You know what, Susan? You can be my +1 into heaven. My entry date is 21/25. I'm going to be 80 years old then. That is too early to die, but it'll be my 63rd year of being 80. What number of years have you been your age? I heard coke and gambling is extremely popular in a car dealership.
Okay. This is how to buy a car at a dealership. You're going to have to talk on the phone. Every time you say, but exactly what am I supposed to do? You're basically saying, watch me do nothing. Do you know what is Web 12? Yes, just make a post that says mushy, mushy, mushy. Look, you aced it again. This is what's going to drive you insane. Have you read my Quora feedback? Larry Chang, he just came into Stanford Engineering. He sat down and he refuses to leave. That's a testimonial. You see, the reason you think I sat down and never left is because you have a black or a white person work ethic while also having come from generations and years of literally never doing anything. You think that you need to reach a Byzantine general consensus. I went on and read like one paragraph and I got instantly bored of the lies. There you go. This is your brain. Don't laugh at 666 boy. Don't laugh at him. He didn't think I was telling lies. He was trying to tell other lies to get distracted. I went on to read like one paragraph. I got instantly bored of the lies. Byzantine general. Just talk about your Byzantine general quandary because you're waiting for 8 more YouTube influencers to say exactly what I'm going to say. I've got some good news for you. I'm going to regurgitate what other YouTube influencers have said about how to buy a used car. You've gotten enough attention already. Go away now and do mushy, mushy, mushy or Byzantine general or after I watched 1,300 Larry Chang videos, okay, 100 Larry Chang videos. I went ahead and watched 100 videos from other people. That Larry Chang guy, he knows what he's talking about. Everyone else, I think they're just trying to get me to think I'm thinking. No accountability. How does accountability feel? I went on to read like one paragraph. I got instantly bored of the lies. Be honest. Were you vaping? Be honest. You can't read more than 12 sentences. Be honest. You don't know how to email. Be honest. You don't have a phone number or a phone in Canada. Be honest. You're hoping for Fidel Castro's spirit to come through the Canadian Prime Minister. Are you Canadian? You have to be, because this is some level of socialism. This is my next video. Thank you for being my mentor. How to succeed in a socialist or communist country. How to succeed. No, you didn't. You did not stop any of it. I called it. I went on to read one paragraph. I got instantly bored of the lies. No, Larry, I stopped. This is content that you can get from other people. I'm just going to give it to you more concisely. If you insist on buying a car from a dealership, I understand. This is what you should do. You should phone them. You should telephone them. You should never visit. You see, on the phone, nobody can tell if you're 45 years old. You see, on the phone, you can be a Gen Z person buying a car. Never go in person. Why? You're going to get screwed in person. Do business over the phone. Larry, can we meet in person? Doing work in person works after you've done $5 million or at least $500,000. Doing work together in person does not work at the $0 level. This is physics. If you can't talk to people and then make a little bit of money, at least leave zero, something is massively wrong. Buy a car over the phone. This is car salesmen. Car salesmen that say they have never sold a car over the phone, they're lying to you too. That's what car salesmen do. I would sell a car and I would bring them a car. That's how I got to be area manager for General Motors. The dealership, how to give good phone. Giving good phone means being able to talk on the phone. If you sound like you can't talk on the phone, or it sounds like you can't call Larry Chang, something's really wrong. You probably don't have a job. When you have a job, why the motherfuck would I want to come into your fucking hellhole of a dealership? You come to me. Which is, okay, you're not coming to me? Well, let's talk on the phone. You're spending too much time watching Larry Chang videos. You've never typed an email to me. I'm not going to time you out because then you would lose the archive of existing messages. Pick one thing. I'm not going to say that your father ran away from you, but you're doing the same thing that your dad did. Step 1, forgive your father. Step 2, your time in your brain is broken. Do you see why I'm the vagina whisperer? Because some women have something called time blindness. I'm not talking about women right now. I'm talking about a moderator. You don't have time preference. You have to stand next to your sugar daddy of knowledge. You can't do work on your own. You don't think that sending an email works because you go insane waiting for a response. This is time preference. You're wiring your brain to do delayed gratification for the first time in your life. This is why I'm the third institution of Silicon Valley, because no one else would talk to you like this. I put myself in grave danger talking like this, but that's who I am. I'm a big care bear. I care. Your brain is broken because you don't have delayed gratification. You think that driving a $300 car, yeah, you don't have delayed gratification. Neither did your biological father. That's why he'd way rather spend resources to try to have sex with random women than taking care of you. Forgive him for that. And then when you are on the other side of $2 million, tell him to fucking fuck off and buy him a $25,000 used Mercedes. Do you like that game plan? Do you even ever say thank you with a gift card? Not to me, because those addresses are dead drops. I never open mail. If you really want to send me a thank you gift, FedEx it to me and then text message me the shipper number, the tracking number. Larry, is this why Tom Brady memorizes tracking numbers? Yeah, because when you say to Tom Brady, hey, can I get your jersey from you? He's like, no, you can't have this jersey. Plus, I'm already giving it to somebody else. But I'll FedEx it to you. Guess who memorized Tom Brady's FedEx number? How to give good phone. Yeah, I'm that Chinese guy I like to save money. If I'm going to FedEx you something, I'm using your FedEx number. Larry, what's the most amount of money you've ever spent on a FedEx or UPS bill? That would be $100,000. Employees don't understand that when you FedEx a letter, it's 20, 30 bucks. But when you use that same label to FedEx a 13-pound box, that's 300 bucks. It's the same label. It's like a stamp. How to give good phone. Duck9. How to give good phone. Charm. How to give good phone. Get the VIN number. How to give good phone. I'm going to need to get the Carfax. I'm going to need to get the Carfax. What do you mean I'm not even upset at what you just said because it was spot on? Wow. It needs to be Larry. It needs to be Larry. Thank you for your love. Amen. You said I'm not even upset at what you just said because it was spot on. Wow. That's not even a thank you. That's how poor people say thank you. I'm not going to say that Caucasian people are part of the patriarchy. Because every time you hear the word patriarchy, you need to substitute it with gratitude. Oh, I hate those Jewish people. They're the only people with gratitude. That's what you need to start saying when you hear of the they. They're keeping the good man down. They are keeping Larry Chang from a pro contract. Well, that's actually true. But let's not talk about Chinese man issues. The pendulum has now swung. Before, when you're a Chinese athlete, that's the best athlete, that's definitely at the University of Illinois. I don't care how many people are from California. Augie Garrido, he thought I had the most amount of talent. Augie Garrido, maybe look him up. It's just a monopoly on gratitude. That's the patriarchy. It's a monopoly on gratitude. Gratitude, let me mansplain this to you. This is when you mistakenly try to purchase food for females on a pre-coitus situation, aka date number 4. What are you, a beta male? You're buying me another nice dinner? Female Homo sapiens. I spent not even $150 for dinner for 2 people. $150 to me is like not even 2 pennies, because 2 pennies right now are actually kind of rare. 2 cents, it's actually rare. Whereas $150, like I could lose or make 8 figures and I'm still hammering YouTube Live. But well, then why did I spend $0 dating in 2025? We're still talking about how to buy a used car. Because how to buy a used car is how to date a female with high miles. How did you manage to sleep with 50 women? How did you manage to sleep with 50 women and 100 men? Do you like you like that, don't you? Because if women sleep with women, it's just spooning. And I've given a leg job before. I date like a Christian. Hashtag leg job. Hashtag August 2nd. Hashtag August 2nd, 2017. I'm not going to say that I tripoded the leg job. But let's just say that went from legendary third institution of Silicon Valley status to pretty much number one all time anywhere. Ashley, hashtag leg job. I forget the genius shiitake. I forget. Yeah, yeah. Perfect. High mileage. So when women have ginormously high miles, this is how to buy a used car. Is you have to reveal your cell phone number and you have to say your cell phone number into a person that's going to give you a 2K or a 2.5K discount. Where the mother scratch is your pen? Here's my number. I'm expecting a callback. I'm going to buy a car in 2 or 3 hours. 650, get a mother pen. 650 boob, which is ATE 8008. Get it? 283 is ATE. It spells out I ate a boob. I ate a boob. You're gay. I know. You're gay. Pablo Anya? Pablo, no. Larry, how many languages do you speak? When you're telling Sarah Park, Lisa Kim that you will bang them in 2 hours because the party, Sarah Park, Lisa Kim, it just started, okay? It just started. And now you're going to ask the question, how many Lisa Parks have you dated? How many Lucy Kims have you dated? I'm such a pussy magnet, vagina whisperer, that I'll go for stints and say, I'm only going to date girls named Amy, and I will run off 12 in a row. How gay is that? Super gay. How'd you know I ate a $100 steak yesterday? That was free. This is how to eat free food at a restaurant. We're still talking about how to buy a used car, which is leave your cell phone number, leave voicemails. When a restaurant gives you free food, you have to tip half the comp. When the car dealership gives you a free car, you're fucked, because if they give you a $150,000 car, you're going to need to do $75,000 worth of tip. This is why I actually hate getting free shit. Let me repeat that. How to buy a used car, how to accept free food, how to get a $100 steak for free. Have you heard that rich people just keep getting richer? Do you know why people get a free car? Rich people get a free car. When you get a free car, 283-8008. Quick question. What the F are you still doing here, dude? You have homework to do. It has nothing to do with listening to how to buy a used car. In fact, your video is going to be in 7 months, which is how to buy a new car for cash. I finally fixed my brain. This is your other problem, is you've never had a mentor. It's because your dad took off. This is every ethnicity's problem that isn't the patriarchy, which is your problem. You have a problem. You have a problem. So go solve your problem, and then your video will be waiting for you. I'll record a video just for you. It's called How to Buy a New Car in 7 months. It's only January 5th. If you can write 12 sentences, okay, fingers crossed, this homework I would have done in 3 milliseconds. I'm going to give you another $1,000 just because I don't want you to wait 7 months to buy a new car. I want you to buy a new car in 7 months, which is chapters 1 through 14. You're welcome. Those same chapters 1 through 14 are also what they don't teach you at Stanford Business School. So the 2 girls, 1 cup of knowledge, it's the same chapters 1 through 14. It turns out that's how I memorize other people's table of contents. Let me repeat that because you kind of don't get what mushy is. Before, you thought I was talking in your ethnicity when I was talking shit. When I said, I know your book better than you do, or I'm balls deep in your wife's book. I'm not balls deep. That's gross. I'm book deep in your wife's brain. I am book deep in your wife's brain because I read your wife's book. It's delightful. This is her next book. Do you know what a bibliography is? That's what I do. I'm Kobe Bryant's acquaintance. Kobe Bryant, the world is my library. Larry Chang, hey, Mr. Bryant, it's me, Larry Chang. Point me towards your advanced scheduler. Point me towards your security. I need to grab you for 2 minutes because I want to ask you, if the world's your library, do you realize your press conferences are your bibliography? Fuck my security. Fuck my personal assistant. Do you mind walking with me? Why? Because I popped off 300 3-pointers just then. I literally drained 700 3-pointers. I only took 1 shot. You see, a shot of my baby juice into her vagina, that makes me $275,000. I know my own worth. If your baby doesn't go to Stanford and become a pro athlete in 2 sports, I will give you $30,000 back. And then the rest of it, which is $240,000. I know my worth. And I'm hilarious. Plus, if I charge you, you can't sue me for graping you. Mr. State Attorney General, your underling, the district attorney. Remember, as people of color, we don't enter a new state unless our first phone call isn't to the attorney general. If I'm getting pulled over in my not sports car, my Chevrolet SUV that I rented from Hertz, if I get pulled over and somehow, because I'm a person of color, I get thrown in jail, my first phone call is to the attorney general. My phone call is to the attorney general. I memorized that phone number. In Omaha, Nebraska, that would be Josh. You see, in Omaha, Nebraska, there could be somebody from Oklahoma baseball that's trying to get me canceled. That guy over there, he's the bomb. Somebody else could hear, who's a boomer, who said, yeah, he's book deep, he's the bomb. Somebody else could overhear it to be, did someone just say balls deep? Because we have laws against homosexuality. He doesn't have a wedding ring on. He's never been married. There's no way anybody that good looking and that rich, who's that good looking, isn't gay. I heard he goes balls deep. Why are all the athletes from the other team dapping him up? I thought he was Stanford only. You see, if I get accused of sodomy because butt is the new first base, my first phone call, it's going to need to be to Josh, Attorney General, Omaha. Is my hair glowing right now? I kind of need to cover it up. I kind of need to be less sexy. I kind of need to keep my hat on. What we're talking about is how to buy a used car. Do you see how uncomfortable I am with compliments? Take notes. This is the easiest thing ever when it comes to buying a used car. You just take notes. Me, I'm going to buy a car from a guy who's rich, who wants to let me adopt his car. I'm not even joking. This is me being the multimillionaire whisperer. True story. I'm buying a couch. I'm buying a couch for $200. It's a $2,000 couch. We'll call it Oak Brook, Illinois, because that's our address, 2021 Midwest Road. You have one line of notes. That's all you need. Fag FF. Fuck around, get free food. Normally it's fogger, which is hard R, fucking around, getting rich. But Larry, I'm already rich. Are you, Ron? Are you? No, I'm retired. I'm 65. I'm up for some free food. Cool. Let me adjust my entire YouTube live game for you, getting you away from zero, because you've never watched a YouTube video and self-improved. FAGFF. FAGFF. Fuck around, get free food. Oh, now you're coming around. Now you're coming around. Now you're coming around. You're welcome, Ron. You're welcome for you coming around. This is how to get free food, actually. You take notes. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. You can benefit from that, which is FAGFF or FAGR or the number 0. Tell me 12 sentences of why you pay per week 15 hours of attention. Do you realize that at 15 hours per week that you spend, other people would pay $35,000. They just don't know I'm on YouTube Live. I have memorized more people's cell phone numbers than I have subscribers. You can arbitrage that. You get a sense that this channel should have 2.5 million subs. You get that sense, right? It's because the talent level, it's present. The talent level, the swag, and the riz, it's oozing out of every nook. If I were to fart, which I don't fart because my gastrointestinal tract is perfect, I would fart excellence. The only time I burp is from a water burp. It's literally oozing out of my pores. Front run me having 2.5 million subs. You should benefit. Recut a video. I, Larry Chang, give Ron Lothar 0944. Is that a Porsche 944? Was that your like dream car? Or did you lose that in the divorce? Don't tell me you were born in 44. Do not tell me that. I don't want to know. Boomer, name and birth year in the username. Larry, how do I buy a used car? You ask for the general manager. You ask for the general manager. Who's the general manager there? Oh, that would be Joe Taberry. Cool. I just wanted to check. You didn't know it was Joe Taberry. I just wanted to check it was still Joe. Is he around? Can you tell him it's Larry Chang for Joe Taberry? Larry Chang. And you talk to people like you're mansplaining your name. You don't just say, oh, my name's Duck D's. My street name is Roger A. 2415A. That's Raj of God's Instacart referral code. Every time I say it, I got a 1 in 3 chance of making him $150. Do you want to make some extra money? Sign up for Instacart. Here is Raj of God's referral code, comma quote, Roger A 2415D. Why make money renting out your time when you can arbitrage web pages? Have I explained to you what Web 12 is? You ask for the general manager. Oh, did you say his name was Joe Tiberi? I know Joe. Can you connect me? Hi, this is Joe. Joe Tiberi. It's Larry Chang. I met you back when you were at the Volvo dealership. Do you remember me? Oh, yeah, I totally remember you. He has no fucking clue. He has no fucking clue. He has no fucking clue who you are. That's what happens when you're a general manager, is you've sold 600 cars per month for 20 years. Everybody thinks that you remember them because you sold me a car. Just because it's your life's 5th largest purchase doesn't mean you even move my needle. You ask for the GM. You call for the GM. How can I help you? This is Joe Tiberi. How can I help you? Joe, do you remember me? Yeah, I remember you. How can I help you? Obviously, you're going to buy a car. You're not calling them, taking them to lunch. I got to buy a car. Can you introduce me to a salesperson that doesn't fucking suck? Ha 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 ha. Did you used to sell cars for me? Ha 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 ha. Mr. Chang, Larry Chang. Mr. Chang, I got the perfect guy for you. All of a sudden, every Yankee has got a southern fucking accent. You fake motherfucker. I got just the guy for you. I got just the guy for you. His name is Joey Jugad. He's amazing. Oh, no, 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 no. He's not Indian. He's a Jugad. Is that Indian, Pakistani? I don't know. But he is so intelligent. He is so Asian. Excuse me, Joe Tiberi. Are you making fun of my accent? Do I talk like that? Oh, no, siree. I would never make fun of a fellow Southern. Fucktard, we used to work together. You told me that you used to do this. Oh, shit. You're Larry Chang? Smashing Eggs Pumpkins. What happened to your mod status? Larry, stop fronting. Losos, are you black? I forget. You never bought a car. You rent U-Haul trucks only. Hey, you dropped the joke. I'm going to hammer U-Haul. Every time I rent a U-Haul, I make about $1,000. This is how you know I went to the University of Illinois. Everybody wants to rent the little U-Haul, either the hitch trailer or the 15-footer. Nobody ever wants to rent the 24-footer or the 35-footer. Nobody can drive that truck. You don't need, in Illinois, you don't need a CDL. We're still talking about how to buy a used car. How to rent a U-Haul is adjacent. Are you an ally or are you just adjacent? During late May, which is University of Illinois move-out time, all the U-Hauls, they're gone. Me, I'm going to reserve 4 U-Hauls while reserving the biggest U-Haul. Why? Because everybody always moves. Everybody always moves. They sell out. U-Haul sells out. This is what's called renting out your rental. Smashing X Pumpkin, what happened to your mod status? Have you made any money with Larry Chang and my genius shit? You see, you came in dropping some low socioeconomic language, which is Larry. I can't repin the message. Larry, stop fronting. What are you, 45-year-old low soc person who became enslaved by other black people enslaving you? Larry, stop fronting. You never bought a car. What? You rent U-Haul trucks only. Shuck, 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 shuck. U-Haul. People can't look ahead in the calendar. U-Haul. What if you rented 5 U-Hauls and then rented out those rentals? U-Haul. You don't need a CDL to drive a U-Haul truck that looks like you need a CDL, a commercial driver's license. Matt Smith. Have I ever talked about the co-founder of Duck9, Matt Smith? You see, my CDL is the transitive property of being friends with Matt Smith. This is how you guys try to do YouTube. Larry knows information. I know Larry. I must know the information. Matt Smith, he's got a CDL. How hard could it be to drive a truck, stick shift, reverse and all? You said U-Haul. I'm renting out my rental. Senior year, I graduate. My parents are like, you're going to go study abroad. You're running a 9-figure business. And while you're running this 9-figure business, you're going to rent a U-Haul and drop off 3 stops. What am I dropping off 3 stops for? I'm dropping off 3 stops because I'm going to rent my U-Haul. It's going to cost, what, $300? Basically nothing. And I'm going to make each of my fraternity brothers pay me $400 because if I'm going to drive your shit and drop it off in your fucking house, you're going to pay me an extra $100. People are like, Larry, I heard you make $3 million some weeks. Yeah? What does that got to do with the $400 you are going to pay me? $200 now, $200 later. Do you see why people love me? Do you see why people love me? Because I'm not going to just drive a Lamborghini pulling a U-Haul. Dudes die when they tow a U-Haul. Matt Smith, he towed a U-Haul in a station wagon. It fishtailed. Could you imagine how ludicrous it'd be for me to drive a Ferrari? I had one picked out. And then tow a U-Haul? I would have died on I-57. I would have died. I would have died, and then all of my clothes and Rolexes that people bought for me or I bought for people, and all my polo clothes and suits. I had so many suits because obviously I model. And when you offer me a free suit, and the Jordans, So what we're doing here with how to buy a used car is, how do I sell a used pair of shoes? Apologize for the U-Haul. Apologize for the U-Haul. Sometimes the U-Haul becomes more expensive. This is how to charge your fraternity brothers. Apologize for the U-Haul. Yip, yip, yip. Which is how to sell used shoes. We're going to mark this page as segment accomplished. how to buy a used car. Community college, selling used shoes. Don't get intimidated that I could get a 4-year degree at Harvard in 4 hours. It would take you 3 lifetimes. Look at how hard it was just to get somebody to write 12 sentences about mushi mushi mushi, or 12 sentences about basic shit, which is how to buy a used car. Or is Larry serious about, did he really talk for 420 minutes about how he uses LinkedIn as his dating app? Yeah. I'm not going to listen to all 4.5 hours. Can you transcribe it for me? No, I don't know Gemini 3. Google's willing to pay you $275,000 to use Gemini 3. Fuck that site. I never use YouTube. Oh my God, these jokes are hilarious. No, the video is called Let's Use LinkedIn as Larry Chang's Own Dating App. Community college. Treat this like Stanford University. It's taught at the 7th grade level. Think of this as community college. Think of this as not Stanford, Harvard, Harvard, Stanford. I say that a lot, and I realize that some of you are 3 years away from a 4-year degree high school. Some of you. Most of you. And the people that are currently getting their PhD at Harvard, be honest, high school was harder. Be honest, high school was harder. Stevenson High School, Poly High School, that shit was harder. Some of us would be, oh, it's funny, but it's 100.0% true. This is what Indian people can't quite understand. This is also why America's number one, because, well, temporarily for now, because humor. This is hilarious, but it's also 100.0% true. This is 100.0% true. Community college, Stanford. Let's just call it what it is, which is Palo Alto's Communities College, PACC. Here on, I will refer to it as PAC, not to be confused with Tom Brady and Larry Chang's health club, Pacific Athletic Club, Bay Club. That's also PAC, which is P Athletic Club, PAC. I don't even know what the P stands for. Pacific Athletic Club, PAC. That's Palo Alto's Community College, PACC. Number 2, this will empower you because you're just trying to do 7th grade work. This is people's hang up, is they hear Harvard and Stanford and they're just like, that Larry Chang, he's a genius. I know this because I've never heard a person be as insightful while simultaneously retarded and hilarious at the same time. He checks all the boxes of smarter than me and dumber than me and getting me to take action. This content is the most unique content I've ever come across. The reason for that is I'm surrounding your brain with understanding the power of the dollar number 0. Day 0, $0. Hey, bro, are you high? I'm high on a drug called L-theanine. It's chapter 19. It's a way to be limitless. L-theanine, L-theanine, L-theanine. Do you have any notes for hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK? What a great question. Because today is actually day number 30 plus 31 plus 5. What does that all add up to? That would be 66. Because day 5 of hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK, day 5, day 15, day 23, those are Michael Burry days. I just gave you $800 or $800 million. It depends on your current financial status. If you're negative $30,000, it's 5 cents to $5. The key is just to not be stuck at $0. Number 2, don't let Silicon Valley intimidate you. I'm dominating Silicon Valley to the point where I'm number 1 because I can add 30 days in November, 31 days of December. We're on day number 5 of January. Yo, do you have diarrhea of the mouth? Do you have diarrhea of the mouth? You see, when you're asking if I have diarrhea of the mouth, somebody didn't watch 2 Girls, 1 Cup. Because you're from a culture that is negative. You're from a culture that is default 2 Girls, 1 Cup. Your culture accidentally eats shit. You even have that as a slang. Eat shit, jerk. Oh, I do eat shit. Oh, green tea is delicious. Are you high right now? Are you high? Do you have diarrhea? Do you ask high quality questions? You cannot. Page 62, page 64, page 67 of the same book as page 344. Number 2, don't let Silicon Valley intimidate you. I dress like this sitting behind home plate. I have something to say after every baseball play. I will talk for 5.5 hours. Baseball scouts will ask me, yo, are you high right now? The opposing stadium wants to give me a drug test. It's a good thing that I called the attorney general and have his phone number memorized. You can't drug test me. What laws have I violated? Are you detaining me right now? Am I free to pass? I realize your campus is on private property, but can we talk to the attorney general? Should I have my friend, the attorney general, call the president of the university? Because you're wanting to do a blood test for a drug test. It's because your team is losing by 2 touchdowns, and we're playing baseball right now. So let's dispense with the drug test requests. Dispense joke intended. You're about to lose your job. You look gay, but I can't tell for sure. Obviously, you are heterosexual. You don't have gaydar. That's not this video. Behind home, I thought you played shortstop, Larry. That would be watching Stanford from behind home plate, playing shortstop. But this is also a piece of news because you have missed 50 videos. Cold Open Yahtzee. I already sold that franchise. You should have hustled. You shouldn't have watched all those other YouTube retards. You should have just stayed with Cold Open Yahtzee, because also during your time off, I switched from shortstop to catcher. Why? Why fight what everybody already wanted me to do, which is manage pitchers, manage emotional people. Do you know of people who are overly emotional who sometimes diarrhea their uniform? Well, there you go. Well, there you go. Did you come back better? Did you come back better? Did you come back better? Because you kind of came back in the same attitude that you left, which was stop fronting, Larry. I'm a 55-year-old boomer with low socioeconomic language from 1990. What are you watching Fresh Prince reruns trying to speak slang American? Yeehaw. Yep, yep, yep. Very American, both theme and conversation subject. Very American. Aren't you the owner of Duck 9? Duck 9. Deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding venture capital knowledge, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge. We're doing a turnaround. Deeply understanding how to do a turnaround, avoiding Chapter 9 bankruptcy. Hat tip Irv Grausbeck, Stanford GSB. Hat tip Mark McCormack. What they don't teach you at Harvard Business School, Yale Law School alumni. Less gossip, Duck D's. Less gossip about other people. More focus on, can you write 12 sentences in a row? Publish it to a web page. I'll even publish it for you at Duck 9 in the same way that I did Raj of God, RAGOFGOD, to be Roger A 2415D Instacart referral code. Hey, will you guys drive Instacart 5 times so that way Roger can make $150? Because I kind of want to fuck around and make more money doing Instacart than he does driving 50 hours a week to do Instacart. Do you believe in morality? Is this where you're trying to say that all religions are the same? Because Christianity has one component that others don't, which is Jesus and also blessing. Cosby Show, Larry. Cosby Show. Is that your hero? Is that your hero? That's cool. That's what I think. They're not the same. Community college. Do you let Stanford University intimidate you? Stanford content is written at the 7th grade level. The bar right now is just so low. It's so low. Community college, Yale and MIT. You see, I had to grow up in a Yale and MIT house. That's why Stanford does not intimidate me. You can be more successful than a person that went to Harvard or Stanford. You're waiting for the notes on what? You're waiting for the notes on what? Okay, so you don't have to wait for any notes. You can go to hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK, and then you can ask Gemini, you can ask Anthropic. If you're feeling like low soch and wanting to slum it, remember, you love Jew God. I love Jew God. I am the Jew God, which is you can just ask Grok 4 what are the notes for hashtag 26 days of Grok 4 ducking BK. What's up, Professor? There you go. So you just ask AI, and if you're an AI virgin, this is how you do it. There's this website, it's called Let Me Google That For You Boomer. Boomers used to not know how to Google things. There's a website, Web1. It's called Let Me Google That For You. What notes do you have that AI does not have? Well, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. You thought you were being a purposeful remedial, but your first principles question is so retarded, it's back to being genius again, because the notes that AI does not have are today's notes. Why? Because Grok 4, Elon Musk, X, they hate Gemini 3. YouTube. Have you guys ever been on a YouTube live? I'm not going to say jump on over to YouTube Live because there's this guy. He is unmitigatingly unhinged in a fulcrumed way. He, legend has it, he makes sometimes $575 million on a YouTube Live because you see, he's got a list of words and people don't think that he can work in the phrase. For example, I mean, he's smart, he's crazy smart, but he'll pull Byzantine general from up his rectum. And it's not that he's pulling random shit out of his ass. You can't just say these bingo words. You have to surround these bingo words with 12 paragraphs of words. So when you say basal plant propagation, it needs to be there for a reason. Ditto the Byzantine generals. This is bingo. This is NLP, natural language processing, neural linguistic programming. NLP, not NLP squared. That's Jason's thing. That's totally something else. Ditto AI, AGI. Have you seen that? Let me Google that for you, Boomer. Don't joke about being touched. This is why I make females sign a sex DA, which is you're buying sperm because sometimes after orgasm number 40 over 3 sessions, the truth starts to leak out. Sometimes you can't handle the truth. Larry, can you make a girl have an orgasm? Something happens to a woman where the orgasms are just mental. When you unlock something, adjacent things leak out. Sex pun intended. Uncle's touching or uncle's watching her shower. It's usually not a woman saying this. It's usually her retarded brother who's quasi-gay, who's actually not actually. This is how good my gaydar is. Who's the toilet seat guy? Is that where you take a picture in front of a toilet seat and it looks like you're flying private? Confidence. Community college confidence. Community college confidence. You see, you guys have so much confidence, and that's a good thing. Let me not pee in your parade. You keep that high confidence. I'm thinking about doing a TV show that's called Community College. It's a humorous story about a Chinese guy who's teaching at a community college. He's just taking Stanford content and having it go from the 7th grade level to the 8th grade level. It's kind of like that violinist who's a genius and plays in an orchestra, and they have the violinist playing in a Philadelphia public transportation. Sometimes people have a hard time telling who's talented and who's not talented. Yeah, the toilet seat where he's in front of a toilet seat and it looks like the window of a private airplane. Are you not listening to what I'm saying? That's cool. Consent. Maybe that's why I blocked you. I didn't block you. I timed you out. Blocking is different. Being timed out is you're talking, it's helping me. Have you heard? Drop a comment. Every comment adds energy. But when I read a comment that hurts you, do you not remember that you said cold open Yahtzee? Or was that not you? Because it feels like you're on a shared account right now. Do you not remember cold open Yahtzee? Do you not remember that? Oh, goodness. This message is held for review. You ever seen those Indian ladies on YouTube just laying down and talking in bed? Or am I in the wrong algorithm? Don't be racist. They're Pakistani. Consent. Consent as an accelerant. First person to say consent wins. I consent for you. Do you know why I said that? Because you're going from YouTube video to YouTube video, hoping for some genius thing. I already gave you the genius thing. You should make a ton of money with it. It's called cold open Yahtzee. Why don't you just win? You just kind of want to sit by the smoke show called Larry Chang. I really like your vibe, Larry. You're so positive. And I kind of like it when you rip on me. I'm not even angry. The reason you're not angry is because I'm doing it from a place of love. Do you not have any Chinese friends? Number 2, consent as accelerant. The double orange pill is blue pill. Cold open Yahtzee. Thank you for Jugad. Thank you, because do you guys know what a sextuple entendre is? Doesn't it sound so sexual? Hashtag sextuple entendre. You see, a double entendre is where I say Jugad, Jugaad. You see, sextuple entendre is where I say one thing and it means 6 things. Puns are for the proletariat. Puns are for your regular comedian who's not trying to make $500,000 per stand-up gig where they have to pay 2 drinks to perform. You see, the double orange pill, it's actually blue pill. It's actually blue pill. Consent as accelerant. Consent, say it back. Say consent back. Once she says consent back, you say, later, we're actually going to need to get that consent in writing, but for now, we're okay. Why are you so hungry? Why are you so hungry? Why are you so hungry? I never know what to do with compliments. Frank Aguilar. 6860. Are you a Stanford graduate? I see the flags in the back, but also you sound wicked smart. When you say wicked smart, did you go to Harvard? Number 4, consent as an accelerant. I can't tell you how many times I'm the one who brings up consent. This is what happens. She'll touch my stomach, or she'll do what Alex did, who's a woman, touching Tom Brady with an open hand. Alex something. The 25-year-old I was hanging with yesterday, she knew immediately who Tom Brady's date was for New Year's Eve. It's a hive mind, it's a sisterhood. Consent as an accelerant. Consent as foreplay, number 5. So she'll touch your arm, or accidentally touch your butt. I have a bubble butt. Did you just touch my butt? Oh, it was an accident. You know what? Be honest with me. Don't be skis. You meant to touch my butt. Open hand. You meant to touch my butt. Look, your personality's pretty cool. I would actually want to talk to you even if you weren't fuego hot. So I'm going to go ahead and give consent to you retroactively. If she doesn't laugh hard enough where boogers come out of her nose, do a heat check. Her brain may not be on. She might be high, in which case, separate, extend, and escape. We do not interact with drunk girls or girls that are high. We do not do that. If she laughs because her brain's on, don't be talking about Stuck on You, top 10 movie. Oh, somebody's mentoring the Harvard Law School keynote on this is what you call sexual harassment. We're on bullet point number 5 of consent. I consent to you saying things that are unintelligent because you said this is what you call sexual harassment. I'm talking about consent, period. Consent as an accelerant. You see, I have money to defend against sexual harassment claims that are incorrect. What you don't have is the other side of the table. Larry, if I'm getting this straight, are you using consent as foreplay? That is some Jedi shit. Let me go locate a pen. I think I can make $1,000 because no one's ever talked about this before. Boogers, dang, Larry, that's 2 girls, 1 cup area. Naughty. This is cold open Yahtzee. You saw me cold open Yahtzee and you did nothing with it. Shame on you for throwing away that momentum. I remember everything about everybody. I do CRM, crowd relationship management. Oh, goodness. Serial sexual harassment claims are only relative to the beholder. Stop with the beta thoughts. Think sigma thoughts. More accurately, think kappa sigma thoughts. What are kappa sigma thoughts? That would be bullet point 5, consent as an accelerant, consent as foreplay. Before, when she was touching me or grazing me or any kind of anything, I will playfully call her out on it. Have you ever had a girl rub her elbow up on your groin area to see what you're packing because she's curious? It's just man with a penis, allegedly, consent as an accelerant. Number 5, consent as foreplay. If her hand drops in your lap holding hands, but it accidentally goes between your legs, this is what you say. I consent to that. While we're talking about consent, I consent to you checking it out. I also consent to you touching my butt. You know what? Right now, I'll just consent to all of it. You're holding hands and she's using her elbow to touch you below the belt. Uh-huh. Exactly. And if you're my family member, this is what we talk about. This is why there's no dark, stupid sex shit in our family. This is why being in the related universe of Larry Chang, 1 degree of being related or directly related, is so awesome. Welcome, family. Welcome, family. Because we're talking about consent as foreplay, consent to understand navigating the minefield of consent. Yes, the back of the hand rub, very common. I consent to that. What just happened? Why? What just happened, Larry? You know what you did. I consent to that. I consent to you've been staring at my butt. I consent to that. You know what? I'm just going to consent to all of it. As soon as she says, me too, I'll say, do you mean me also, me too, or hashtag me too? You see, this is consent as accelerant because I need her to explicitly state consent as accelerant. Number 5, consent as foreplay. I need for her to specifically say, I consent to intercourse. I need her to say that 3 weeks before we even go to third base. Why? Because I'm dating as a Christian. I need to be both more fun and more prudish and more mysterious. Why? Because I'm literally trying to win at basketball without using my arms or my dick in dating. Do you know how hard it is to win at dating without bringing my magnificently perfect penis? That's my third brain. That's like entering a knife fight, not letting me bring my IQ, my left knife, my right knife, my gun, my grenade, my nuclear weapons. That's like me going on a Baton Death March where me and Tom Brady are trying to break a dry spell where we have not had sexual attention for 24 hours. There's something wrong. Let's do a heat check. So I will walk Tom Brady until one of us dies or the larger of us gets offered a 3-way. That's called the Bataan Death March. We march until we get thrown vagina. That's how we break a dry spell. We don't just hop on a fatty. We don't just hook up with an obese girl. That's not how to break a fast. That's not how to break a cold spell. That's just going to make stuff worse. That's going to make it worse. Nope, definitely not that either. This is consent as foreplay. She'll say, okay, me too. Do you realize what just happened when she said me too? She said she's okay to have sex. She just said consent to everything. I'm going to talk my way out of the clothes. Most guys would be like, cool, let's go. Nope, not going to chase it. She's going to have to chase down the Chinese sausage. She's going to have to chase down even though I consented for everything. Because number 5, consent is foreplay. She touched me, she touched something else, and then I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to give you consent retroactively. That's how nice a guy I am. And I'm not going to lie, I really like your personality. I'm saying this because she obviously is blonde. She obviously has big boobs. You can't just say, I consent to all of it. Your boobs are really nice. Although I should start to say that I'm trying to talk my way out of vagina. I'm trying to talk my way out of it by locking her in to my brain. I kind of need for her to be attracted to I kind of need for her brain to be attracted to my brain. Oh, me too. That's what she'll say almost every time. This is the power of how to sell a used car. This is the power of how to buy a used car. You get a bunch of small yeses, and then she'll just do a giant yes. Oh, I consent for kissing. Have you seen that consent video? This is where I got the idea from. There are these placards around campus. I won't even say which campus. No sex. NOSEX. That's the bus stop, Marguerite Shuttle. Not going to mention the campus, which is, hey, are you dancing? You ask for consent, which is, oh, I'm going to dance a little closer. Can I have consent to dance closer? I'm like, this isn't how it works. Because I'm watching this consent video that I'm not being shown a consent video. This is what they do teach you in school about consent. Oh, I'm going to hold your hand. Do I have consent? There's like a 13-stage consent for dancing, not to mention grinding. Is it any surprise that people don't grind on a dance floor anymore? Is it any surprise? No surprise. Consent as foreplay. What if you wrote the rules for consent and a heterosexual with an IQ of 80 who just really, 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 really likes heterosexual sex? Everybody's welcome here. All are welcome. But I'm going to read those rules because you're making us Caucasian white guys play the dating game on hard mode. Admit it. You're making Caucasian guys play the game on hard mode. You're making us play on hard mode. There is no patriarchy. This is why we Caucasian males earn significantly more money. It's the gratitude plus the random things that you make Caucasian males like Larry Chang. You make us play the game on hard mode. You see, women can toggle consent in the same way that Lindsey Hill did with Trevor Bauer, meaning consent retraction for a financial reward. Lindsey Hill, Lyndsey, Hill, like over the hill. You see, when we as women can retract consent for a financial gain, we're not going to be very strong economic earners because that's not even cheating. That's lying and cheating. That should be a felony, which is you said you're okay with consent, and then her mistake, Lindsey Hill versus Trevor Bauer, not allegedly, because Scottsdale Police Department has a criminal case against her. Ditto Southern California. I forget which district attorney is working on it. This is why Caucasian males like Larry Chang succeed, is we have to play the consent game on hard mode. COVID did not take away all the closeness. COVID centralized all of the dick. Ever since COVID, pussy magnet has been vagina whispering. Business has been booming. Consent as an accelerant. When you make Caucasian males, when you make them pay for other people's mistakes, when you make Caucasian males play the game on hard mode, you're causing Caucasian males to play the financial game on easy mode. This is two sides. This is consent as accelerant. This is probably the most genius YouTube video that's going to be made in the 20s. It's January 5, 2026. Consent as flirting. You see, point number 1 is also point number 6, which is the first person to say consent wins. Number 7, consent as escaping the friend zone. You see, men have one ladder, which is we want to sleep with all of our friends who are girls who are older than 22, younger than 23. We have one ladder. But consent as escaping the friend zone is Caucasian males. This is how to hack life. Learn to have 2 ladders. What are 2 ladders? One is the friends ladder. The other one is the situationship, relationship ladder. When you have 2 ladders, you are a Jedi in vagina administration. You see, women have 2 ladders. You can actually cross over somewhat. When you're a Jedi in vagina administration, what you're doing is you're not just sitting there as a moderator, not liking the video. 2 ladders per guy, Larry. 2 ladders per guy, not 2 ladders, one guy. It's 2 ladders. It's 2 lather. It's 2 lathers. Ron, you're welcome. And thank you for your energy. Thank you for being a good sport. Thank you for my franchise to help people get off of zero. It makes people uncomfortable to make so much money. That's why we FAGFF, fuck around and get free food. Ron, I'm going to be looking forward to your PF Chang's gift card. Something reasonable, like $555. 2 ladders. That was my speech impediment. Hi, everybody. Welcome. This room just got swole, okay? Super swole. We're talking about LinkedIn is my dating app. Subchapter segment number 3, Larry, you're 636 minutes in. You've only covered 3 segments. Yeah, well, technically 4. This one's consent. The last segment was community college, junior college. The segment before that was how to buy a used car, wink, wink, how to date a person who's a beat up used car with high miles. Remember, a 35-year-old car is not like other 35-year-old cars. A 35-year-old woman ages differently from a 35-year-old man. Sexual market values, two ladders. Larry, did you just say what I thought you said, which is a 35-year-old woman is premenopausal? This is the red pill, which is women should not hate other women that have 80 more eggs. We should stop the dynamic where we women hate other women. We should stop being our own worst enemy. Black pill. That would be 3 red pills. Black pill. That would be a red pill dispenser. You guys, the time has come. Did you enjoy this video? If you enjoyed this video, whatever you do, don't tell your friends. I don't want this channel to be massively popular. I want it to be niche. I want it to be niche. I want it to be personal and intimate. Did you like when I gave my friends rectal exams mentally? Did you like the personal attention that you got? If you want to do me a huge favor, subscribing or liking, that kind of only helps you. What would help me is, will you keep an eye out for a thesis such as cold open Yahtzee, such as fuck around, get free food, such as, oh my God, did you joke about the fact that LinkedIn is your dating app? Because jokes, kids, jokes turn out to be cash money. Did I look like I was going to make a career out of being the sorority girl whisperer at Duck 9? I studied engineering, damn it. I studied engineering, damn it. I wanted to be respected. I wanted to be more than a sorority credit card salesperson. All I got was this Kappa Alpha Theta pillow. I'm not joking. This is why I don't bring girls back to my house. I think some girls stole my Tim Ferriss 4-Hour Workweek book. I'm not joking. I think some girl stole it. Tim Ferriss, 2 R's, 2 S's. Tim Ferriss. Baby beaver. Don't be mean, okay? I have a target market that would be beaver older than 22, younger than 23. Have you been able to benefit financially from any of my comedy? Be my bro 1243. 4 pairs of the same brown shoes. Somebody can't count. That would be 11, including these shoes. Are you trying to get me to? Because I really only do that for Miss Bassetto. Are you talking about my Nike Airs in the British tan? Somebody can't count past 6. Have you guys seen that video? Funny shit I saw on the internet. Have you seen that video called I Can Only Count to 4? Have you seen that video? I want to write a new song called I Can Only Count to 3. I'm torn between 5, 9, or 3. Here's the song. I Can Only Count to 1. Get it? That's the guy from Hustle and Flow. Mine, Memphis. Mine. Your hat was blocking most of them. It is a ginormous hat. Larry, let's see the hairline. Let's see the hairline. Larry, how long does it take? Oh, wait, did you just do your hair? Because I was going to ask you how long it takes for you to do your hair. The reason I wear a hat over money hair like this is it makes girls have an orgasm. I don't even need to kiss them. If your family, okay, this is what happens when you're related to somebody Christian, okay? I'm about to burst. I'm super horny. I'm starved. Do you know how hard it is to cook food when you're fasting? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Larry, remember you said you posted a post, ROFL emoji, you will gift card. You misread it. It's you get a gift card and you send it to me. If you read properly, it's you get a gift card to then send to Larry Chang. Larry, remember, you posted a post that said if you send an ROFL emoji, you will gift a gift card. You didn't read it properly. I gotcha, which is if you roll on the floor laughing, you get to get a gift card that then you send to me. Welcome to my world.